Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and that's something which I actually never won. In cadets, but I won in Formula Kart Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember. Racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them. And yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Minimax Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Paul Fletcher International Circuit in Lincolnshire, near the town of Grantham, and the final round of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for the Bambino, TKM, IAME and X30 classes. My name's Henry Beaudette, and joining me as always in the commentary box is Anthony Jordan. This is the final day for this arm of the championship. We are at the home of British karting, and Anthony, we have 7 classes racing. Yesterday we saw 2 British champions crowned, but we are going to see 5 more crowned today.
We are indeed. We have an action-packed day of racing. No breaks today. We're flat out all the way through with racing. About 20 heats or 20 races over the entirety of the day. So make sure, of course, you stick around. We're starting, of course, with the Bambino. They're going to be taking the track in just a moment as well. Yes,
the moment on the track, you're looking at the Lichfield Bridge, and we have Cadet qualifying on circuit, which we will give you the results of all the qualifying sessions before the start of each one of their heats. So the cadets are on circuit now, but like Anthony said, there are over 20 heat races and then all the finals to go. It is a packed day of action. Just to give you an idea of this circuit built in 1994, extended to include the section of the track that you're looking at on your screens now in 2011. It sits at nearly 1,500 metres long. It's the only circuit in the UK with a bridge and with a banked corner. That is turned out onto the banking. It is extremely fast. The slipstream and drafting effect is absolutely vital, and as you can see, there was a little bit of precipitation overnight. It's dry at the moment. There are blue skies overhead. There are a couple of clouds, but the forecast is set to stay dry, which, Anthony, is significant in terms of the stream.
Yes, of course. It was some major difficulties, of course, we had yesterday in terms of that with the weather. Of course, we got hit by a monsoon again at the end of the TKM Extreme finals. Yes. It was incredible. It was literally out of nowhere. But at the moment,
it was out of the sky.
Well, yeah, of course, it was out of the sky. It was out of the sky. Yeah, no, like I say, I watched the weather carefully this morning, and it said, it would look pretty cosy for today. Blue skies, a little bit of cloud cover, but fingers crossed, they say no rain, but when has a weatherman ever been correct? Yeah, and what we're also trying to say is that yesterday, because we are up here in rural Lincolnshire, yes, where there is no fibre optic cabling, internet cabling, obviously the stream that was recorded yesterday. Now, you can go back and watch the stream in all its 5.5-hour glory on YouTube and things like that, and the recording was perfect, but when the rain came and the rain came, that does disrupt the satellite signal that goes from the Alpha live stream to the satellite in the sky and then to your home computer network at home, wherever you're watching it in the world. And there was a little bit of a lag issue and a bit of a disruption, but that's completely out of our hands. It's simply the fact that we're in a very beautiful part of the country, but rural by name, rural by nature. Yeah. And sometimes when the weather does get bad, the satellite link between the internet is disrupted, and that is what causes some of the issues that some of you were experiencing yesterday. We can only apologise and say that is out of our hands. Let's all keep our fingers and toes crossed for dry conditions. Now, we are a few minutes away from the first race of the day. That will be coming up very shortly. So this is the opening Bambino race of the day. They had a heat yesterday, and on pole position it'll be Harley Musk, with Jensen Ackerman on the outside of row 1, Liam Welsh and Henry Clark on row 2, Edward Haynes and Luca Ballack on row 3. Haynes and Ballack are 2 of the 3 drivers in with a real good shout of the title. Row number 4, Oliver Sibbald, and it's Finley Hinds as well alongside. He's a championship leader, by the way. He is indeed. Max Gilman and Cooper Snedden, they're going to be rounding out row number 5, Blair Smith and Ryan White on row number 6. Rounding out the field, we have Ethan Lucas, Harry Neeson and Kennedy Rudman. 15 drivers. The Bambinos, aged between 6 and 8 years old. The youngest drivers here. Now, they do a standing start, and the race will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and there you look at Harley Musk on the grid. Of course, all the
drivers having their engines warmed up. You can see that the dads and mechanics there just help me out. There's Edward Haynes, big thumbs up. He won last time out at Mansell Raceway. He is 1 point behind Finley Hinds, number 57. Big wave there as well from the number 40 kart of Oliver Sibbald. He's new to the championship this weekend, and there is the number 50 of Max Gilman. Max was desperately keen to have an interview yesterday, but we couldn't quite fit it in. There's the new Scottish champion, Blair Smith, won the S plate at Lark Hall recently. A little bit further back, thumbs up there from Ethan Lucas. Now, he started the year off at Rowra, quite a way back off the pack, but he's come, really on strong late this year. There is Kennedy Rudman. I think that's Mason Rudman's younger sister. Looking across there, we've got. This is the dummy grid you're looking at now. Oh, you don't want to see that. Well done. That was excellent. Mr. Neeson had his posterior shot there, but we want to see Harry there. Big smiling face from Harry Neeson. And then in kart 44, that's Ryan White. He's got the bit of the Lando Norris or Valentino Rossi crash helmet there. Oh, there's Cooper Snedden, and Cooper Snedden's mechanic, or mum. It's probably both actually. And there is your championship leader, Finley Hinds, 1 point in front of Edward Haynes. And there's the number 28 kart. That is Luca Holmes-Ballack. He won the opening round of the championship at Rowra. That seems a long time ago, Anthony.
It does seem a long time ago, doesn't it, Rowra?
In reality, though, it was the end of August.
Yeah.
Well, here we are. August. It's been obviously a very compact season, a season like no other. Jensen Ackerman, who spoke Jensen and his dad yesterday, we did a feature in the pit lane. They spoke so well about how to get into Bambino karting. I would advise anybody watching who's thinking of this to go back and look at that yesterday when it's uploaded to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Let's have a quick moment to thank our sponsors. Well, this is an Alpha Live presentation of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweeks, pictures by Alpha Live, and timing and scoring solutions by Motorsport Timing UK.
Indeed, yes, plenty of sponsors. We couldn't do it, of course, without them, and a large array of equipment you can get from Demon Tweeks, and they do happily support the championship, which is fantastic for all these young drivers. And of course, you can see the karts there covered in Demon Tweeks stickers.
Well, yeah, it's good. I think it's the Minshaw family that were involved. Yeah, Alan Minshaw, Jason Minshaw. I remember they had a classic touring car, Mustang. It was always red with Demon Tweeks logos on it. But if I had a racing car and I needed any bits for it or safety equipment, then I would be going to Demon Tweeks.
Yeah, 100%.
Obviously, I'm hoping that I would get it for free because I'm mentioning them on live on air. But I mean, that's just me.
See, good plug there. You can see drivers all lined up. The eyes there of the 53, Ethan Lucas.
Yeah, and I mean, this is great because in the paddock, the drivers have got to. Everyone's got to be wearing masks ever in the paddock. The drivers have got specific regulations. When they're not in their awning or they're not in the cart, they have to have their helmet on or the mask on. So you don't get to see. I mean, this is a great shot. They've all got their light. They haven't got the iridium visors. They got the clear visors. You can see their eyes. And there's a camera there.
Yeah.
And it's like I think one or two of them saying like, darling, you're going to have to go racing in a minute. Yeah, but look at that, I'm on telly, Dad. Ooh. And they're fascinated. It's like, oh, look, the older drivers are like, oh, God, the camera.
Yeah. Give it a few years and they'll be like that.
Yeah, but now it's like,
it's so exciting.
Look at that, it's the telly.
Yeah, 100%. Hi, Mum, I've made it.
Yeah. Keep both hands on the steering wheel, especially when you're driving.
Oh, dear me.
Now, as the race progresses, the Bambinos, they've had 3 events. This is the 3rd event. They were at Rowra, they were at Mansell, and they were here. They are here. They've got 6-point scoring portions of their season. They score points at the end of the heat races, and they score points for the final. They count their best 5 out of 6 scores. So their worst finish. Now, when we say heat points, they have 2 heat races. At the end of those 2 heat races, the classification is merged together to what we call, in the trade, the intermediate classification, and then the points are awarded based on where they finish in the intermediate classification. 65 for being first, 62 for being second, 60 for being third, 59 for being fourth, and so on down in decreasing increments of 1. So basically, their worst score they drop. It can be a little bit confusing. However, please see this. Our good friends and colleagues at Motorsport Timing UK have come up with a smidge of technology that will assist us when it gets to the final with the virtual championship points that will come up on your screen miraculously when we summon them, and show you exactly, including the drop scores, where the championship standings are during the race itself. So, yes, there'll be no excuse for us to mess it up, basically.
Yes, basically, yeah. No, it'll be on the screen, live, as you can see it at home. You'll be able to see all the scores, drop scores, and any added scores that need to go onto there. And, of course, that's a huge benefit that you can see. You know, you would see the likes of that in F1. You can now see it in the likes of karting as well, which is amazing.
Which is far more exciting.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So here you go. The only standing starts, the only class that has a standing start all day. So they come out onto the dummy grid area. They've got to go in between the two tram lines. Now, in the other classes, you'll talk us about in the tram lines, those white lines there down the track. You know, drivers have got to remain inside the tram lines until they come to a certain point and the lights change, and then they can move around. So, one driver there, the pole said, "Oh, hang on a sec. You want to get out of the way, Mr. Ackerman?" Lights are going to go out. There's Catherine Price at the back of the grid from Motorsport UK, the press officer there. And lights are green. We're off and racing. The first race of the day here at PF International, and the Bambinos get a good start from the outside. Jensen Ackerman looks like he's got the leader with side by side through the Bruno Ferrari S's. And these Coma engine karts now getting it to full speed as they go under the bridge, out onto the banking. Now, we had a bet yesterday, Mr. Jordan, didn't we, about how many wide the Bambinos would go at any point during the day. You said 4 wide, which they have achieved.
They have achieved 4 wide.
Easily. I had faith in them and said they're going to go 5 wide at some point. But they haven't quite done that yet. We shall watch that. And I don't know. I mean, maybe we can either bet Haribo or a bottle of Iron Brew. One of the two.
I'll go for Haribo.
Okie dokie, no problems at all. But here we go. Into the first of 2 hairpins. So round hairpin number 1. The first right-hand 180-degree hairpin, up the switchback straight towards hairpin number 2. Jensen Ackerman leads, and Harley Musk is fading back a little bit. Now, this is what they're at the short shoot, up towards the Fullerton. Oh, and somebody getting agriculture in the background. I think that might have been Ethan Lucas. So they go into the Terry Fullerton S's. Now on, it is the number 53 of Ethan Lucas, and he is parked in the barriers there, but he's okay. There's the back straight. Now we're into Bobby Game corner. And this section of the circuit is called the Mike Wilson Complex, named after the 6-time world karting champion, Barnsley's finest. The best thing to come out of Barnsley's is the pork chop. There we go. They come out of the Mike Wilson Complex, and then they complete the lap. And that is 1 lap of the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. And, we've got lots of people coming in on the live chat, and we'll get to you shortly. Oh, they're 3 wide. Oh, and that is the number 82 kart. Is he going to hold it? No, Henry Clark goes for a spin. 3 into 1 won't go.
Unfortunately not.
But he's learning, though. He's got the hand in the air, showing displeasure.
Yeah, he's got the hand signals down to a T there. But yeah, that just didn't go very well there. 3 into 1 through turn 1. Everyone fighting for that dry bit of track in the middle. Unfortunately, didn't go to plan. But now you can see the 46 and the 12 battling away. Of course, Haynes and Ackerman.
Ackerman goes around the outside. He tries. He's a little bit of a wide line.
A little bit wide, it looked like a little bit later on the brakes. You can see. So just eyeing up where's the best place to position the car, I would think, in these early stages of the race. But those two breaking away from the main pack at the moment. You can see the rest of the field there slotting into position. Everyone jumping up and down in the cars.
Well, you've got to get the momentum. If you bounce up and down, then the rear wheels will rotate slightly quicker. And of course, the quicker the wheels rotate, the higher the revs go, and the faster the kart goes. That's the theory.
There you go.
If it gains you 1,000th of a second, then so be it.
It helps.
If you do it every straight for 8 laps or 9 laps, that gains you 8,000th, 9,000th, or 1/10 of a second. Yeah. And we have seen many a kart race decided by less than 1/10 of a second this weekend, in fact. So and also here you're going to see the power of the slipstream. So Jensen Ackerman, he's sitting on Edward Haynes' rear bumper. He's full throttle and he's literally pushing Haynes along, because Haynes is breaking the airflow, and there's a nice little vacuum that he can Ackerman can sort of sit in and gain speed, just like in NASCAR racing.
Yes, yeah, you tuck in, but in NASCAR there's a different thing. You can't stay in the slipstream for too long, because of course you need the air to go into the engines. You can overheat. Yes. But of course with these engines that's not really an issue. They're tucked away at the back. Yeah. That's a lovely impression in the morning. Thank you very much. Right in my ear.
Let's have a quick chat. So Emma Parker saying good luck to all her Bambino friends from Team Bo Rocky Motorsport. Tez Pete. Now, Tez was a bit unhappy yesterday on the live chat because we didn't show Bambino qualifying. We were doing pit lane features instead. Well, Tez, let me tell you something now, my child. We don't show any qualifying session from any class. We show all the heat races instead and all the racing. So we weren't doing the Bambinos a disservice. We were just maintaining our sort of the thing about covering the racing, not the qualifying sessions. There we go. Ollie Westover. Ollie and Louis watching in Spain. Louis Westover, top kart racer. He'll be going out to do something in America at some point when COVID restrictions. They're watching from Spain. Wishing Jensen Ackerman good luck. We've got Jan Echterman. He's been following the championship all year from Germany. And someone from Russia. Santa from Russia. I thought that would be from Lapland. But anyway, people watching all over the world. 3.5 minutes ago. Haynes still leads Ackerman right in his slipstream.
Yep, still right there behind Haynes at the moment is Ackerman. But again, just working at the moment, just staying in that slipstream, not going for any lunges. They're just working on opening that gap up, trying to break away. And then, like you said, when we get into the latter part of the race, that's when you'll start to see some little moves form. Fastest lap of the race for Ryan White and the 44. But you can see the field going through there. Good shots of the 28. You can see that's third place, Luca Ballack, working well. But down the inside comes the number 40 of Oliver Sibbald. New to the series, as you say, yeah, down the inside. Ooh, nearly down the inside, not given just enough little bit of racing room.
Now Finley Hinds in the number 57. He doesn't want to be losing too many positions because, again, in the points standings, he was 1 point up on Edward Haynes. Luca Ballack is third, and Luca is in third position now. Hinds is down to 6th. Harley Muscar, pole sitter in kart number 21, is 7th. Blair Smith is 9th. Ryan White is 8th. Cooper Snedden. So we've got 3 Scotsmen in the field. Ryan White, Blair Smith and Cooper Snedden. They're 8th, 9th and 10th. And yesterday, I made a boo-boo yesterday. Anthony?
Well, you go on.
Okay, well, I mean, I was trying to identify the flag that Luca Ballack races under, because we interviewed him. I was thinking, is it Slovakia or is it Slovenia? One of the two, and it's not. It's Serbia.
Serbia.
So I'm no longer welcome in the Balkans.
Oh,
no,
dear.
I know, there we go. But no, so Luca Hose Ballack, you can see there in third place in car number 28. His mum's Serbian, and he very proudly has the Serbian flag next to him. A lot of these drivers do. Drivers with one parent from the UK and one parent from another country. You see them representing their heritage, which is great to see. And also, it helps them network in motorsport because of all the different motorsport federations around the world. They get in touch or they can have contact, and it's just a good way of doubling your support network in racing.
100%. That's what you need in these sort of situations, because yes, it's the British Kart Championship. You've got to remember that people watch this championship from all over the world,
and people racing it from all over the world.
Exactly.
We've got drivers here this weekend from the Philippines, from not so much this year because of the travel restrictions, but I mean even in Mansell we had Connor Zilish from the United States racing in Junior X30. 2 weeks later, he won the CIK FIA Karting Academy Championship in Lenato, yes. That meeting that was made famous by some spoilt Italian. I got to be careful how I use my word there. Trying to, how to make karting famous. Just throw my toys at the pram and a nose cone at arrival. But this is what karting needs to be all about, and this is what it is about, really. Just hard competition. All those smiling faces on the dummy grid. Hard, the close competition. Now they're coming up to lap Ethan Lucas. Haynes and Ackerman separated by 700th of a second. It's Kennedy Rudman.
Yeah, Kennedy.
So, what's going to happen? They're coming through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, S's rather. They both go to the outside. Kennedy does a good job of holding her line.
Yep.
That's what she has to do. So the marshal waves the blue flag, so she knows there are faster carts approaching. Rather than turn round and then try and move to the side of the circuit, she maintains her line and lets the faster drivers just go through, and that's what she's done.
No, very good control there, keeping that, especially in such a fast part of the circuit as well.
But if you have a look at Haynes and the number 12 kart of Ackerman, their slipstreaming is broken up, and look how much closer the 28 kart of Ballack and the 88 kart of Liam Welsh, but he's not. In fourth place, they're getting closer and closer. As the clock strikes 0, next time by, it'll be the final lap.
It will indeed, and that, I have to say, Haynes has managed to open up quite an extensive lead just within that session there. Now, the 12 of Ackerman is under some serious pressure from Ballack behind, as well as Welsh. And you can just see they're slotting through the Fullerton S's now in towards the final part of the circuit. Down the inside, the 28 goes of Luca Ballack.
Hits the curb,
hits the curb, keeps the car under control though, gets that position done. moves up another spot, so that's some good kart control there.
Yes, indeed. And again, because these karts are so narrow, you can do that. But I mean, that unsettled Balak's kart, and it bounced him across the track. And he's there. Oh, there's Jensen Ackerman, saying, right, okay, you go. Is that saying, he said, no, go, move. Brilliant. He said, please don't pass me, please don't pass me. No, you stay there.
Okay,
and he does. And Welsh does. Welsh goes, okay, I'll sit behind you then.
I'm going to try that when I next race.
But I tell you what, they work, because look how much closer they are to Balak now. Oh, and Ackerman doesn't do it. Absolutely fantastic. Here we go again now. So. Wonder if Ackerman, I've never seen that before. I've seen that there's lots of hand signals, saying, right, you push me, think, no, stay there. And then the other driver looking, going, okay, I'll sit behind you.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant stuff from these guys.
The joys of Bambinos, there's none of the cynicism, it's just pure racing and enjoyment. And now Harry Welsh, and now Jensen, Jensen's on the inside. He's going to defend into the second hairpin. Yes, he does.
Nice and early there.
Liam Welsh there slots back into fourth place. That has allowed that side-by-side moment. You can see why Jensen was doing that, because that side, and he's doing it again. That side-by-side moment is allowed Balak to get clear. I mean, Jensen's still saying, hold on. I mean, they're running out of track. Here comes Liam Welsh again. No hand signal now. He's going for it.
Cuts the nose off him.
Clean. Not a sticker was swapped there. No. Good, clean stuff. But up front, Anthony, looks like we've got our first winner of the day.
Yep, Edward Haynes out of the final corner with quite an advantage. As I say, has lost a bit of time there to the 28 of Luca Balak, but takes the checker flag nonetheless in the first heat of the day. Edward Haynes crosses the line in front of Luca Balak. Jensen Ackerman crossing the line in third place, just holding off Liam Welsh, who tried very, very hard there to get past. Ryan White crosses the line fifth place, then it's Finlay Hinds, Oliver Sibbald, Harley Musk crossing in 8th place, Cooper Snedden in 9th, Blair Smith rounding out the top 10, the Scottish champion, Max Gilman in 11th, Henry Clark in 12th place, and the rest of the field coming through in just a moment.
Yes, and there you go. First shot of Ryan, my hero, waving the checkered flag, still in a T-shirt. I hope it's a new T-shirt, because yesterday that one got absolutely soaked. Ryan waving the checkered flag there, our flagman here at PF International. He stands there in his T-shirt, come hell or high water, and yesterday was both.
Yes, it was.
I mean, it's very the wind that we have here today. You can see on the screen the flags blowing around. It's cold here today at PF. It's a lovely autumnal sort of that sunshine, but it is cold. And Ryan, my hero, standing up there in the elements. That's a man's man, if ever there was one. There he goes. He can't hear us. He should have an earpiece in.
No, he should, yeah. He's got his headphones on. He can hear all the important chats that he needs to hear, not us blabbering on.
There he is. Excellent wrist technique as well, ladies. I've got to say. So there we go. Now we will move on to the next race coming up very shortly. Junior TKM, heat number 2. Dominic Roberts and Harvey Cole on the front row now. Anyone of 5 drivers can win the championship. Harvey Cole, one of them. Jack Saunders, another championship contender, starts third, with Reece Lomax in 4th. Ben Higgins and Alistair Cresswell. Alistair Cresswell, the championship leader. They go from row 3. Higgins won yesterday's race, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. James, your turn. After you. I'm going to do a Jensen Ackerman. After you.
James Barty starting on 7th place. Then it's Leon Frost. Alfie Garford starting on the 5th row with Freddie Hull alongside. Then it's Harvey Roth and Louis Harvey.
Both Harvey Roth and Louis Harvey are 2 of the championship contenders as well. Charlie King and Jake Almasawi are on row 7. Carl Casabanti and Olivia Jackins, who had a best ever career finish of 3rd in yesterday's heat. She starts on the outside of row 8 with Tyler Harris and Freya Woodall on row 9.
Row number 10, and rounding out the grid of 20 karts, Ben Cox and Aidan Mitchell.
Now, yesterday, if you have a look at the track now, the complete opposite yesterday, it was pouring with. Well, it wasn't pouring with rain.
No, it wasn't. No. It was in interesting conditions because the drivers were mixed. The rain had just started to kind of find its way out of the sky, and the track was dry when they started, lining up in the dummy grid area here, and then it started to get a little bit greasy. The majority of the field were on the slick tyres, and only a couple went out on no wets. And that's why Olivia Jackins there got that third, because made the crucial decision to go out on those wet tyres.
3 drivers chose to go out on the wets. The number 20 kart of Ben Higgins, who won the race. Alfie Garford, who finished just behind him in second place, and Olivia Jackins, who finished third. Everybody else was over half a minute down. And a couple of drivers. So we're looking at back of the grid there. There's the number 80 kart of Tyler Harris. And coming across, there's the number 79 of Carl Casabanti. Carl, again, representing Jamaica. He's got the Jamaican flag on his kart, the Jamaican flag next to his name. I think his mum is Jamaican. Out they go. There is, coming across the screen, number 36. That is that is not Alistair Cresswell. He's number 3. That's Harvey Roth, who is one of the 5 drivers. So Cresswell, Roth, Harvey, Cole and Roberts are your 5 championship protagonists at the moment. I thought there was a rule that you had to have Harvey in your name to be considered a championship, but Jack Saunders and Alistair Cresswell have gone against that. Now, here we go. Some more steering checks. Not tyre warming. We're not warming the tyres. No.
No, they're not allowed to do that.
That would be against the rules.
Yeah, it would be against the rules, but they are allowed to test the steering.
They're testing the steering. Back and forth, and the brakes. Because as you test to do the brakes, and I mean, it does increase tyre temperature, but not too much for them. You know,
It's just a side effect.
It's a side effect. It's you know,
unaware to the drivers.
Something that you have to just cope with. But the most important thing is making sure that your steering is correct.
Yes, exactly.
There they go. Look at that repeatedly. And you can't do it once. You can only guarantee that your steering works if you've done it at least 50 times in one lap.
Yes.
But then once you've done it 50 times before the start of the race, then you know your steering's fine.
No, exactly. Well, the first rolling start of the day, you can see there, Harvey Cole on the front row, Litchfield Motorsport. It's a Litchfield Motorsport 1-2, really, isn't it? Got the 44, Dominic Roberts there as well.
Well, the pole man, Dominic Roberts, he led until halfway around the banking on the first lap before he speared off into the barriers on slick tyres in the wet. We're going to go around again. So for those of you just watching karting for the first time, that signal.
That would be why. Is that a whip? Now, you see, that's why you check your steering. The 24... Freddie Hull.
His wheels come off.
Yeah.
Look at that. Because he was obviously not checking his steering enough.
He didn't check his steering.
Oh, dear. I mean, did you think the mechanic might have not done the wheel up enough?
I'm looking at the screen there, and it looked like, I think it's just sheared off.
That's unfortunate. So Freddie Hull, a non-starter. Now, in the TKM classes, they count their best 7 of 9 rounds. They've all done one heat yesterday. At the end of this heat, then we'll get the intermediate classification. And it's going to be a very jumbled up intermediate classification, and with such a tight championship, that's going to make it even tighter. We'll get to when it gets to the pre-finals and finals, we'll discuss the championship points a little bit more in depth with these guys. But I mean, let's just get this race out of the way. Obviously, Ben Higgins having won yesterday's race, is it the 20 kart of Ben Higgins having won the race yesterday. Can Dominic Roberts, he did all that hard work in time qualifying, can he enjoy the fruits of his labour for longer than 2 corners in this race?
Let's see. Well, we'll have to fight through the blue mist of TKM smoke at the start of every race. The smell is beautiful.
I love the smell of TKM smoke in the morning. It reminds me of victory.
It does. It wakes me up.
Or was that napalm? I can't remember.
Oh, dear. Well, let's go for Heat 2 of the day. The first rolling start for junior TKM. Into the tram lines, are we?
Most of us were. Race is underway. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And I got a feeling there could be a couple of flashes on our screen saying kart so-and-so under investigation for tramline infringements. But, hey, that is the penalty for that driver, that everyone else was behaving themselves. And we came safely through turns 2 and 3. And Dominic Roberts continues to lead. This is what the second sector of the track looks like, Dominic, when you're leading one of these races. James Barty, I know, was in kart number 9 in 5th position. Barty, he averaged about a spin every 2 laps yesterday on slick tyres in the rain, but he's got... doing well so far. Jack Saunders takes the race lead. Roberts trying to fight back, and Higgins is also there in 3rd position.
Yep. No, we didn't see any of this yesterday, did we? With that rain coming down, it's a completely different kettle of fish. We had drivers going off left, right, and centre, completely missing corners as well.
Yes.
And that resulted in a couple of drivers getting 1 lap penalties because of that as well. So now, as we exit the last couple of corners, we'll be finishing lap 1. The timer and the screen will appear on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side, I should say. And there it is, Jack Saunders leading the way from Dominic Roberts. Ben Higgins in third place. Now they are slightly breaking away from the rest of the pack.
Not much longer though. Sorry.
What did you spot there?
Well, there was 3 karts all trying to get to the apex of one corner. On the bridge, we've got 2 karts off on the bridge.
No, they're still there.
Are they really?
They're still there. It looked like they were going off.
They're going to decide to have a crash now. That's the number 52 trying to defend Reese Lomax, the class and motorsport number 52. I was saying, because you not watched TKM racing here at PF International before, Anthony, and I was saying all day Friday, it's going to be a fantastic. And then of course it rained yesterday, which makes it a completely different type of race. You can't do what they're doing now. There's somebody, the barriers. He almost saved it.
36.
That's Harvey Roth.
It is.
And that is not good. So again, championship contenders in trouble. Now, he's going to get that kart started, but this is going to be this. Yeah. Now you get to really see what TKM racing at this circuit is like. I called Kim Bolton their spiritual home, where they were at for their first round, but just the style of this. There's black and green kart. I think that may have been
the 26. Is that Charlie King?
Yeah, Charlie King running very wide there, but the slipstream effect and the sort of the flowing nature of the circuit, most of it is fantastic for TKM, as we're seeing. But yeah, I thought 2 karts went onto the bridge the last lap, and they were literally heading towards the wall.
Yep.
And they somehow, I think Reese Lomax was running, they somehow managed to save it as we got a change for the lead.
Yep, the number 20 of Ben Higgins down the inside of Jack Saunders, getting that move done at hairpin 1. No response from Saunders as they go into hairpin 2, so the rest of the field now slotting through. Now, the rest of that field look like they're not going for any lunges there. They're all kind of working together because they can see that there's 2 karts breaking away now.
We've had 2 laps of chaos. And now they've sort of sorted themselves out. Right, we've got to get our heads down and push on because the 2 leaders were going. Quick update. Championship leader Alistair Cresswell currently running in 6th position in kart number 33. Alfie Garford, who came second in yesterday's heat, he is there in 7th place in kart number 88. The other championship contenders, Louis Harvey is 7th now in kart 3. Harvey Cole is 8th in kart 62, so they just pushed Garford back to 9th. And we saw Harvey Roth have his spin, but he is still out there, but in 19th place. So the 5 title contenders, Saunders is currently 2nd, Cresswell, the leader, is 6th, Harvey is 7th, Cole is 8th, and Roth is 19th. And that's all changed now, though, because things change every single corner. Reese Lomax is having a lively start to proceedings, and he just pushes the pole sitter, Dominic Roberts, back a little bit. So the 2 Litchfield Motorsport karts, those green and white with the orange striped Tony kart chassis of Roberts and the number 62 Harvey Cole, they're not racing as well as they qualified.
No, they're not. So it seems to be a bit of a tricky situation out there. Of course, yesterday, I think, put a dampener on the spirits with, dampener on the spirits was quite damp.
Put a dampener on the cameras as well.
Yeah, it did put a damper on the cameras as well, didn't it? But the Alpha Life guys worked well on that one to get those cameras ready for racing today, which, as you can see, it's going well.
They're looking good, yeah.
So 5.5 minutes left on the timer. 4 laps completed. We're on lap 5 now as they go through the tunnel onto the banking and down the inside there. Is that
side by side change to 3rd place?
Is that Louis Harvey that's coming through?
It is indeed. So Harvey being chased by the championship leader, Alistair Cresswell. Meanwhile, Higgins and Saunders pushing away now. Now you can see the signals again. The handshake saying, right, come on now, let's get our heads down. 5.5 minutes to go. We're only at half distance. So the TKM race is slightly longer than the IAME and X30 heat races that we're going to see because they've got 1 round this weekend, not 2. At Harvey, so we're approaching half distance now, and the order is Higgins, Saunders, then 1.2 seconds back to Barty, Cresswell, Harvey, Cole, Louis Harvey and Harvey Cole, Lomax, Poleman Roberts in 8th, then it's Garford, Leon Frost, Casabanti, and Al-Masawi rounding out the top 12. And again, it's quite right, Willie Schutzman, on our live chat. They're saving it from serious angles. Maybe because it's greasy. No, it's because it's TKM.
Definitely 4.5 minutes then. And down the inside goes one of the Litchfield Motorsport karts, going up the hill, and it's the 62 of Harvey Cole.
And Cresswell just giving the number 62 of Cole a nudge in the rear.
Yes, nudge in the rear.
Not we want on a Sunday morning.
No, definitely not.
Same for Saturday night.
Oh dear. 4 minutes. Higgins leading from Saunders. Harvey holding in, what? Is he still there in third?
Yes,
he is indeed.
Yeah.
It is indeed. And it's the 62 of Cole, who's now got pressure from Cresswell, the championship leader, who's managed to get past through the Fullerton S's. Forces out, though, the number 9 of Barty. Yeah,
Barty wide.
Yeah, Barty goes out for some cross-track adventures, and the 44 manages to slide through as well. So Dominic Roberts moving up a couple of positions as well in the last part of this race, as we will be seeing now. But some more dramas in the background, though.
But what is impressive is that we're seeing all this battling, all these, the karts running wide, going off.
Yeah.
And just look at the train of karts that are still in touch. So not only is the class very equal in terms of engine parity, it's also very, very equal in terms of driver talent. It's the slipstream effect is key as well. But these drivers, I mean, the TKM karts, the way that the kart is set up, the nature of the engine and the style of it is that if you've driven a TKM 2-stroke, every time you turn into a corner, the back end wants to jump around on you, so you've got to stay on top of it. And it's like the karts literally dance around the place. That's why they're saving these karts for some serious angles, as Willie should. Why have the marshals got their hands in the air? Like they just don't care? Not quite sure why. The thing is, maybe it's a sign of a sort of looking at his lap 5 minutes to go, and I'm not quite sure why. I can't see any yellow flags. So racing continues, but obviously there was something that out of our sight happening on the circuit that we're not aware of. Maybe. Anyway, we shall see what happens. The drivers on circuit, no one has come off. Well, Freddie Hull is the only retirement so far. So all 19 drivers still there. I think it may be for a member of the Trent Valley Kart Club who passed away last year, I think. But anyway, or they just want to show they want to give everyone a wave. Who knows? On track, Higgins and Saunders. Their lead is 2 seconds over Louis Harvey. Louis Harvey has now got 7 tenths in hand over Alistair Cresswell in 4th. You're looking at them on the screen, so it is Harvey. In fact, Reese Lomax is up into 4th place. Lomax having a really strong one. He's 9th in the point standings. How old are these drivers? These drivers, a question being asked on our live stream. These drivers are aged between 12 and 16. 12 and 16. As Reese Lomax now moves into 3rd place, so Louis Harvey back to 4th, and that is Lomax's teammate for Class of Motorsport there.
I think it's a radio check.
Do you? I wondered what you were looking studiously. I think that might be a radio check, just checking the communication around the circuit, that all the marshals can communicate with each other. I just thought this like they're having a little disco.
Yeah, well, maybe.
But he is on track, coming into the second hairpin. Less than a minute remaining. Lomax in 3rd place. Still Higgins and Saunders 1 and 2. Then this great battle. 2, 4, 6, 8 karts, Anthony, coming through the Fullerton S's, battling over 3rd place, led by Reese Lomax, but chase. And wheel to wheel, Roberts and Cresswell. That's the championship leader.
No, the leader's off the track, been pushed out wide, has come back onto the circuit though, lost a few positions there. It was just a bit of side-to-side contact that we saw, and off the track he goes, but has rejoined only a couple of positions down though. Yeah,
and you've got to say to yourself, Cresswell, they had a couple of little nudges to each other side by side going down the back straight. They were side to side going into that corner, and Cresswell was on the outside, and he just ran out of racetrack. But the clock is approaching 0.
Very fastly, yes.
Someone's asking, where's Carl Casabanti in the championship? The answer, my good friend, on the live stream, is 17th. But that's before drop scores. And
that's the number 80 who's off the circuit. At turn number 1.
Obviously, you are still in the fruits of youth, and your eyesight is far better. The glare on that. Tyler Harris, private driver, gets going again on the Talco chassis. Now, Higgins and Saunders. The clock has struck 0. Saunders to the inside, going into Bobby Game corner, makes the move.
Nicely done there, perfectly timed, especially at this latter part of the circuit. Of course, last lap board will come out this time, and there are plenty of opportunities to get that overtake done during this lap. So out of the final corner goes our 2 leaders. Saunders leading from Higgins as they cross the line. The timer changes there. 3rd place still Lomax, and Harvey still holding strong in 4th place. They go under the tunnel in towards the banking of turn number 2 up the hill. And no overtakes at the front just as of yet.
Yeah, so Saunders came into this race 4th in the championship, just 10 points behind Alistair Cresswell. can't remember where he finished yesterday, but he's having to defend the race lead here now. Round the outside goes Ben Higgins. Ben Higgins, not a title contender, but having an absolutely fantastic weekend. Gambled correctly on tyres yesterday, and it seems to have inspired him a lot. Can he hang it on the outside? The Class and Motorsport driver on the ARC chassis. Oh, Saunders defence. And here comes Rhys Lomax and Louis Harvey. So they were slowing each other down, and Lomax and Harvey now go side by side through the Fullerton S's, almost 3 wide. And that is 3 Class and Motorsport teammates all chomping at the bit there. I think Jack Saunders might be able to hold on, though. But they got caught in a hurry, and Higgins was very fortunate to hang on to second place.
Higgins was very lucky with that one, but out of the final corner, the 32 of Jack Saunders crosses the line, takes the checker flag for their first heat of the day. Heat 2 for junior TKM. The rest of the field follow through. Ben Higgins crossing the line in second place. Louis Harvey, though, with that last-ditch attempt, was very lucky, managing to move up now into P3. The rest of the field come through. Rhys Lomax, Dominic Roberts, Harvey Cole, James Barty, Carl Casabanti, Alistair Cresswell finishing at the end of that in 9th place. So after that on-track excursion, the championship leader there, struggling there with 9th place. Alfie Garford crossed the line 10th. Jack Almoassi in 11th place. Then it's Leon Frost, Olivia Jakins. Then it's Charlie King, Ben Cox, Aidan Mitchell, Harvey Roth, Freya Woodall and Tyler Harris crossed the line. Freddie Hull, I believe, is a retirement from the race. Well, he didn't look like he even started, actually.
Yeah, he was the driver that didn't check steering.
Yes, that was correct.
And his wheel fell off.
Yes, the 20 didn't check steering. Yeah, wheel came off. There again is the results on the screen. 11 laps of racing were completed, and Jack Saunders taking the race win on that one.
Yeah, by half a second. And again, the top 4 separated by 1.23 seconds. And so championship contenders, well, Saunders won that race. Harvey finished 3rd. Harvey Cole finished 6th. Cresswell, not great for him, down in 9th. And then Harvey Roth, he gained 2 places at the end to finish in 17th position. Now, our good friend and colleague, Ian Rogers, will get us the intermediate classifications when the result is confirmed. But the next race is coming up very shortly. Now it is the elder siblings, TKM Extreme, Chris Whitton and Lee Whittingham on row 1, Matthew Taylor and James Pashley on row 2, Kai Springfield and Joe Fowler will start from row number 3.
Row 4, Theo Hesketh, then it's Joseph Rees-Smith alongside Adam Sparrow, the O-Plate, who's looking very confident going into this round. Of course, championship leader, 10 points at the moment. He's wanting to get to the front of this grid as soon as possible. Jack Dan and Archie Strong and Aaron Lask round out the top 6 rows.
Lewis Wadley and Joe Stockford start from row 7. Michael Cornell and Jake Campbell-Mills are on row 8. Matthew Allnut and Megan Lawson start on row number 9.
Harrison Williams and Isaac Marsh round out the 20 strong grid on track this morning.
Yeah, now, as you said, Anthony, Adam Sparrow leads by 10 points at the moment over James Pashley. Pashley was one of the drivers that got penalised a lap yesterday.
Yes.
So the defending champion in the number 1 kart, who starts 3rd in this one, he had a poor result yesterday, so he is going all guns blazing. The other main title contenders, Theo Hesketh in kart number 60 for Tim Wilson Motorsport. He'll be starting 7th. And the other driver in with a shout is an outside chance. Well, there's several, lots more in with a mathematical chance, but realistically, Kai Springfield is 4th in the championship in kart number 97. He starts 5th. The problem that Adam Sparrow has, and it's the same problem he's had all year, is that he just is pants at qualifying.
Yeah,
he said it himself when we interviewed him the other day. He just doesn't get it together in qualifying, which means that he spends the heats always coming through and having to gain places. He's won both finals so far, but he's only 10 points in front because the other drivers, they gain points on him in the heats and the pre-finals. It makes for very entertaining racing, but not good for his dad's blood pressure. And we're off.
We are indeed off. That time it started a little bit earlier that time, so I think it will be 10 minutes from now, so I think it's about 30 seconds ahead on the timer. So don't pay any attention to that one, I think, at the moment. But out of the banking, up the hill, over the bridge, everyone getting through nice and safely. The 33, Chris Whitten leading the way. The 3-plate, and very defensive in the background there. Adam Sparrow trying to get past and forced onto the grass.
Well, that is the risk that you take as a championship leader. Of course, none of these drivers want to be overtaken. You know, they're not blocking because he's the championship leader. They're blocking him because he's another driver.
Yes, exactly.
And so he's got to take these risks. He's now look at that. He's right in the middle of that snarling pack of TKMs. So you go up the short chute towards the Fullerton S's. In the rain yesterday, I mean, this was the race that took place in the colossal rain.
Yes.
Whittingham and Whitton, sorry, with Chris Whitton led, Lee Whittingham in second place. They were, superb. Matthew Taylor was right there as well in third place. They were all right on the edge of adhesion throughout the race. None of them made a single mistake. It was a joy to watch if you could see it through the spray.
Yes, there was a lot of spray, and then at the end of the race it was torrential downpour, and yeah, that was a very dramatic end to that race, and of course the end of the day as well yesterday. They were the last heat out yesterday, and they're the third heat out today, so they've got nice sunshine to start this race. Down in towards hairpin 1 goes our race leaders, 33 of Whittingham, and Pashley, who's managed to get round hairpin 1 this time and not skip it.
Yes, and Lee Whittingham is only 11th in the point standings. Chris Whitton is 8th. Matthew Taylor is 5th in points. So they're looking quite good at the moment. Now, you can see James Pashley really, really working hard. The defending champion, the number 1 plate kart, in third place. All this is good for them because Adam Sparrow yesterday, he didn't win the heat. I'm trying to think where Adam came yesterday.
He became 7th.
7th. Oh, well done. I mean, your brain is far less addled than mine. So remember that. So again, Whitton and Whittingham, as well as some of the other contenders, are gaining points again on Adam Sparrow. There's the O-Plate champion. There's the current championship leader. He is currently 8th. He's got one of his closest rivals, Theo Hesketh, in the number 60 Tim Wilson Motorsport kart, right behind him, right up his exhaust pipe, as it were, as they come up through turn number 4. There is the number 9 kart of Lewis Wadley, the back of the screen, defending from the number 44 of Aaron Lask. Into hairpin number 1, side by side. Joe Fowler in the number 31 kart goes through. He was saying that he had an outside shot at the title. Fowler, the Class and Motorsport driver, he surprised to see him this far back because at Kimbolton he was the fastest driver on the track, but then in the final retired, and it's sort of been that way. He's been absolutely epic in most of the season in the heat races, and qualifying sessions, but in the finals themselves it's not gone his way, and even like that, that's a Jody Scheckter inspired crash helmet there, driven by number 31 Joe Fowler.
Indeed, very nice coloured lid there. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. You can just see in the bottom of your screen Sparrow, the O-Plate, now 7th place, working his way up the field, which is good. He's got company of the number 5 of Matthew Taylor just in front of him as well. They go across the bridge now.
Pashley takes second.
He does indeed, yes. Back with the race leaders, first, second and third. Pashley, fastest lap of the race as well, 1:01.68. So looking like he's got good pace out there. Looked a bit uncomfortable with the first lap. I could see him shaking his head out of the Fullerton S's, so he wasn't happy with his exit speed, I think, that he had in third place, but seems to be all running well now in second place and looking very, very comfortable.
So, yeah, 2 Talco chassis. Chassis driven by Whitton in the 33 and Whittingham in the 3. Sandwiching the Birrell ART kart of Pashley. And now, what can James Pashley do? We're approaching half distance, 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. These 3 have got a 2.5 second advantage over Springfield in 4th, Reeves Smith in 5th, Taylor 6th, Sparrow 7th, Hesketh 8th, Archie Strong is 9th, Lewis Wadley is 10th, followed by Joe Fowler, Aaron Lask, Jake Campbell-Mills, Jack Dan, Joe Stockford, Matthew Allnut, Michael Cornell, Isaac Marsh, Megan Lawson and Harrison Williams. All 20 starters still running, and it looks as though Pashley is sort of pushing Whitton away from Whittingham. That's key. Lee Whittingham looking over his shoulder and to have a look to see how far back the drivers are. That tells me as Taylor makes a move, when a driver does that, because he knew there was no one directly behind him, but when a driver starts looking over his shoulder, he's thinking how quickly they're going to catch me. He's not, because he knows that maybe he hasn't got the pace to stay with the 2 leaders, and he's just trying to consolidate third place.
Yes, he is. So they're working very hard there at the front. Now you can see a lot of squabbling here a little further down. This is, of course, the battle with our race or championship leader in. So we've got Matthew Taylor, there's Joseph Rees-Smith, the Litchfield Motorsport kart, and Adam Sparrow as well. They're going across out of the final corner. Now you can see they're in a big gaggle of karts there. Now they're not working together. They are swapping positions all the way through. There was an overtake from Taylor, managing to get past Rees-Smith through hairpin number 1. Sparrow tried to follow, couldn't quite do it, and had to settle back. And there has actually lost a couple of positions through the Brunner Ferrari S's.
So Theo Hesketh in kart number 60 and Archie Strong in the number 13 kart. They're now ahead of Adam Sparrow. It's more significant for Hesketh. Hesketh ahead of his title rival in this race. So of the top 3 drivers in the championship, the points leader is the lowest placed of those 3, and Hesketh getting a warning flag. Well, it shows he's trying.
Yes. If you're not getting a warning flag, it means you're not going fast enough.
Well, yeah, you know, it's obviously we don't condone anything of that, but I mean that's just obviously these drivers at the moment, they have to get aggressive at some point, not too aggressive.
But aggressive enough to, you know, want to get past, you know, because at this stage of the racing, of course, the points are going to be a thing that comes into fruition. Of course, once they finish their heats, they get the points from that one, and of course, down the inside here goes the 90 of Reece Smith.
Absolute classic example there of the slipstream effect. There's 3 wide onto the banking, and they all going to come out. Ooh, they just about sort themselves out. But again, that was Reece Smith. He just drafted up the rear bumper of Matthew Taylor, pulled out. Taylor didn't defend, made the position, and then was able to slot back in. That is the slipstream effect in a nutshell.
Well, the person who gained the most out of that was the O-play of Adam Sparrow. He's now back at the front of this, behind Matthew Taylor, who's in 4th place. So he's moved up quite a few positions in that one, so that's helped out massively.
Yeah, and I think it was obviously Hesketh, and I think may have been Archie Strong that were 2 of the 3 drivers that were trying to go 3 wide. And that was right in front of Adam Sparrow, and again, heart-stopping moment because he's back in the pack because he didn't qualify very well, and that's where you get more, you know, incident or potential incidents like that. I mean, Chris Whitten and James Pashley's made 1 passing manoeuvre so far to go from 3rd to 2nd, and he's sitting directly behind the race leader, no one else around him because they have dropped Lee Whittingham, and that's the advantage of qualifying well. You don't have to make as many moves, and you're not being surrounded by lunacy at every corner.
No, it is one of those, and now this is, you know, Taylor and Sparrow, this is a good sight for them as well, you have to imagine, because they're seeing now Lee Whittingham. He's dropped off the back of the front-running 2. He's all on his own now. It's 4 wheels working against this big train of karts. So, you know, if they just stick to a line in these last couple of minutes to get there, they'll catch up to the back and potential for a podium for any one of these 4 drivers on screen. Yeah, indeed. And we saw that happen. We saw how quickly drivers can catch a driver on their own in the junior race just gone on the last lap. Now let's look further back in the pack. Oh, there's number 62. That's Jack Dan in the number 62 car at the back of this quartet you're looking at on screen. Jack's a really inspirational driver. He's racing for autism. You know, he's on the autistic spectrum, and he uses his racing to raise awareness for that condition. He's a very inspiring driver. He doesn't come to the presentation, so that's one thing I've got to work on, getting him to a presentation to accept the trophy in front of other people. But I mean, he does in a kart. He's absolutely dynamite. He's doing really well here at the moment, and yeah, he does a lot of work to highlight and promote, you know, racing with autism, which is good to see. Oh, and Sparrow on the outside. That was Fowler just having a nibble at him. Another heart-stopping moment. Well, it's lucky that Adam's dad is already sort of, you know, called the Silver Fox. But because if he wasn't at the start of this race, he would be now. Because again, heart-stopping moment after heart-stopping moment for Adam Sparrow, the championship leader, as he tries to break out of this midfield pack. And this group, Taylor and Reece Smith. Taylor's back in front of Reece Smith. They are catching Lee Whittingham. 30 seconds to go. Yep, not long left on the timer, and these drivers, of course, will know that the huge digi flag on the start gantry. These drivers can see how long is remaining of the session when the last lap board is out, and the last lap board will be out next time they get to this start-finish line. So they'll cross the line this time with 15 seconds to go, and that pressure now starting to slowly build as they end this session. There you can see Lee Whittingham all on his own, and then the big train of karts who are slowly starting to try and catch up as best as possible, being led by Matthew Taylor. And just behind again, you've still got the literal motorsport kart, Joseph Rees-Smith, the Hesketh, and Sparrow as well, who's tried his hardest to get out of this pack, but is struggling as we go all defensive into hairpin 1. No one trying the move down the inside, but one trying the outside move, and that's the 31 of Fowler.
He's going round the outside. And he's still trying to go around the outside. 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers. Now there's Wadley in the number 9 kart trying to get past Sparrow. Sparrow having to defend. That cost him a little bit of ground. There's now about a 4 kart length gap between himself and the 3 karts at the head of this train. Theo Hesketh in the 60 kart is still there. So is Reece Smith and Taylor. They're the front 3 karts. This back. Taylor leads from Reece Smith. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, etc., etc.
Yep, so they're all in a big train now. Big look over the shoulder there from Taylor just to see who is behind. I think They're all still there. No one's lost any positions. Now you can see two very different racing lines there. Now you saw Reece Smith go right to the outside of turn number 2 of the banking, and diving down the inside was Hesketh to try and gain that momentum. Couldn't quite do it this time around, so they all stay in position. But on the rear bumper again, here comes Sparrow, and here comes Reece Smith. Yeah,
Reece Smith, nice crossover move. Oh, Pashley's taken the lead. James Pashley has taken the lead as we're watching this fantastic battle of a third. James Pashley passes Chris Whitten for the race lead, half a lap from home. They come up the back straight into that 9th-degree right-hander at Bobby Gain corner. Now hard on the brakes to go into the long right-hand portion of the Mike Wilson complex. Then they flick left, then left again, and now right, using that curb on the start-finish straight. Pashley takes the win. Perfect tonic for yesterday's sour grapes for James Pashley to take that win, keeping his hopes alive. And as they look at that rest of the field streaming across the line, well, from Matthew Taylor finishes 4th, and he was 6.8 seconds behind winner James Pashley. Harrison Williams finishes 20th, and he was 12 seconds behind the race winner. So from 4th to 20th, or in layman's terms, last, there was just 5.5 seconds there at the end. Brilliant stuff. Now, Willie Schultzman is asking, is Theo Hesketh related to Lord Alexander Hesketh, who had the Formula 1 team that gave James Hunt a drive? The answer is, I don't know. I have a feeling that Theo Hesketh might be related to the another Hesketh, who's not related to that Hesketh, Calvin Hesketh, who raced karts for many years, but I stand to be corrected. Tim Wilson out in the paddock. Come and tell me whether I'm right or wrong. I can see him there. I can see his hair out of the back of his beanie. He's got the only person who needs a haircut more than me. There we go. There's the results on your screen. Pashley, Whitten, Whittingham, Taylor, Reeve Smith. Hesketh 6th, championship leader Sparrow 7th. It's a bit windy for Sparrows to take flight just yet.
Yes, yeah, not too good out there. Well, that brings us to the end of TKM Extreme's races. So jolly exciting. They were working very well, isn't it? That was race 19 of the weekend for their Heat 2. We go on to race 20, Heat 4, and it's back to Junior X30.
Now, I am going to go and see my good friend and colleague Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing UK to get the grids and the qualification results.
Excellent. Well, as my colleague heads to find the grids, squeaking as he leaves the commentary box, you probably heard that in the background. Here's a look at the grid on the screen. Harry Burgoyne Jr. starts on pole position for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Luke Watts joins him alongside. Second row on is Oliver Greenall and Bart Harrison. Row 3, Lewis Mackey and Freddie Spindlow. Row number 4, Marcus Luzio and Daryl Taylor. Then it's Kanato Lee and Oliver Stewart rounding out row number 5. Louis Johnson-Cool on row number 6 alongside Connor Clifford. Row 7, Charlie Rippin. Then it's Mitchell Gibbons and then Harry Cottrell and Oscar Joyce. Then we head down to 17th and 18th, which is Brandon Templeton and Harvey Ryby. The 10th row, I think, on the grid. We've got here Charlie Jack Sherwood, then it's Mackay Singh there, then it's Sam Heading, Hayden Chance, Michael Rapsey, and Joshua Rowledge, rounding out the 24-strong grid.
Now, Josh Rowledge, second in the championship, 2 points behind points leader Bart Harrison. His kart broke on the first lap of timed qualifying. I mean, the championship situation in this class between championship leader Bart Harrison and his teammate Josh Rowledge could not be closer. Well, it could be 2 points apart. We'll get into the drop scores later on and things like that, but at the moment, Harrison has got the upper hand. Rowledge, well, Josh Rowledge, the way that the drop scores work, so that the X30 and IAME classes, they take their best 10 out of 13 scores. Josh Rowledge, in effect, if he finishes anything lower than 8th in the intermediate classifications or the heats, then he doesn't score any points in the championship, because he's, that's the way the drop scores work. So he's got to finish in the top 7 to add to his championship tally. Bart Harrison has got to finish in the top 3 to add to his championship tally. Harrison yet to win a race. We're off and racing. This is an 8-minute plus 1 lap race.
It is indeed, and up the banking in towards the Litchfield Bridge. And as you can see, the team Kart's all following through nice and clean. Everyone over the bridge, everyone through the first corner. But we've still got a hairpin one to go.
Hold your breath.
Holding.
Release. There we
And
are.
release.
They all got
Everyone
round. There we
do.
go. There we go. I mean, just look at the difference. What a difference a day makes. Harry Burgoyne Jr. started yesterday's final stone last, and he's on pole here, and he's doing a very, very good job of holding on.
Right, Henry, I'm going to have to say that's strike one for singing in the commentary box and in the timing tower. You are not allowed to do it.
Sorry. I forgot. I just was getting so carried away by the fact the sun's shining, and we got a full grid of junior X30 drivers. Yellow flags waving. That is not a good sign. Somebody has investigated the scenery at the back of the circuit. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is Luke Watts, yesterday's race winner, leading Oliver Greenall, championship outsider Oliver Greenall. He is second. Then it's Harry Burgoyne Jr., the pole sitter, Lewis Mackey. I haven't seen Nanny June on the live chat this morning. No,
Nanny June, where are you?
Probably went out last night. Bart Harrison in 5th, Marcus Lucio in 6th, 7th is Darryl Taylor, 8th is Fast Freddie Spinlow, then Canato Lee 9th, and Oliver Stewart rounding out the top 10. Rowledge up to 16th already in the number 10 Mick Barrett racing kart. Louis Johnson Cool didn't take the start. Oh, he did. He, I think, is the driver that may have caused the yellow flag on the opening tour. A quick mention of the Mick Barrett racing team. Ben Barnacote is they're doing some driver coaching this weekend and supporting the team. Of course, Mick Barrett looked after Ben Barnacote for quite a lot of his karting career, and it's good to see Ben part of the circuit's ownership and is here at PF International. Always gives a lot back to the circuit, and I think that's Mrs. Watts giving son Luke a thumbs up on the live chat. Of course, this event so restricted in terms of the amount of people that are allowed in, so there are lots of family members who would normally be here watching that can't, so they're watching. Unfortunately, they're watching some great pictures, but they've got to listen to our drivel, which is a shame.
It is.
You've got to listen to our drivel here at the circuit as well, but at least you can turn around and look at your friends and the other family members that are standing next to you.
Well, the perks that the people at home have got is that they can just mute it. They can see the picture. They don't have to hear the
Yes,
picture.
exactly. That's what's they've been doing that for me for 15 years.
There we go. 5 minutes left on the time then of this 8-minute plus 1 additional lap race, and you can see there currently the order has changed slightly at the front. I believe Oliver Greenall has now taken the lead in the Fusion Motorsport kart.
Fusion number 64.
He has indeed, across the line, but still Watts there in second. Bart Harrison moved up into third place now from Barrett Racing, and the number 77. So good running there at the moment. Harry Burgoyne Jr. struggling a bit, dropped a few positions for Oliver in Motorsport, and the number 68 now in fourth place. But Freddie Spinlow, the number 60, fastest lap of the race, 59.850, currently running in 7th.
Now, this is a completely new round to yesterday's final, so while we got that's the number
that's
41.
The 41. Who is that?
That is Hayden Chance.
It is indeed.
No chance.
No chance for Hayden Chance, unfortunately.
But this is a completely new round. They made a full round for the X30s yesterday, so this is a completely new round. So again, this is the first of 2 heat races they'll compete in. At the end of the 2 heat races, the overall ranking of how they finish in the 2 races will be combined, and then they will score points. So even though they're scoring points, they're scoring heat points here. They're not scoring championship points, if you can understand that. But the main thing is I'll concentrate on the racing. Harrison in third place. He has got the upper hand over Rowledge at the moment. Hello to Karting News Daily, and again, Lewis Mackey getting plenty of support from his family out in Norwich. And there we go. Nanny June is in.
Nanny June is watching away.
There we are. That's all right then. I feel better about the world now that I know Nanny June's watching.
Yes. So it's a bit comforting, isn't it?
She's watching from Thetford, Lewis was saying. Well, he didn't say Thetford, but Lewis is from Norwich at the moment. And Oliver Greenall checks over his shoulder, just has a little look at Luke Watts. This is now, Luke Watts, it took him ages. I mean, I was speaking to his mechanic James Bean this morning, and again, Luke Watts finally, he scored wins in other championships and stuff like that, but not in the British Championship, in the major final wins. He got that monkey off his back yesterday, and you can see the difference in him already. He's looking more aggressive, but not wild. He's just got that confidence, like, I can do this. I mean, everyone's been telling me I can do this, but I've now actually done it. And that makes such a difference to how he is. And so he's following Oliver Greenall at the moment. Greenall's got 2 final wins this year. Bart Harrison in third. Darrell Taylor, who won at Kimbolton, the final, he is fourth in the MLC Motorsport team. Marcus Luzio, who's moved from Dan Holland Racing to KR Sport, is fifth. Then it's Fast Fred Spidlow. Lewis Mackey is seventh. Kanato Lee is eighth. The Poleman Burgoyne Jr. is ninth. And then Oliver Stewart, the Scots driver of the Jade Racing team, rounding out the top 10. Had Charlie Rippin, Harvey Ryby, Mitchell Gibbons, Josh Rowledge up to 14th. So he made some great progress. He went from 24th to 16th on the opening lap, and he's only gained 2 places since. And this gap was beginning. I'm having a little look at the timing screen. So he's got Mitchell Gibbons in front of him, and then a full second and a bit up to Charlie Rippin and Harvey Ryby. So it's getting harder and harder for Rowledge to gain position. So, you know, this is not ideal for Josh Rowledge at all.
No, it's suboptimal, some would say.
It is. I would say it was most definitely suboptimal.
Suboptimal. Well, there you go. About 90 seconds remaining on the timer. Bart Harrison, the 77. Oh, there's the number 50
Michael
with the
Rapsey.
driver. Yeah,
and that's a bent front end as well.
It is indeed. Standing at the side of the track, arms on your hips, shaking your head. It's not the way you want to end a heat race.
Yeah, and now there are 36 karts entered in this class and 34 places on the final grid. We're not having a repechage. The 2 lowest point scorers at the end. Oh, he's kind of in a strange place there, is Michael Rapsey. That's the inside of Bobby Gain corner. But so that the 2 the 2 lowest point scorers at the end of the heats, they just go home. And yesterday it was Jack Sherwood and Michael Rapsey that failed to make the final, and already Rapsey is behind the 8 ball because he's out of this race.
Indeed. Less than a minute to go then here at Pier 5 for the Junior X30. Race 20 of the weekend. Heat 4 for the class. Freddie Spindlow, Freddie Spindlow, setting the fastest lap of the race. 59.39 out on circuit at the moment. Currently in 4th place at the moment. You can just see him there on the screen, leading the front of this.
Those top 3 still, Greenall, Watson, Harrison. Then a small gap back to Spindlow and Luzio, his teammate. Now, Marcus Luzio, the last couple of years he's raced with Dan Holland Racing. He's moved over to KR Sport. He was very lively yesterday, was Luzio. He was showing a real turn of speed. There was an incident where he with Freddie Spindlow coming into that first hairpin where Luzio went for a move on another driver, got a wheel on the grass, and then sort of like speared diagonally across the track into his teammate. I mean, it wasn't disastrous, but it could have been. Yeah, so I think there was probably a little bit of saying, right, I know you've driven a blue kart for the last couple of years, now you're in a purple kart, so you have to avoid the other purple karts. But he's looking at the inside of Spindlow now, and I think the 44 of Luzio has got it wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side, the 2 teammates in 4th and 5th, and Greenall defending. This is it now, half a lap to go. Greenall holding his line, Watt second, Harrison third, Luzio does get 4th.
Yep, nice little overtake there down the short chute in towards the Fullerton S's, but we head into the final part of the circuit now. There's only really one more opportunity to do it, and it has just passed there as they exit out of the left-hander, through the right-hander, out to the final corner. Greenall is going to take the checker flag for the Heat 4 today. Luke Watts crosses the line in 2nd place. Bart Harrison holds on to 3rd place. Marcus Luzio up into 4th place. Freddie Spindlow in 5th. Then it was Lewis Mackey, Darrell Taylor, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Oliver Stewart, Kanato Lee, then it was Charlie Rippin, Joshua Rowledge, Sam Heading, Harvey Ryby, Mitchell Gibbons, Brandon Templeton, then it's Harry Cottrell, Mikael C as well, and then it's Oscar Joyce, Jack Sherwood, Connor Clifford, crossing the line 21st place, and I believe the other 3 retirements. Oh, no, there is one more to come across the line. Louis Johnson.
Louis Johnson, cool, yeah, so he did get back on the track, so at least he finishes.
Yes.
Michael Rapsey and Hayden Chance were not classes finishes there. So Greenall, I mean, in the point standings, Greenall is currently 5th. but he has got, you know, 2 very bad scores to drop. So, you know, he's his worst 2 scores are 43 points and 44 points, because he you know, that was about 18th and 19th position. So, you know, anything. So if he wins and scores 65 points, he'll drop 43. So he's actually gaining. What's the difference between 43 and 65? 22, isn't it?
Yeah,
so he would be gaining 22 points in the championship. He'd earned 22 points, whereas like Harrison, he is dropping his worst score is 59. So if he wins, he's only gaining 7 points in the standings. Enough of that. We'll discuss that further when the juniors are back out. Next race coming up very shortly. And it's Senior X30. Well, what can we say? Yesterday, Danny Curl crowned champion. Today, he's there in 4th on the grid behind Caden McQueen and Lewis Gilbert on row number 1. Thomas Turner and our current reigning and defending British champion Danny Curl on the outside of row 2. Harry Platten and Gus Lawrence go from row 3.
Row number 4, Eduardo Cosentine, and then it's Connor Jupp for Fusion Motorsport. Archie Tillett, who of course at Mansell Raceway had a big bump and a scratch, but is back racing here at PFI, so is good and well. Caleb Marshall joining him on the 5th row. Joseph Taylor and Nelson King rounding out row number 6.
Alex Pendlebury and Oliver Gray on row 7, Blake Anglis and Thomas Fleming on row 8, Clayton Ravenscroft and Matt Armstrong on row number 9.
Rory Hudson and Matthew Owen Rees is there in 20th place. Morgan Porter and Jamie Rogers in 22nd place. Oliver Greetham and Tyler Reed 24th.
Yeah, Casper Scusa is 25th. Ewan Wilson 26th. I know why he's down 26th, because I was in the restaurant with him this morning and he had 2 egg rolls with brown sauce on for breakfast.
No, not brown sauce.
Oh, yeah.
You can't have any sauce on an egg roll.
Behave yourself now. Come on, what are you talking about, man? Dan McEwen and Ben Hodge, Thomas Wood and Rory Cuff are next.
And then the final page, but at the back of the grid, Brad Pennell and Tom Nippers nipping away at your heels in 32nd place. Christopher Bingham and Benedict Davis rounding out the grid of 34 karts.
So here we go. I mean, obviously the championship has been decided,
Yep.
but there are the minor placings. You've got second, everything from second on backwards to be decided. The battle for second place in the point standings is fantastic. At the moment, Harry Platten has it by 5 points over Rory Hudson. Gus Lawrence, Thomas Turner and Caden McQueen are all in with a shout. I mean, Caden McQueen started from pole position. I mean, I had a sneaking suspicion that Caden would do well there. I mean, yesterday he had a bit of a boo-boo in qualifying. I mean, he started in the bloody watermelon field behind us. He was that far back. After his bumper fell off in qualifying, but he came through really strongly in the heat races. And now that his dad's remembered how to bolt the cart together properly, he's right up at the front. So here we go. Can he maintain it? Track is dry, sun is shining, X30 races go, and Harry Platten getting sideways, and he's got to get. That's going to be a big one. That's going to be a big one. Oh my goodness me, Gus Lawrence. That is Gus Lawrence sideways in the track. I mean, you want to talk about Code Brown moments? That was there. And now Matt Armstrong's gone off as well. Now we'll have to try and piece together what happened there, but I mean, certainly Harry Platten almost got turned around in front of the pack there, and then. Obviously that caused drivers to check up behind. I think then Gus Lawrence was turned around and Gus Lawrence sat sideways on the circuit in the middle of the track going to the first chicane here at PFI, and somehow, there was one driver that sort of nudged him, but somehow we avoided a catastrophe there.
Yes, any panic movements of digestive system would have gone through a race suit and a seat, I think, at the time.
I had a Code Brown moment in the commentary box, let alone what poor old Gus was thinking.
Poor old me, I've got to sit here and smell it. So there we go, 7 minutes remaining on the timer as the rest of the field go through. Caden McQueen still leading the way from Thomas Turner. Danny Curl, championship winner yesterday in 3rd place there, winning the number 1 plate, but very close behind, the number 30 Lewis Gilbert as well.
So here's the thing. So we often see drivers when they win a title in karting, they don't go out the next day, because if you get excluded from the meeting or if you get disqualified, you have to count that 0 score as one of your championship scores. But that's just not Danny's style.
No.
He's raced all year. I mean, all these drivers respect each other up at the front. You know, a lot of them get on well with each other, but there is in Senior X30 there is a huge amount of mutual respect between the drivers. And I have to say, and this is not blowing smoke in his bottom, but Danny Curl has gained an awful lot of respect, you know, from all his rivals, simply because of the way he drives, the way he conducts himself. I mean, he's a former world champion, for goodness sake. And so he obviously knows that I've raced wheel to wheel with all these guys all year, like he's doing now. Well, I'm going to go out and I'm going to do exactly the same thing now. And, you know, not worry about, I'm not going to get excluded or disqualified because I've raced clean, and we always race with a clean up here at the front. There goes Lewis Gilbert, the darling of Dalray, in the number 30 Potenza racing kart. And here comes Thomas Turner, back at him, the Strawberry Racing Machine. Oh, and that's Connor Jupp on the Fusion Motorsport Charles Leclerc chassis. Now, if you're thinking, that doesn't look like a Fusion Motorsport graphics kit. Well, no, it's not. It's a Charles Leclerc kart graphics kit. Fusion, the Senior X30 arm of the Fusion Motorsport team, are now using that Charles Leclerc chassis. Caden McQueen has fallen back a little bit. He's behind Gilbert in the number. There's McQueen in the number 42 Mad Croc kart. Curl leads from the front, as he has done all season.
Yeah, nice effort there from Curl, breaking away from the pack. The number 2, Thomas Turner, still holding fast though there in second place. As you say, earlier on, the track now is completely dry. There is a few damp patches around the circuit. The only place you don't want to see a damp patch, as you said earlier, is on a track. 4.5 minutes to go.
Yes.
Thomas Fleming, though, with the fastest up of the race, 73, with a 58.930.
And behind that group of karts just coming into the first hairpin, we saw a big move by the number 6 kart of Archie Tillett. And that's number 23 kart, Eduardo Cosateng, from the Philippines, having a fantastic run there. The driver with the pink on the rear of his crash helmet. Eduardo Cosateng for the KR Sport team, up into the top 7, just in front of Alex Pendlebury. Oh! He caught it! Oh, well, Thomas Fleming had a right old chew on the rear bumper of Cosateng's kart there. Cosateng sideways, going around the Bobby Game corner on the grass blocks, kept it pinned and brought it back on. So that was, well, lucky for Cosateng, probably even luckier for Fleming, because that was and here comes Rory Hudson in the second Dan Holland racing kart. So Hudson in kart number 5, third in the standings, now moving into the top 10 for the first time. And Harry Platten, who is second. It seems like every time someone gets into second place in the championship, they have a nightmare. Gus Lawrence was second in the championship yesterday, had a shocker. He had a shocker this morning, but at least he's in the race. Matt Armstrong is the only one that has retired, and Lawrence is back up to 25th position.
Yep, very good there. As you can see, the rest of the field now jostling through, and that all on their own there. That looked like Archie Tillett in the number 6. A bit of a no man's land there at the moment. You can just see there on screen. Then again, the big pack all scrabbling for position down the inside. There goes the 29. Oh, we're going to see a replay of what we saw earlier.
He's having another go at him.
He's still having him there. He's still there on the inside. Can't quite do it though. Slots back behind, and the number 5 of Rory Hudson holds on to that one.
Yep, fair play to both drivers there. Hudson left Pendlebury just enough room, and Pendlebury got his nose up there, but when he saw that he wasn't quite there, he didn't force the issue, you know, so it was a bit of a mutual give and take there. They both carry on. They both lost a bit of ground, however, though. And now, Jupp and Turner are closing on Danny Curl.
Yep, that.
So is Gilbert and McQueen, sorry.
Yeah, no, that gap's massively closed down now. Connor Jupp again setting the fastest lap of the race, 58.56, and has closed that gap now to less than 0.3 of a second as they head out of the S's in towards the thing. You can see there the Charles Leclerc Fusion chassis of Connor Jupp, 35, right there behind Curl with 2 minutes to go. Now, Curl doesn't he doesn't need to defend, but of course he's going to, because it's his style, of course. You want to get a win.
And he's sort of, it's interesting, he hasn't got to think of the championship, he's just thinking about the racing.
Yeah.
Connor Jupp, you know, he is an aggressive driver, as Connor Jupp, you know, he former vice British champion in Cadet, has raced a lot of time. He spent 6 years mechanicking for the likes of Oliver Green and stuff like that before he came back into driving himself. Juppy is he's very talented, very aggressive driver, but everyone knows that. So all these drivers, they know, you know, Curl will look back and he'll think, right, it's Jupp behind me. The minute he gets to me, he's going in on me.
Yep.
You know, whereas if he'll look back and he might say, oh, Caden McQueen, and he'll think to himself, well, at Kart Masters, me and Caden, we ran together. Caden followed me and pushed me from, you know. he knows that maybe, if McQueen's behind me, I can wait a couple of laps, we can work together. Oh dear!
There's a tangling in the middle of the track.
That's Oliver Greetham, and I think he's telling the number 37
that he was trying to go for first.
Yeah,
now
he was
he's
first, now it's a tug of war. Carts together. Let's have a look. Who's going to lift it up? Come on, push! Greetham. Get around off my car. Get around off my nose cone. One of the Argenti cars, and he runs over them both. No, we'll have this. They're locked together in a lover's tryst.
Or the marshal comes along and just does it. So
there we go. And off he goes. Well, that's the marshal, the hardest marshal in karting. Tyler Reid gets going again. Oliver Greetham was going to have a little sulk by the barrier. Thinks, my car's ready. I'll go. Here comes the change for the lead. Jupp straight in, as predicted. Goes in on Curl, takes the race lead. Now he defends, and we've got a 5-car battle for the lead. 30 seconds to go. Luckily, the track is now clear.
Yes, they've nothing in front of them now. They battle away. 20 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board will be out this time, so plenty of time still for Curl to fight back at that one. But he's got a long train of cars. We've got 5 karts now battling for the lead in the likes of Jupp, Curl, Turner, Gilbert, McQueen, and Tillett. They're all there wanting a piece of cake of this race. And 5 seconds going on the clock. Are they going to get another lap in? They are, just by the skin of the teeth.
Yes, and now I see Curl pushing Jupp away. Jupp wasn't defending. Curl, but the 3 drivers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they catch up a little bit. They're led by Turner in the number 2, Gilbert to the number 30, McQueen in the number 42. Yeah, Archie Taylor having a really strong run in 6th position. Clayton Ravenscroft has come up from 17th to the grid to run in 7th, and it's Fleming, Gray, Platten, and Hudson the top 11, with Joseph Taylor in 12th. But all eyes on this battle for 3rd. Thomas Turner defends. Caden McQueen following him in now. Who's going to get Lewis Gilbert's going to get a great run in the number 30 kart. He passes McQueen. He's also going to pass Turner. 2 in 1 for Lewis Gilbert. It's like a discount. And McQueen now trying to battle his way past Turner, and he does so. Up at the front, it's still Jupp leading Curl. 2 corners to go.
Yep, that was great little overtaking there through the corners. Great commitment as well around this PFI International circuit. Now on to the start-finish straight. Last lap board will come out. A warning flag to the 97 and Nelson King. But that doesn't matter because we're on the final lap now. So into the banking. Curl and Jupp now broken away from the main pack. You see, like the lap before this, it was 5 karts. It's now just the 2. That just shows that as soon as you try to go for that overtake, you can lose so much time.
Yep.
And if these guys go for that lunge, they'll lose that time as well.
And look at Jupp. He wasn't looking over his shoulder at Curl. He's looking behind Curl to see how much of a gap he's got back to 3rd place, and now he'll defend accordingly. They're both looking back. Now they know, right, it's just me and you, Connor, says Danny Curl, let's go for it. And Connor's thinking, right, I've only got to defend from the 1 driver. Into the Fullerton S's. This is great stuff. The chasing pack are closing back in, however, and now Jupp positions himself well into Bobby Game corner. Curl's going to try and get underneath him. No. Right. It's going to be a drag race to line. Drag race out of the Mike Wilson complex. Curl's lining him up. Jupp's going to have to be a little bit defensive. I don't think Curl's got enough. He's going to try and swing out from the inside to come on the start-finish straight. No, he goes to the outside. Oh, Jupp holds on. Jupp holds on. Curl 2nd. Then we have 3rd for Lewis Gilbert, Caden McQueen in 4th, Thomas Turner 5th, Ravenscroft 6th, Fleming 7th, Tillett slips to 8th at the end, Oliver Gray 9th, and Harry Platten rounds out the top 10.
There we go, a very exciting end to the Senior X30. The championship over, but still providing some excellent racing for us. Exactly what we want to see in the sun, basking down on this beautiful circuit. There it is in the bottom corner. Connor Jupp, 35, after 10 laps, takes the win. With an average speed of 51.
Well, one of the things you'll see, so Harry Platten and Rory Hudson, 2nd and 3rd in the championship, they finished 10th and 11th. Gus Lawrence, who was 4th in the championship, he finished well back after that incident in 18th. So it's Thomas Turner and Caden McQueen, 5th and 6th in the championship. They finished 4th and 5th, gained ground. So the battle for 2nd continues.
Still hotting up then, isn't it?
It's the gift that keeps on giving. There is the 2nd page of the result sheets going back now. We did see Morgan Porter having a bad result there. Didn't see what happened to Morgan, but he obviously involved in some sort of incident. 2 Welshmen there, Tom Nippers and Matthew Rees, down the order in 27th and 28th positions. But the next race is coming up shortly. Race 22. the Mini X30 opening heat of the day. Cathal Clark making his debut in the class this weekend. He starts from pole position with Charlie Webb on the outside of row number 1. Qualified second yesterday to Charlie, having a really strong weekend. Leo Robinson will go from P3 on the grid. Vinnie Phillips, he is perfect, 5 for 5 so far on the season. Can our reigning champion, newly crowned champion, make it a perfect season in Kart 87? Ella Stevens and Wesley Swain round out the top 6. Then it is Gabriel Stilp for Croc Promotions in 7th, Joseph Rippin in 8th, Lewis Bird and Jack Hobson rounding out the top 10, Thomas Behrman and Rylan Ashberg 11th and 12th, and the GP plate holder Ethan Simmons starting shotgun on the field because he had a rear bumper fall off in timed qualifying. There is the 24 Precision Racing Kart of Charlie Webb. There is our champion. Give us a wave, Vincent. He can't hear me. There he is. 87. Ah, yes, number 1. That's right, Vinny. He's not allowed to use the number 1 yet because he is entered this weekend as the number 87. There is Wesley Swain. There's Joe Rippin and Jack Hobson in kart number 14. Rylan Ashberg. Rylan also had some sort of issue in qualifying. He didn't post a time either. He had his time disallowed in qualifying. Now, I cannot remember. I've been very fortunate enough to commentate on the sport that I absolutely love since 2005, so 15 years. And I can never remember in a 6-round championship a driver winning all 6 finals and going undefeated on the season. I may have happened. I mean, there's been 2 and 3 round championships where obviously drives run around, but in a 6-round championship, I cannot remember. And anybody out there who is watching that can think of a sort of either a Super 1 championship or a Formula Kart Stars championship or Motorsport UK British Karting Championship or the NKF Super 4, anything like that, any of those major British type championships where a driver has won every single final and gone undefeated throughout the season. Which we need Alan Div from karting1.co.uk to be listening in to put me in my place or to have all the stats on hand. If anybody out there can remember a season where someone has done that, then please let me know, because if Vinnie Phillips can do this, okay, the grid it's a 13 kart grid. Leo Robinson, who's only 11, or yesterday I'm saying that Leo Robinson is moving on from this class. No, Leo Robinson next year could still be a cadet. You know, I remember pointing out, so he is one of the youngest drivers of the class. He finished very close second yesterday. This class has provided some superb action this year. Despite being small in numbers, we have always had a great 2, 3, 4 kart battle for the race lead in every single race so far. Yesterday was no exception. Somehow, the number 87 of Vinnie Phillips has emerged victorious in each one of the 5 finals so far. Can he make it 6 out of 6? We're going to find out shortly. Let's go racing and into the Bruno Ferrari S's on the opening lap of the race around the banking. It is still our poleman, Cathal Clark, who has the race lead. And onto the bridge we go. 13 drivers, all safely off the bridge. And it is a Fusion 1, 2, 3. Charlie Webb in 4th place. There's a move for the lead. Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips assume their usual standing at the head of the field. No, Cathal Clark comes on in front of Vinnie Phillips. And yeah, Phillips he's being cautious because he doesn't want to be excluded or anything like that. You know, so it's just sort of like, okay, let's calm down and we'll go forward when the time is right. Let's get into a nice rhythm and then move forward. So it's Robinson in the number 37 kart who leads.
Yep, nice little start there from the entirety of the field as they break away now in towards the final part of the lap. You can just see there the 37 still breaking away slightly there. Leo Robinson holding on to the front of this pack. They cross the line to finish lap number 1, and it's Robinson who leads from Clark, Webb, Phillips, Swain, Hobson, Stevens, Etchberg. Then it's Stilp, Simmons, Rippin, Behrman and Lewis Bird running out the grid, everyone finishing lap number 1.
And we saw that. We saw Vinnie Phillips. He gave himself a lap to sort of bed himself in. Then he went. He's passed Charlie Webb already. Did that going into turn number 1. So we're back into 3rd position now for our champion. It's a shame that he's not allowed to run the number 1 because I think that would be, you know, a lot of these drivers, they move out of the class next year. They don't have time to race with the number 1 plate. I think that I personally, and I'm going to stand up and say this is my personal opinion, and I know that there's regulations that say otherwise, but I believe that in an occasion like this, then he should be able to run the provisional number 1 plate on his kart.
Yeah. Because,
you know, they work all year to earn that right, and then at the end of the season, especially the year like this, where so many events aren't taking place because of the pandemic, that, you know, Vinny has earned the right to race in front of an audience with that number 1 plate card to show that he is the British champion. Personal opinion, 2nd place, Vinny Phillips takes it. Oh, look at this. It's just like you were at the start of the year. Robinson and Phillips leading. All we need now is Gabriel Stilp to get up from 8th into 3rd place. It's just like being back at Rowra.
Yes.
There goes Stilp. He's heard me. He goes onto the bridge. Is he going to come off the bridge? Oh, he runs wide. And, there's number 10. He's having a little word with Ella Stevens there. And Stevens saying, no, I'm going to take my racing line. Stilp goes, fair enough, you do that. I'm going to go right up there and pass you. And he does. And now Rylan Ashberg, his fellow Mad Croc driver, also trying to make a move. So Stilp now moves into 7th place.
Yeah, nice little overtake there. It was quite actually a late lunge into hairpin 1, wasn't it?
Oh,
it was
yes.
Squeezed right out. Had to move his other teammate, crop promotion teammate, out of the way to send it down the inside of Stevens, but like I say, gets it done. So at the front, Robinson from Phillips and Clark, 1, 2, 3 and 4 for Fusion Motorsport. They are still going strong at the front there. Across the line, and then you've got Precision Racing's Charlie Webb, who had a bit of a good day yesterday, squabbling with the Fusion Motorsport cars as they head through now. 4.5 minutes, and down the inside goes the 24 of Charlie Webb, gets another position, moves now up past Wesley Swain, and Gabriel, who's the number 14 there of Jack Hobson, has a little go as well, moves up another position as well. So now you can see there the hand motions from Hobson saying, come on, let's go, let's push forward, because the front two are starting to break away. 4 minutes left on the clock then, down the short chute into the Fullerton S's. And again, you can just see there Leah Robinson breaking away again. Another look over the shoulder just before they turn into the corner. Again, it's always a crucial thing to do to make sure there isn't a nose cone that's parked right there on the inside, because then, of course, that could end up in a disaster for both drivers, really. But they exit the final corner back onto the start-finish straight to end lap number 4. And now lap 5 time, 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the timer. Robinson under pressure from Phillips, and I think Phillips has just betwanged his way past. No, he hasn't. He stands corrected. He goes back past. So Leah Robinson still holds on to that one. It was a tried move there from Phillips, but he's now stayed behind. Charlie Webb, the 24, fastest lap of the race, the Precision Racing driver. There, you can see on screen, right behind the number 11 of Cathal Clark. And I say it was right behind. Now in front, and the 14 of the 14 of Jack Hobson, now trying to squeeze through, and that's forced the number 11 off track. So Cathal Clark there onto the grass, down the short chute, managing to hold onto it, but losing another position now. So that is Wesley Swain, the 92. Moving up another position as well. So a big shake up there in the order as they head through, and you've got now Precision Racing's Charlie Webb and Jack Hobson of Crop Promotion now in 3rd and 4th place, wanting to gain positions very quickly.
Yes, and it's still breezy outside. It's very, very bright sunshine. It's a great autumnal day, and so the Algeria Motorsport Federation, who were watching yesterday, they're watching again today, watching Leo Robinson. They're watching him. He's just 11 years old, leading this race. Speak to Vinny Phillips. Vinny Phillips did our track walk on Friday.
He did, yeah.
And he was saying that this is his last year in the class. He's moving up, but Leo Robinson, he's eligible. He's going to be staying in this class next year, and already he's putting a marker down. The other boys and girls in the class are going to have to work very hard to chase that number 37 next year. Great battling between the two of them, and this is what you want to see. These two teammates, they have gone at it hammer and tongs all season. They've kissed once or twice on the track, but they've made up off the track. It'd be very, very clean racing by and large, but again, they've gone for it. They haven't held back. It's all been good stuff. And there's Massi Bourgache from the Algerian Karting Federation, the Rotax importer for the country, watching his his countryman Leo Robinson sort of carry on, and there is Vinnie Phillips taking the lead out on the banking. 90 seconds to go, and yeah, both these drivers, in fact, obviously a lot of these drivers on the grid in all the classes have got a bright future in front of them, but these two especially, you know, we're going to be hearing a lot of these two drivers' names as the years go on. And now Robinson back in front. Phillips looking, Robinson checking over his shoulder. The gap between them and Charlie Webb is 1.4 seconds. Now Webb is still only 13th at the point, and he missed the first 2 rounds of the season at Rowra, so you know he's not dropping any scores, but he's not going to get a seeded number. Of course, if you finish between 1st and 10th in the championship, in the British Championship, you get to keep that number next year, provided you stay in the class. So Vinny is going to move up to juniors. He's not going to be able to use the number 1 because he's not the junior champion. He's the mini champion. Let's see. Under the bridge they go. 30 seconds remaining. Now he swings out wide. He's going to go round the outside of the banking, but no, Robinson just keeps him at bay onto the Richfield Bridge through turn number 4. That's the corner where Vinny says, "Oh, it's only a small curb on the inside.
Oh, yeah,
it comes up to my knee."
Yeah, it's not a small curve. It's a very large curve, you can say. There's frantic hand signals in the back here of drivers saying, "Come on, let's go."
Well, yeah, because they can see the 2 leaders battling, and they can see him battling. So they're right, head down, let's go get him.
Oh, and Vinnie Phillips battling again, has got past through hairpin number 2. Robinson demoted, looks over the shoulder, goes defensive into the Fullerton S's, keeps behind as they head through. Now, last lap board is going to be out this time, and these drivers, of course, very much know that, which is why they're going nose to tail all the way through this. So,
hell for leather.
Hell for leather, definitely so. And out through the Mike Wilson complex. The last couple of corners to go before they see that last lap board, and the bell rings. So out the final corner, and here we go. Phillips leading from Robinson still. The two have a 1 second advantage from the rest of the field, which is Hobson, Swain, Clark, and Simmons. There we go, a little bit of a change.
No, he's trying to use the momentum of the banking, and he cut underneath him going into turn number 3, and that's the beauty of the banking. You can take a high line in and then undercut on the corner. You can go in tight, and then it's a brilliant corner, and hard to defend, but Vinnie Phillips managed to do it there. Now he looks over his shoulder, hugging the inside line towards the second hairpin. Now watch the cutback coming off this corner. Robinson, can Vinnie Phillips? Vinnie Phillips parks it on the apex. He literally put the handbrake on. And that means Robinson the outside line, running out of space here, but Hobson closing in 3rd. Wesley Swain, great drive from Wesley Swain in 4th. Ethan Simmons from the back of the grid to 5th, side by side.
Oh, that's a great overtake from Robinson. Moves down the inside there, just pokes the nose down the inside of the Bobby Game corner, gets the job done. Out of the final corner then, Robinson is going to take the checkered flag. He's happy with that. A hand up though from Phillips. He's not happy with that one, but Wesley Swain, the 92, great result, crosses the line, 3rd place. Jack Hobson 4th, and Ethan Simmons, the GP plate, great result, up 8 positions, 5th place.
Yep, and that was a superb move there from Leo Robinson.
Yes.
And of course, Vinny's not going to be happy because he didn't win that race, but again, 2nd. And the perfect season in terms of the finals is still on Vinnie Phillips. 6 wins out of 6 finals would be incredible. He's got 5 out of 5 so far.
Yep.
Leo Robinson is going to be doing absolutely everything, as he's done all year, to prevent that from happening. In the point standings, well, I mean, Gabriel's still having a bit of an off weekend at the moment. He finished down in 11th place there. I mean, he's 3rd in the points table at the moment. Ella Stevens is just 15 points behind Stilp. And Ella, she finished 8th there, as you can see on the screen. And also Ethan Simmons, Jack Hobson is the driver that, he came into today 6th in the point standings. A 4th place effort there for him. That is going to help him a lot. And
that's the world's strongest marshal. That was the one that got the 2 karts out.
It is. There he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like one of the Avengers with his mask on there. That's he's literally just an orange mask and a pair of eyes.
Okay.
But I have to say, the marshals are the most important people in all of racing. Without the marshals team, nobody goes racing. The Trent Valley Kart Club marshals, and of course the British Championship, using the Trent Valley Kart Club marshals there, they are the best in the country, hands down. Next up, though, is Cadet. Oh boy, hold on to your hats, folks. Here comes the IAME Cadet grid for the opening heat race of the day. Zach Drummond starts from pole position, championship leader by just 4 points. Macaulay Bishop starts second. Lewis Werrell goes from P3, and Hardy Mamasi, best result for him so far, the privateer driver from Toronto, is fourth. Zach Knight, and second place in the point standings, Nathan Tye. He goes from P6, the GP plate holder.
Indeed he does. So Ethan Jeff Hall then starts in 7th place, Archie Clark in 8th, then it's Rowan Cameo and Sebastian Mins on row number 5, Jorge Edgar and Ben Smith rounding up row number 6.
Row 7 is Will Murtagh and William Knight, then Noah Wolf and Sky Parker, season debut for Sky. The horseman in P16 on the grid, Daniel Sofronia and Jesse Phillips go from row number 8.
Row number 9, Mason Rodman and William Antrobus. Then it's Eden Spanswick and Alfie Slater on 21st and 22nd. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Michael Walker in 24th.
Kit Bolofsky and Joey Brown on row 13. Irishman Morgan Moore and Kanishk Rao on row 14. Aston Sharp making the switch over from Cadet Honda to IAME this weekend in 29th place. And Eli Barron for Cato Motorsport is 30th. And Connor Duncan, who had his times disallowed in qualifying for an unknown infringement, starts shotgun on the field. Now, there are some focused eyes, that young man there, just waiting for the race to start. So, here we go. This is the situation. Macaulay Bishop leads Nathan Tye by 4 points. However, Macaulay finished 27th in yesterday's final. He drops that score. Nathan Tye, this is incredible. Of the 11 point scoring sections of the season so far, they score points in 11 different areas so far. The combined heats, finals, and Kimbolton we had a pre-final as well. Nathan Tye has finished first or second overall in 10 of those first, second, or third overall in 10 of those 11 point scoring positions. So he's dropping a 4th place finish at the heats at Rowra. The bottom line is this: if Nathan Tye won't add to his championship tally unless he finishes in the top 2, either in the combined heats results, not this individual race, in the combined results for the 2 heats, the intermediate classification, or the final itself. He has got to finish first or second to add to his championship tally. Macaulay can finish first, second, or third because he had a 5th place finish in the final at Kimbolton, which he will drop today, I'm sure. Why is Nathan Tye only 2nd place when he has had such consistency? Well, because he has only got 3 maximum scores. You score 65 points for a maximum score. Nathan Tye's had 3 maximum scores. Macaulay Bishop has had 5. It's been one of the best seasons of cadet racing that I can remember in a long time. Bishop and Tye have been virtually inseparable. It all comes down to today.
It does indeed. Out of the final corner then, into the tram lines. Are we going to get this race going? Nope. We're not. We're going round again. So they're all jolly excited, aren't they? Now,
yes. Yes. Do you know what? We had the same thought. We thunk the same thing together. The live stream chat, which is great. We love involving the viewers in our broadcast, both myself and Anthony. It's part of the thing. We want to involve you, the viewer, in what we're watching. However, we've had the chat. We're no chatting about Fortnite computer games. Yesterday, there were a couple of rather unsavoury comments about 1 or 2 drivers. Motorsport UK have seen those, and they know who made them. Slandering and making unfounded accusation over the legality of any driver or their equipment is punishable by the Motorsport UK governing body. So let's not have any of it today.
Indeed not. Indeed not. So
we're not going to name and shame you because we're not going to give you the time of day. However, we've got the screenshot saved. We know who said what about whom, and it's not on. And we will it's been handed to Motorsport UK, who will deal with it and that driver appropriately.
Well, let's try again then. Race Number 23, Heat 3.
Yes. Let's go racing.
Green flag this time, and we're away for the IAME Cadets in towards turn number 1. It's a great start from the front runners. A bit of jostling in the background there. You can see the 14 getting through. That was, of course, William Murtaugh, who gets up another position there as one of the drivers gets jostled out of the way. But Macaulay Bishop leads the way on the GP plate, second place.
Great start from Nathan Tye. He's done exactly what he needs to do. He is now, and Bishop looks over his shoulder. So Bishop knows this cart's coming wide off the banking. But so, first and second in the championship. First and second in the race, this is what we want to see. And third, that is the number 20 kart of Zach Drummond running a little bit wide there. Hardy Massey, the number 44 kart of getting a little bit wide as well. But the two drivers that they've not been head and shoulders above the rest because there's so much talent in this field. But the two drivers who deserve to be 1 and 2 at the moment are 1 and 2 in this race. Let's hope it continues. What have they got in store for us? Bishop now defends.
Oh, that was a big adjustment change, wasn't it?
Well, because... there comes Nathan Tye to the race lead. Nathan Tye had, look at that, he had Drummond, he had Knight behind him. He had so much pushing from behind that Bishop had to defend, but then because he didn't try and cut in, he's lost 3 places. So he's been freight trained back to 4th place. And the order at the end of lap number 1, Tye, great start from 6th on the grid. Then it's Drummond in the number 20 kart, the Scotsman from Glasgow, just giving Nathan Tye a little bit of a Glasgow kiss across the start-finish line there. And then it is Tye's teammate, Zach Knight, who has been one of the revelations of the second half of this season. Behind Knight, it's Bishop, Mimasi, Ethan Jeff Hall, William Knight, Archie Clark and Lewis Werrell, with Roman Kamyab rounding out the top 10. Roman Kamyab in the number 55 kart. His usual mechanic, Jess Hawkins, is currently making her British Touring Car debut at Snetson this weekend. I have to say, Kamyab's doing very well without her. Tye again to the inside, and Knight goes with him. So now Nathan Tye has his rear gunner. Zach Knight in kart number 36, the Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammate to Nathan Tye, will sit on Tye's rear bumper and push away.
Yep, they will indeed. Now into this last section of the track, you can see there
3 wide,
nearly 4 wide again, even for the cadets. So you were saying about the Bambinos going 4 or 5 wide. Oh, you're going to see it in the cadets as well.
Anything you could do, I could do better.
That's strike 2
Thank
for
you.
singing in the front row.
I'm happy to have it as well. So through the Mike Wilson complex they go. There's Daniel Soffrenet in the number 45 kart. You see that very distinctive purple crash helmet. So Bishop in 3rd place. He now has to try and work with Ethan Jeff Hall in the number 5 kart, with Zach Drummond and with William Knight. Now, William Knight is another Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart, but again, the team tactics isn't going to come into play for everyone. Oh, and Bishop there gets squeezed wide. He's down to 4th place. Tye leads.
Yep.
Knight 2nd. Bishop is now, see, this is the difference in tactics. Nathan Tye knows he can just sit there and not battle. He's got a rear gunner. Macaulay Bishop, every time he loses a place, he's got to go back in straight away. It comes with a risk, but the second risk is not being a British champion, so he has got to do that, and now he's got to try and catch them. Jorge Edgar gets a technical flag in the number 17 kart. Rear bumper coming off. I can just see that coming up the short chute now. One of the drivers coming into the Fullerton S there's got a rear bumper, so sadly for Jorge Edgar, his race is over. So we're going to see 2 very different driving styles here from the 2 championship contenders in this current situation. If the first positions were reversed, it would be Nathan Tye that would have to get aggressive.
Yeah. But you got to think in this race now, with how it stands, Nathan Tye leading. He's got his, like you say, his rear gunner Zachary Knight just behind in 2nd place. This is a bad spot for Bishop, because Bishop now, he's got a big train of karts behind him who will keep squabbling. He's going to end up in his own sort of territory here. He's he's going to have 4 wheels working against 8 at the start of this race. And now, of course, if he catches up though, of course, this is where it gets interesting.
Because, I mean, the same situation at Mansell Raceway in the final. Tye led, Knight 2nd, Bishop all the way back in 3rd. Bishop oh, there goes Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan Jeff Hall squeezing Macaulay Bishop, and Bishop's got to give way on the grass. Side by side, Bishop hangs on. He doesn't go up, but he's lost 2 places. Now, Drummond is up to 3rd. 4th for Knight. It's 4th for William Knight. And there's 2 Fusion drivers having a little bit of a conversation going into, I think that was Sebastian Mins and Archie Clark. So, Bishop, I mean, he's got Ethan Jeff Hall still behind him. I was going to say at Mansell Raceway, Bishop did catch Tye and Knight on his own, but Mansell Raceway in Dunk as well, and this track, 2 very different propositions. And again, that was composure by Bishop, because again, he could have forced the issue, but he was on the grass, you can't risk a collision, so he did back out of it a little bit. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the first half of the heats. It's a race in itself, but it's the first half of the heats. No championship points are awarded based on this race alone. However, Ty looking for a maximum score. Well, he's looking to just outscore Macaulay Bishop at the end of this race and the second heat. Bishop in 4th place. No, it's not. Bishop in 5th place, sorry. And he's got Ethan Jeff Hall behind him now. Ethan Jeff Hall was not, what's the word I'm looking for? He was not eager to push Bishop along in the previous lap. He was more eager to overtake him. Is he going to do the same thing? Because that gap has opened up a little bit, and if they do start battling, just look at the trainer carts behind them from 7th place on back. But Nathan Ty and Zach Knight, they're being caught by Drummond. Now, Drummond's not part of the Oliver Roller Motorsport team. He's doing his own thing. He won the final at Kimbolton. William Knight in the number 88 Oliver Roller Motorsport kart. Now, William Knight, he's only 13th in the point standings. This is rarefied air for William Knight this year. So he's not going to upset the apple cart. But, look, Ethan Jeff Hall is pushing Bishop back to the front. 2 minutes to go, and the top 4 are clear. Fastest lap, Macaulay Bishop, 108.1. Not over yet, Anthony.
It's not over yet, and this is in much better eyes for Bishop now, because now he doesn't have to do the battling to try and get Knight and Ty out of the way. That is now Zach Drummond's job.
Exactly.
So Zach Drummond can get that done.
And your point is being made perfectly, Anthony.
Yeah, and now he can catch right up to the back of him and get past these groups now. So this, with the 90 seconds left on the clock, this is now very much developing still.
Exactly. So, I mean, now Nathan Ty, there he goes. He checks over, he looks over his shoulder. He knows that he's now not got his teammate behind him. The rear gunner has gone. So he now has to get a little bit more defensive himself, because he knows that if Zach Drummond gets a chance, he's going to go for it.
Yep, it's definitely going to happen, I think. So
6 carts.
10 to go. 6 carts, nose to tail, out of the final corner. They're going to see that time remaining. They know there's not much time. Again, you can just see their Bishop looking to the other. He wanted to look ahead to see who was there. You can see his gunner there. 36 gets the job done.
Passes William Knight. And there's a cart at the side of the track there. That is looking like it is Joey Brown. No, it's Alfie Slater. It's Alfie Slater, yes.
Yep, 27.
So again, William Knight, he didn't force issue there, because he's not in the championship battle, and he wants to stay in 5th place. So Bishop now to 4th. Now that means and here comes Drummond. No Ty defence. He runs wide, 3 wide, coming off the corner. Zach Knight's going to take the lead. Bishop and Ty side by side. It's changed just like that, Anthony.
Yep, that's absolutely ideal for Bishop. Then he's still leading these points, only not by a lot though. Ooh. But that's really, really developing though in this midfield. So you can see at the front. Oh no,
Ty Drummond. Drummond across the grass, he comes back on, he doesn't lose a place. I was going to say now, Macaulay Bishop takes the lead.
He does indeed. Bishop takes the lead though, but Ty is still there in 3rd place. He can still get this championship if he just works a little bit harder. He's working so hard in this one. The timer clicks over to 0. They're going into the final corner. Last lap board's going to come out now. We have not seen the end of Nathan Ty just yet in that GP play.
Nope.
They're in 3rd place.
Exactly.
Trying to get past.
And of course, Nathan Ty, the minute that Zach Drummond passed him, Nathan Ty's mindset had to change. He had to get aggressive, which he did. It just didn't quite work out. Oh, they're on the banking, and they're 3 wide. Who's got the lead? Ethan Jeff Hall's got the lead. Zach Knight 2nd, and Ty's at the inside of Bishop as they come through turn 4. He's going to squeeze Bishop and Ty wheel to wheel. This is a British title on the line, and it's so good. It's so competitive. It's so good. Ty has 3rd. Bishop is 4th. Jeff Hall leads. Oh, there's a William Knight over the banking. Now Ty comes wide. He's going to try and swing around the outside. They hit each other. Oh, Ethan Jeff Hall gets spat out of the race lead. Who's going to emerge in front? It's Bishop, but he's being squeezed.
Oh, they squeezed him right off the track. It was Bishop now. He's dropped a couple of places now. He's in the swarm. It's a disaster for Bishop. The GP plate of Nathan Ty is at the front of the pack now. He's leading the pack into the last complex of corners, and that's a disaster for Bishop, but fantastic for Nathan Ty, who's just behind by 4 points. They won't gain points in this race, but it will be a massive help when they go into the latter part of today. Out of the final corner, Nathan Ty takes the checkered flag from Zachary Knight. Zach Drummond, Archie Clark, Hardy Mamassi, Lewis Werrell, Macaulay Bishop got nerfed all the way down to P7 in that one. Oh, wow, my word.
That's the opening heat race. That is exactly, that is under what is at stake there. So Nathan Ty takes the win. Zach Knight 2nd, Zach Drummond 3rd, Archie Clark 4th. Brilliant result for Hardy Massey in 5th. Lewis Werrell, we didn't mention him all race. He comes home in 6th position. 7th for Bishop, 8th for Camyab, 9th for William Knight, 10th. Right, check this. 10th place Sebastian Mins, 1.5 seconds behind the race leader in 10th. 1.5 seconds. Then it was Wolf 11th. Connor Duncan from last to 12th. Eden Spanswick 13th. Daniel Sofronea was 14th. Then it's Ben Smith, Will Murtaugh, Sky Parker, Ethan Jeff Hall led into the second hairpin. And again, I think it was the number 88 kart who made contact with Ethan Jeff Hall, but who was making contact with the 88 behind that forced him in. So that, I mean, so unfortunately for Ethan Jeff Hall, that's him out of the race. Morgan Moore 19th. Mason Rudman rounds out the top 20. 29 of the 31 drivers made it at the end. Jorge Edgar, he did come into the pits to have his rear bumper fixed and went back out. So that is half the heats over. Nathan Tye has now got a 6th place advantage over Macaulay Bishop. As long as Nathan Tye finishes within 6 places of Macaulay Bishop in the second heat, Nathan Tye will outscore Bishop in the intermediate classification. Nathan Tye won't score any extra championship points if he finishes lower than second, so he is on course to gain a championship point. Yep. Macaulay Bishop at the moment only half done. He's on course to drop this score. It's gonna come down to the last race of the year. It's gonna come down to possibly the last lap of the last race of the year.
And I'm very much looking forward to that one, I have to say. But that rounds out IAME Cadets for now. Join us later again for that one, but stay tuned because Junior TKM is up next.
There is a view of the sunny but windswept Paul Fletcher International Racing. It is Junior TKM. What are we on now? The pre-final?
It is pre-final.
It's the pre-final. So we have scored points in the heats. Now we're going to have Ian Rogers' technical wizardry with the championship point standings. Ben Higgins and Louis Harvey on row 1. Jack Saunders and Harvey Cole on row 2. Alfie Garford, and a best of the season so far, Kyle Casabante on row 3.
Row number 4, Alistair Cresswell, then it's Leon Frost. Olivia Jakins there in 9th place with James Barty in 10th. Row number 6, Dominic Roberts and Reece Lomax.
Charlie King and Jake Al-Masawi on row 7. Ben Cox and Tyler Harris, row 8. Aidan Mitchell and Freya Woodall, row 9, with Harvey Roth and Freddie Hull rounding out the grid. So, championship leader coming in today, Alistair Cresswell, only on the 4th row of the grid, I believe. Great result so far for Kyle Casabante. So, when we get underway, we will have a look at the point standings as they are right now, and then we'll give you a guide as what happens. So, on the graphic, you will see some drivers' names in white. Well, that means they're in the same position as what they were at the start of the race. You will see some drivers' names in green. Well, that means they've gained a place in the championship in this race. And other drivers, you'll see their name in red. And that means they have lost a position in this race. So, but that will all in good time. Let's concentrate. So Ben Higgins, what a weekend he is having. Chose the right tyres yesterday. And it's paid off for him. So this is the pre-final for the Junior TKMs. We've got to have pre-finals for...
we've got pre-finals for TKM Extreme.
And then we've got some more heats.
Yes.
Later on. Okie dokie. Marvellous, marvellous. We know who we are.
Yes.
Louis Harvey, his dad Chris had a birthday this weekend. What a birthday present it would be if his lad Louis can bring home a British Championship and change that number 3 for a number 1. Lights out. We're off and racing. Higgins makes a decent start, but Harvey makes a better one. Side by side, the two Classen Motorsport teammates through the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge and out onto the banking. 20 karts go on to the banking, and 20 karts successfully negotiate the banking. Now up to the bridge, it's Higgins has retained the lead, so Harvey didn't quite get the jump on him at the start. And now it's Harvey Cole with the number 62 kart, who is making his way in there. Oh, dearie me. Now we have the updated... Oh, Do you know what? Ian, whatever anyone says about it, Ian Rogers is a very, very nice man. Harvey Cole is the new championship leader at the moment, 4 points ahead of Louis Harvey. Alistair Cresswell has dropped back to third. There are 9 points separating Harvey Cole, Louis Harvey, Alistair Cresswell and Jack Saunders.
So
9.
This is all down to then potentially the final race of the day.
Without a doubt.
And that,
without a doubt. This is going to be just as exciting, if not more so, than the cadets.
Yes. Now, we're currently sitting down in the commentary box, and I think for that final, we'd probably be standing
up.
I'm
going to be standing up. I'm going to be standing on the chair. Not going to be sitting on it.
There we go. There's the timing tower. Then you can see the current standings. 10.5 minutes remaining on the clock. 12 minutes for this pre-final, plus the 1 additional lap. So a little bit of a extra long race in this one. Ben Higgins, though, still leading the way for the Classic Motorsport. Then it's Litchfield Motorsport. Harvey Cole is not there in second place. Actually, they're now in third place. So it's now Louis Harvey, third place, in second place. We can see, and you had the championship standings there in front of you, didn't
you? Yes, I do. I'm busy trying to shuffle some paperwork around. Harvey Cole, 434 points.
Right.
Louis Harvey, 430. Alistair Cresswell, 428. Jack Saunders, 425. Alfie Garford, he's having his best again. He's up at the 5th position. Harvey Roth, I think, sadly, his goose is cooked. Yeah. And so we're down to 4 contenders. Cole, Harvey, Cresswell, Saunders. At the moment, Cole is 2nd, Harvey is 3rd, Cresswell is 7th, and Saunders is 5th. Nope, all change. But Ben Higgins, the race leader, having his best weekend of the season so far, he's only 15th in the point standings. He was excluded from the final at Fulbeck. And he's got to count that exclusion, so there we go. Now, we've got some support coming in for Leon Frost. Frosty, who raced in the Daniel Ricciardo series last year, so we've moved across from the Daniel Ricciardo series into TKM. He's running in 11th, and that's Bryn Calder's mum. Kirsty Calder saying, go Leon, good luck. Good to see that people from other championships watching this as well.
Yep.
Because drivers do move from class to class, they move from series to series, and they make friends along the way. And it's good to see that the karting family is sticking together.
Right. Now, I know there's only 9 laps to go.
Really?
But I really, really, really want to have a look.
Oh, do you?
I do.
Oh, I'd like to as well.
Can we?
I'd like to. Can we summon them? They're being summoned.
Summoning.
Hey! Louis Harvey's new championship leader by 4 points from Harvey Cole. So again, it's down to drop scores. Louis Harvey, he is dropping. He's not dropping off the pace. Louis Harvey at the moment has gained the championship lead. And look at that. Tie for 2nd. Harvey Cole and Alistair Cresswell. There's Jack Saunders, and Ben Higgins is coming up into equal 4th in the championship. So we have got 5 karts battling. Even with that exclusion, Ben Higgins is up there. Louis Harvey 3 wide. And that is Reese Lomax making a move. Now, Saunders is going to gain ground here. No, he's not, because he gets forced to the outside line. There is Ben Higgins in 2nd place. So Harvey leads the race and currently leads the championship. But there are 12 points separating the top 4. Still anything to play for.
But literally any one of these drivers here could walk away with the crown at the end of today. 8 minutes to go, and support for Joe Saunders again coming in on the stream. Or Jack Saunders, I should say. I didn't start today. 7.5 minutes on the time remaining. Out to the final corner, onto the start-finish straight. And there still is the order. Harvey, Lomax. Then it is Cole, Higgins, Cresswell, Barty, Roberts, Casavanti. Then Saunders. They're in P9 at the moment. But again, the championship standings fluctuating constantly in this race.
Yes, they are indeed. And I love a good summoning, I do.
They do.
But we'll do that again later on. But look at that, 3 wide there. Now there's Jack Saunders in kart number 32, in trouble. Down in, so what look, where is he? He is down in 9th place at the moment. There's the 79 of Carl Casabanti. Big props to Carl Casabanti, having the weekend of his season so far. James Barty, the number 9 car, you can see just behind Carl Casabanti, gets the warning flag. Still 7 minutes to go. We're not even at half distance yet. Long way to go in this one. Through the Fullerton S's, following the number 44 car of Dominic Roberts. Pole in qualifying. He's now holding off Jack Saunders. Saunders in 8th place now. Into the Mike Wilson complex we go.
Yeah, indeed.
Louis Harvey leads the championship and this race at the moment. Trying to see,
fluctuating through all your paperwork here. You've got a small rainforest in front of you, haven't you?
I apologise to Greenpeace.
Well, Alistair Cresswell is 5th place at the moment. He's only, like I say, he's 3 points behind now in the championship standing. So he just needs to gain those couple of extra slots. Yeah, you've got them there on your screen currently.
So Cresswell. So I mean, as Cresswell moves up, he's getting points, but it all comes down to what a driver's lowest scores are. You know, if a driver's lowest score is a 5th place, then if he finishes 5th, he doesn't actually gain any championship points. No. If he finishes 4th and he's dropping a 5th place finish, he actually gains 2 championship points. He earns 4th place points, but he drops 5th place points. So he only gains 2 points or something on his championship total. I mean, it's very, very technical, but of course, we do that in karting. Because these are kids, they got families. They're not amateurs. They're not professional. They're amateur racers. And if they work interference, so they're not forced to do every round.
No.
You can afford to miss a weekend if you've got a holiday booked, or you can afford to miss a weekend if your families have to work or something like that. Or if so that's why we drop these scores, even though it makes things slightly complicated to explain. The drivers all know exactly what the deal is. There is 3 karts. Reese Lomax. In number 52, leading from Louis Harvey and Harvey Cole. Reese Lomax is another driver having his best weekend of the season so far. He's moved himself up into 7th in the championship at the moment. Alistair Cresswell running 4th and has got 442 points. So if Alistair Cresswell moves into 3rd, the difference, so 4th place pays 59 points, 3rd place pays 60, 2nd place pays 62, and the winner gets 65. So the point is 65, 62, 60, then 59, 58 down in increments of 1, etc. So Cresswell has got to make up 7/10 of a second on Harvey Cole and Louis Harvey, 2 of his championship rivals. If he moves past them from 4th to 2nd, he gains 3 championship points. At the moment he's two back, so he would gain 3 points, and that would put him in the championship lead. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
The championship lead. Alistair Cresswell, there he is in the Tim Wilson Motorsport, number 33, 4th at the moment. That gap between race leader Reese Lomax and the 2nd place driver Harvey Cole, you see it there on your screen. If Alistair Cresswell can put his kart in that gap, he's the championship leader. Simple as that. That's
all he needs to do. And it's looking like it could happen as well, because these 3 up front are starting to squabble. Now, you can see that Litchfield Motorsport Harvey Cole has managed to move up into 2nd place now. That's demoted Louis Harvey back down 1 position into 3rd. There you go, quick maths there. So Reese Lomax still leading the way. He's got a little bit of a gap at the moment, so as he's trying to break away. But that has now split the 2 Class and Motorsport cars up, so they can't work together now with that Litchfield Motorsport car in front. So this is all looking very well for Alistair Cresswell to potentially get that done with 3.5 minutes to go.
And that move and look at that, as Harvey Cole passes Louis Harvey, so Cole moves into 2nd. Can we sum in the points to show the viewers what I'm looking at on my screen? That one move means we now have a 3-way tie for the championship lead. By moving into 2nd place, Harvey Cole takes the championship lead in a tie. Alistair Cresswell in 4th has 442. Louis Harvey loses ground, so we have a 3-way tie. The drivers currently in 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the race are tied for the championship lead. Poor old Reese Lomax, well, if he knew that, he'd probably wet himself and drive off the track to get out of the way. He doesn't know that. He's blissfully ignorant. He is trying to win this race from the front.
Well, if he does, that can really shake things up for the championship as well.
Wet himself or win the race?
Well, both, probably. So, because that causes a slick out on the track.
Yes.
But 2.5 minutes to go. Now, this is just ideal for the championship. This is ideal for, it's ideal for Cresswell. He's back there in 4th. All he needs to do is catch up to the back of this. If he overtakes one person, that's it. I'm leading the championship, going into the final later on.
Yep, and of course, the finishing position of this race decides the starting position for the grand final itself. Now, Harvey Cole, we've got 2 minutes to go into the first hairpin. Any movement, and of course, we're saying about gaining position, if any one of these 3 drivers makes one mistake, that's it, game over.
Yep.
That is the pressure they're under. They know the stakes are high, but they are, in junior TKM, these are the best drivers in the United Kingdom, by far.
Yeah, definitely so. Warning flag going out to Harvey Roth there, the 36. But he is doing well, though. He's up 8 positions at the moment in 11th place, the number 36. So doing well still in the mid-pack there. But lies still at the moment for this very developing championship.
Oh yes, and again a former TKM driver, Ross Deal, online saying he's supporting Klassen Motorsport. Ross, I think, raced for Klassen for a long time. I know Ross and his dad quite well. And they had there's a change. I was going to talk about Ross's chocolate brown cocker spaniel they used to bring everywhere with him. It was lovely pooch. But I was a bit distracted by Louis Harvey taking second place. Now Louis Harvey moves into second place. And at the end of this lap, and you look at Alistair Cresswell closing in, but Harvey Cole might get it back. Harvey Cole trying to go around the outside. 1 minute remaining.
But
no.
Look, Cresswell's now right there on the back of these three. So now he switches to the outside. Going to try and get the switchback move here, potentially on Cole. Can he get down the inside? He can.
Yes.
Everyone sweeps to the inside now before we get into the swing. Sweep back to the outside, gets that position done. Cresswell now into third place. When they next cross the line, those championship standings could completely change. But down the inside,
here comes Louis Harvey. Louis Harvey, championship lead. Louis Harvey. Yep. Cresswell goes with him though. That's going to give Cresswell the points lead. The championship lead has changed 3 or 4 times in this race alone. Cole third, so Lomax back to fourth. Higgins is fifth. Barty sixth. Casabanti seventh. And it's Roberts. Jack Saunders is trapped down in ninth place, and he's losing ground. Louis Harvey leads the race, leads the championship by 2 points, but there's 3 points the difference. If Alistair Cresswell makes the move on Louis Harvey, he takes the championship lead by 1 point. Oh, exactly.
This is fast-paced maths. This is.
and I'm thick as, you know what? Here we go. Now Cresswell has the lead. Cresswell leads. Cresswell leads the race and the championship. And look who's this coming on the outside.
Where did all these cards come from?
They've been watching the cadets is what they have. And now we've got 2, 4, 6. We've got 9 carts. Do you know what? At the back of this group, Jack Saunders in kart 32 has joined the lead group. He was out of the title race a minute ago. He's well and truly back in it now.
Well, there we go. You can see it up on your screen now. It'll update again when they cross the line, and it will be last lap. This time around, if any of these drivers get off the track or go off the track, it's going to be a disaster for their championship. So they need to stay focused. They need to keep their cool as they come around the last couple of corners. Now they'll exit back onto the start-finish straight. The last lap board is out this time around. Ring that bell. What's going to happen in the championship? Cresswell leads at the moment by 4 points.
You've got more chance of picking the 6 winning lottery numbers than you have of predicting who's going to win this championship as they go on to the banking. It is Cresswell leading. He's going to hit. No, Cresswell's been freight trained. He's lost the lead. Harvey's got the lead. Louis Harvey takes the lead. Cresswell fights back to second. Cole gets swung wide to third. It's James Barty on the grass. Oh, get it slowed down, James, because that grass is slippery. He does. And Jack Saunders from 9th to 3rd. Saunders is now, he was 9th in the championship standings. He's now got himself up into 4th place. Jack Saunders is fighting to keep his championship hopes alive. He's got half a lap to stay in contention. Harvey Cole is 4th. Cresswell has the lead by 4 points now, just because of what the drop scores are. Harvey leads the race. Harvey leads, Cresswell second, into the Mike Wilson complex. This is only the pre-final, and I've got to say, Anthony, look at that, the quality of racing. Not one driver has been bumped into, bashed and bruised, and it's a 3-wide finish. It's a drag race.
Harvey gets it by 3 thousandths of a second from Cresswell, and then Saunders.
He gets it by a gnat's whisker, and an anorexic gnat's whisker as well. Cresswell second in the race and in the championship at the moment. Louis Harvey leads by 2 points in the championship, wins that race by 3 thousandths of a second. Cresswell second. Jack Saunders, what a drive from Jack Saunders. He is 3rd in the race and he's 4th in the championship. He's 13 points back, but at one point he was 9th the points table and about 25 points back. He has just saved his title chances. At least he goes into the last race with a chance. Harvey Cole, 4th on the road. He is 3rd in the championship with 439 points now. There is just 13 points separating the top 4 in the standings. James Barty, after a monstrous moment on the last lap coming into the chicane, into the first hairpin rather, he finishes 5th. James Roberts is 6th. Poor old Rhys Lomax. Rhys Lomax drove so well and he comes home in 7th place. Ben Higgins is 8th and Alfie Garford to 9th. Carl Casabanti rounds out the top 10. Well, I mean, 1.5 seconds separated the top 10 in that last cadet race. I'm disappointed, Anthony.
Yeah,
1.9 seconds separated the top 10 in that race. Not good enough.
No,
not good enough. That's nearly 2 seconds that separates the top 10 drivers at the end of a 12-minute race. It's incredible. Yep. It's absolutely incredible. And you wonder why British... Drop score, please explain this. Okie dokie. In TKM, you score your best 10 out of 13 point scores, basically. So your 3 worst results of the season go in the bin. There we go. That's pretty.
That's pretty much it.
Harry Yardy Rose, a former driver. He's currently still a driver. He's a former karter. I think he's moved into the world of Ginetta racing at the moment as Yardy Rose. He's still predicting Alistair Cresswell's going to take the win. So Tim Wilson Motorsport. Well, of course, you've got Tim Wilson Motorsport, Klassen Motorsport, Litchfield Motorsport, all representing the title battle. And of course, Jack Saunders is a privateer as well.
Yes.
Just incredible stuff. And I was just saying, and people wonder why British kart racing is the best in the world, why there's so many British drivers at the forefront of world motorsport. You're looking at the reason why now.
You are
the
indeed.
Standard of karting that these kids start at is world class. And we're only halfway through the day.
We're only halfway through today. Yes, we are. Junior TKM, a very exciting end to that race. TKM Extreme is up next.
Bar open.
TKM Extreme then will take to the track in just a moment. I think my co-commentator Henry needs to calm down slightly. He's very excited. Well, did you know what? So am I as well. But here's the grid then for TKM Extreme. Chris Whitten starting on pole position with Lee Whittingham alongside, again, 2 privateers. Matthew Taylor, 5-plate there in 3rd place. Joe Fowler, Adam Sparrow, and Archie Strong round out the top 6.
7th is Lewis Wadley, 8th Theo Hesketh, 9th Joe Reeves-Smith, then James Pashley, the defending champion, rounds up the top 10. Matthew Allnut and Kai Springfield are on row number 6.
Isaac Marsh, Jack Dan, and then it's Joe Stockford, Jake Campbell-Mills, Michael Cornell, and Aaron Lask round out the top 18. The final row on the grid.
Yeah, Megan Lawson and Harrison Williams. 20 drivers. Now, I mean, there is the number 3 kart of Lee Whittingham. Adam Sparrow, champion. So luckily, it's a little bit more sedate. Not much, but a little bit. Adam Sparrow leads the championship at the moment by 14 points over Theo Hesketh. Theo Hesketh is just 1 point ahead of James Pashley, and then Kai Springfield is 10 points further back. So really 15 points separate Adam Sparrow in the lead from James Pashley in 3rd. But James Pashley he gets to drop a 53 points. I mean, James Pashley still is in a better position than the numbers would suggest at the moment, because if James Pashley will earn championship points if he finishes higher than 10th. For Adam Sparrow, well, he'll earn a championship point if he finishes higher than 9th. So it's not too bad. Well, consistency, I mean, Theo Hesketh has got to finish in the top 7 to gain the championship point as well. It is a complicated procedure. Thankfully, luckily, we have got
smart people.
Smart people, Ian Rogers from motorsporttiming.uk to help us.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm glad to say, and it's good to see that the chat is very, very lively today. It should be. And again, we've got some fun. The drivers are putting on some fantastic racing, and you are the comments on the live stream reflect that, or by lots of positivity and people enjoying the racing. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I'm gonna, why sit at home on your computer and be angry?
No, exactly.
Strike 3. Don't worry. Be happy.
Right. In fact, in the words of Ian Rogers from Motorsport Time UK says, 3 strikes and you're out. Henry.
Now, you can watch this on the YouTube channel for Alpha Live, and if you share that stream onto your Facebook page, you can watch it on your Facebook page. It's also being broadcast on the Motorsport UK Facebook page, the Demon Tweeks Facebook page, and the British Kart Championship Facebook page. But feel free to share the stream amongst yourselves.
Yeah, because if you think this racing is good, I'm sure your friends at home as well would also probably think that this racing is awesome.
Especially for all you drivers out there that are watching, that go into school on a Monday morning, because I go kart racing, your friends go, yeah, what, like, down the theme park or something like that, and you go, no. This is kart racing. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing in TKM Extreme. Number 33, Chris Whitten, leads them to the Bruno Ferrari S's championship leader, Adam Sparrow, into 4th place. Everyone safely round the banking.
Yep, that's a nice start there from the entire field then. They've done the banking. Bridge is up next. That's a very tricky section of track. We see a lot of drivers running out wide there, and we see Pashley run out wide there. Oh, and a big squabble there as he gets back on the power, but keeps that kart in the straight and narrow, albeit a few positions further down.
That was great. The back end was squabbling with the front end about who's going to lead.
Yes, yeah.
The front end won.
Yeah, front end won. As always, it should do. 11.5 minutes left on the clock then. Again, this pre-final 12 minutes plus the one additional lap as they head down the short chute in towards the Fullerton S's, and still leading the way. Chris Whitten, the 33, closely followed by Lee Whittingham, and Matthew Taylor, I believe, still there. Third place he is. And the O-plate is on the back of this pack. That's a good thing.
Yep, so at the moment, Adam Sparrow is doing what he needs to do. So Adam Sparrow doesn't necessarily need to win. He's got that 14-point cushion, so he can just keep his rivals, but he's ahead of his two nearest rivals. Rivals? I've turned into Jonathan Wass. Rivals. Because Theo Hesketh and James Pashley down in 9th and 10th. So Adam Sparrow at the moment, and you'll see this effect. I mean, Adam Sparrow, he will probably go for moves, but he doesn't have to get aggressive. He can afford to sit and watch things pan out and let people like Joe Fowler do the work for him. Joe Fowler opens the door, makes the move, and Adam Sparrow just goes, "Okay, you opened the door for me. Thank you very much. I shall come in and entertain myself."
Yes, thank you very much. How hospitable.
How hospitable.
Yes.
On a Sunday as well. Oh,
yes,
thank you, sir. And there's not quite so much
hospitality.
Hospitality being shown there at the back there. That's Matthew Allnut and Kai Springfield going wheel to wheel up the short chute. Dearie me. I mean, I can't talk English at the best of times, but there we are.
There's a tricky word, that one.
Quite
a few syllables in that one.
Well, but Lee Whittingham now takes the lead in kart number 3. Again, great to see. Okay, so these two drivers, Whitten in the 33 and Whittingham in the 3, they're on the Talco chassis. Yep, they get a bit of support from Alan Turney from TKM itself, but they're privateer drivers. They're family-run outfits. This class. I mean, just look at the quality of the racing. And there are privateer teams. Anna Sparrow's a privateer. Last year was won by a privateer. There are teams in it. Classen Motorsport, Precision Racing, Tim Wilson Motorsport, Litchfield Motorsport. There are teams in it, but privateer. Oh dear.
Oh, has Pashley got an issue?
Oh dear. Yes. What's happened there with James Pashley? Now is that, did he do a half spin, or he's shaking his head?
Yeah, I think it was a half spin.
And then of course it takes that little bit of time for the TK engine to pick up and to suddenly zing into the rev range that sets it on its merry way.
Yep, so disaster then for Pashley in the early stages of this pre-final, and that's not going to look well in terms of the final later on today, because you need to be. This will determine the grid for the final later on today. So him being back currently down in 10th place, it's not where you want to be starting for the final, especially when you're third in the championship.
Yes, and although he's still third in the championship, Adam Sparrow's actually gained a couple of points. He's now 20 points in front. Because don't forget, Adam Sparrow is dropping an 8th place finish, and he's currently running 5th. So he is scoring 58 points for finishing 5th at the moment, and he's dropping 55 points for his 8th place finish earlier in the year in one of the heats at Kimbolton rather. So he's net gain of 3 championship points. Kai Springfield out of the race in number 95. That's the driver who was, he was down to 7th in the championship. That's going to be dropping even further now. Not what the number 97 driver wanted to happen. And up at the front, Joe Fowler. We spoke about Joe Fowler, of how quick he was. How quick he was in a lot of the heats, but it just hasn't all held together for him in the final. Well, he is off and at the races at the moment. He is pulling away. Now, Pashley at the back of this chain, the red and white Birrell ARC kart, the number 1 plate kart of James Pashley, is there at the back of this lead group. So he's recovered, he's regained his momentum, change for second. And that is the championship leader, Adam Sparrow, moving into 2nd place. Although Whittingham, is that Whittingham or Whitten trying to fight back?
I think it was the 33.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yes. So Sparrow is into 2nd place and on his own. So Adam Sparrow, and crucially, he's got a little bit of clean air around him. That's the one. He's like, please, everyone stay away from me. Please, everyone stay away from me.
Socially distanced, 2 metres. Yes. 2 metres away from my car, please.
Preferably behind me.
Yes, Yes, 2 metres behind. I'd say that was still lunge distance.
Yeah, still within lunge range. There's Lewis Wadley at the back of the group. Now, Pashley just sets a new fastest lap, and he's coming back at this pack as well. So we're going to have to see where's Theo Hesketh is down in 9th place. So Theo is not really, he's the back of this group in that sort of white and luminous yellow coloured kart, the Tim Wilson Motorsport machine with a blue writing on it. That's Theo Hesketh and James Pashley. So Adam Sparrow's two main championship rivals are at the back of this main group. Sparrow is the front of it, just off screen there in the O plate.
Well, so, with the current position, Henry, with the current positions, Fowler is now second in the championship from 6th.
Well, I mean, if you don't believe, Anthony, let's summon the points so we can show you ourselves. There they are.
It is.
So Fowler, by a point. So Hesketh and Pashley struggling is bringing Joe Fowler into play.
Yep, it definitely is indeed. And you can see Fowler, he's miles ahead, 1.5 seconds clear of anyone else. And, he's got that clean air. He can just work on it. And obviously the slipstream massively helps it. So, he eventually, I suspect, will be caught up. But Sparrow in second, he's got a bit of clean air as well.
Yeah, it's great. And we just saw Joe Reeve-Smith make a move. So you'll see Sparrow, he can relax. But Hesketh and Pashley, they have to get aggressive. They have to. There's this whole train of karts around. We've still got 6 minutes this race remaining. We're only at half distance now, and you can see. And Pashley has made a move and passed Lewis Wadley. No, he's passed Chris Whitten. Sorry. So Pashley in the number 1 plate kart. He has. So Pashley has made one move. I've just been told the bar is open. So
the bar is open.
Yeah, the bar is open.
Okay,
great.
Perfect.
Well, if we have another race like the Junior TKM, then I'm gonna need a beer. No. That's unprofessional, of course. But this is all reasonably priced booze, but for the parents after the racing. But yeah, no, now there's Pashley making another move. He had to get aggressive, and Hesketh has gone through as well. Yes, one of the guys that runs the torsion bar here at Trent Valley Kart Club is saying, so watch the racing. If there's another race like that Junior TKM race, just line up the shots of the bar for me and Anthony afterwards, because we're like this up here.
Oh dear me. Well, 4.5 minutes left to go then on this pre-final for TKM Extreme. Of course, the points massively shaken up. Pashley is. Actually, now, where is Pashley?
He's dropped to 10th. Yeah, he's at the back of this group again.
He's back at the back of this group, and that means
there's been a split.
Yeah, so he had moved back up. He was in contention to move back up into 2nd place in the championship, but because he's dropped back now, he's dropped right down the field.
And he's wheel to wheel with Theo Hesketh as well.
Yeah.
So where is Sparrow? The championship leader's gone. The championship leader's made a mistake and he's spun.
Oh, he's moved right down the field as well. You can just see he's rejoining now right next to another. I think that's a literal kart. I think that we can see.
Not Reeve-Smith? That would be. I can't see. Have a little bit. Jake Campbell Mills, I think. So.
Yep.
Adam Sparrow, he just outbrakes himself going into the first hairpin, battling away, spins backwards. He is running again. Now he won't. So all the points that he had gained in that race, he'll now lose again. So he would have his lowest score at the moment that he is counting is the 54 points from the heats at Kimbolton. So that is 9th. So if Adam Sparrow finishes 9th or lower, his points position, his points tally does not change from the start of this race. And suddenly it's gone from a 20-point lead to an 11-point lead. Theo Hesketh now within 11 points of the championship lead, and Hesketh is not even up there. So that man there, on your screen there, going to the first hairpin, being chased by Chris Whitten. Theo Hesketh, well, he himself, he's only in 5th place. If Theo could get at the road, we've got 3 minutes to go. Where is Sparrow? The answer is he's 17th. Okay, he's 17th. Jack Sparrow? No, that's the Pirates of the Caribbean. I've done it. All the Sparrow puns I've made this year, and I've not called him Jack Sparrow till now. Sorry, Adam Sparrow. 17th. He is not going to feature in the points. So he's got to finish higher than 9th to gain any points. That's not going to happen. It's all down now to number 60, Theo Hesketh, number 1, James Pashley, and number 31, Joe Fowler. Their championship chances now rest solely in their hands. Adam Sparrow's not going to affect them. They have got 2.5 minutes to make moves and get at the front to score more points and take this one even closer down to the wire.
And breathe.
Sorry. About the bar. Remember I said if the race just got the race went all Junior TKM.
It did.
No. So Archie Strong as well. Shout out for Archie Strong. I'm being told on the live stream. He's up to 4th. He's quite right too. Nick Page. Yes, you are right, sir. 4th place. What a drive so far from Archie Strong. Staying out of trouble. but he's got the championship contenders closing in him. Theo Hesketh is closing. Joe Reeve-Smith second. Joe Fowler's won this race. Joe Fowler has won this race, providing nothing bad happens. He is in with the championship challenge now. Reeve-Smith, Lee Whittingham, then Archie Strong. If Theo Hesketh can get past any of those, Theo Hesketh gets within 10 points of Adam Sparrow with one race to go in the championship.
Yep, definitely so. So everyone thinking that this is probably the battle for first. No, this is the battle for second place. Your race leader, Joe Fowler, he's right up the road. He's miles away. He's clear by, 4.5 seconds at the moment. So this is the battle for second place. And you can see here, positions changing all the way through. You can see there, what was that, the 33 of Chris Whitten.
It was Hesketh making a position as well. So Hesketh got up to 4th place. That's going to give Hesketh another point. Chris Whitten just sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
Reeve-Smith second. Lee Whittingham third. Hesketh in that number 60 car for Tim Wilson Motorsport in 4th. Around the outside goes the number 13 Carter Strong, but that's not going to work. Adam Sparrow. Well, he's up to 13th, is Adam Sparrow. He's up to 13th. He's going to be appearing in this big group. Adam Sparrow's just come out of the Fullerton S's now. Maybe I spoke too soon. 45 seconds to go. Can Adam Sparrow get into the top 9 and gain and earn another championship point? Or will he have to drop this? Will he have to drop this race and count his 9th place finish towards his championship tally?
Oh, well, I'm not too sure. It's going to be a tough call because especially there's a big gap between those two as they go through. But Pashley, a great result, up into 4th now.
Yep, now Pashley makes a move. Good stuff for Pashley. The championship battle.
Oh, no, there's a huge crash and a driver out the car under the tunnel. He's hit the barrier on the inside. I'm not sure who it was who's gone down.
We'll see there now. I was just about to say, Theo Hesketh now within 10 points. We've got 7 seconds to go. Yellow flag. We're not looking at the incident, quite rightly so. We'll keep you informed. It's currently a yellow flag situation, not a red flag, currently a yellow flag situation. On the track, Pashley to the inside of championship rival Theo Hesketh. I think it is Isaac Marsh. Isaac Marsh is the driver. Yellow flags are in. Isaac Marsh is up and out of his car, and that means he is okay.
There you go. Good stuff there.
Breathe again.
Breathe again. Well,
clock has struck 0.
Yep. And these drivers, they're going to be exiting the final corner. Joe Fowler then starts the final lap of the race. Then this is the battle for second place that you can see on there. Drivers going majorly defensive in towards turn 1. Yellow flag's clear, so the instant's cleared away. You can see the car that's recovered at the edge of the circuit. A slippery surface flag comes out, so maybe some oil has come down on the circuit there. That could play havoc with these drivers, but they get through. They get through it absolutely fine. Now, down the hill now in towards hairpin 1. Everyone going defensive. You can see there, Reeve-Smith there defensive. Down the inside, though, the number 3. Whittingham tries to get it done. Can't do it, but round the outside, Pashley to try and gain another position. He can't, and he now loses another one to the number 9.
Oh, he gains it back, though. James Pashley has now moved to within 9 points of the championship lead by virtue of moving to 4th place. He's got to stay in 4th. Theo Hesketh has dropped back a little bit. Adam Sparrow is still running on the track in 12th place. Here comes your race winner, though. Your race leader about to be race winner. Number 31, Joe Fowler. What a time to take your first win of the season. The Class and Motorsport team. As casual as you like.
Don't worry about it.
I love that celebration. He takes the win. Here's the battle for the minor placings. Sparrow's in that group as he picked up any places. He crosses the line there. Sparrow gets 11th. So he has to count his 9th place finish towards his championship at the moment from the heats at Kimbolton. Theo Hesketh, on the last lap, Theo Hesketh grabbed 4th place and James Pashley dropped to 6th. Theo Hesketh is now back into 2nd. The gap between Adam Sparrow at the moment, 444 points. Theo Hesketh, 434 points. James Pashley, 433. Joe Fowler, 431. 13 points, 4 drivers, 1 race to go in TKM Extreme. There are your top 12 positions.
Well, a crazy end to that race for TKM Extreme. Again, the results on your screen you can see, but a huge development for the championship standings. Sparrow still leading with 444 points, but second place Hesketh with 434. So only 10 points separate the top 2 as we go into the finals later on today. Make sure you stick around for that. The TKM Extreme final will be taking place at around, their race start time is 10 to 3 later on today, so make sure you stick around for that. As you can see, the cart's being recovered. Well, that brings us the end of race 25 for TKM Extreme. Next up, it's race 26, Heat 5. It's Junior X30, Groups A and C. Well, here's a look then at the grid for Junior X30, who will be heading out onto the track in just a moment. There is the championship standings just in front of me as well. Matthew Higgins at 75, starting on pole position with Bart Harrison, the 77 in second place. Alex Moody and Freddie Spindlow rounding out row number 2. Aidan Lynn and Daryl Taylor on row number 3. Alicia Barrett starting on row 4 with Oliver Stewart. Row 5, Brandon Carr and Connor Clifford. Row number 6, Jessica Edgar and Mitchell Gibbons. Row 7, Archie Walker, and then it's Oscar Joyce in 14th place. Adam Haynes and Harvey Ryby on 15th and 16th place. Adam Shaw and Mackay C there in 17th and 18th. Reece Newburn and Hayden Chance rounding out the top 10 rows. Row 11, Joshua Rowledge and Finley McKee in 21st and 22nd place. Well, you can see the drivers there lining up on the Drummond grid. You can see the 37 there, the Junior X30s of Luke Watts lining up. He's primed and ready to go. Great liveried car, that one. You can see all the kind of what circuit board scheme that I can see on the graphics kit. Yeah, so an absolutely fantastic graphics kit you can see there. It's kind of my favourite is the circuit board kind of thing.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I'm
does it for me?
Well, there you go. You know, well, whatever floats your boat. I'm, you know, I'm a free thinker. There we go. There's the eyes of Freddie Spindlow, focusing on the task in hand. Oh, what a task it is going to be! And of course, every single time, just saw Alan Turney from TKM there. Every time you think that things have settled down a little bit, then you have a race like that. So this is a heat race now. This is another heat race for the junior teams. There's Oliver Stewart, repaired NASA panel on that number. It's not repaired. It's a new NASA panel on that number 17 kart, which the old one was parted company quite spectacularly yesterday in that crash he had with Sam Shaw. So Luke Watts in the 37, part of the, you can see the Arden Young Driver Racing Academy on the race overalls of thingy Bobby. Luke Watts, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. The driver that I'm looking at on the screen that I've been calling all year. I think they call that a brain fart. The problem is I haven't got a brain. Yeah.
So I wonder what past wind.
So it's like when a baby's smiling. Is he smiling or has he just got wind? That's what is Henry smiling or is he just do I need burping or something like that? Oh dear.
Green flag then comes on the start-finish box. The karts now making their way onto the track to start race 26 of the day. Heat number 5 for Junior X30. And of course this is groups A and C. And going to be a very exciting race still as the drivers frantically checking their steering.
I hope not. I hope they all
don't want another exciting
race.
I
hope they all just stay in the same order and just tootle around for 8 minutes.
It would be good, wouldn't it?
No, good for my blood pressure, I know that. Anyway, but no, I'm sure this is going to be, and this is what happens, ladies and gentlemen. You know, all season, the racing has been spectacular all season. You know, you can probably count the amount of sort of, not boring, but sort of static races in all the classes that we've got here in the British Championships on one hand, you know, throughout the season. There's, you know, it's sedate racing. Now, all the drivers know whether they are battling for, you know, a seeded place, you know, in the championship and a nationally ranked number. It's now or never. And that does create the sort of extra heightened attention. You know, you do see mistakes. There is so much pressure on these young men and women that occasionally little cracks appear because they know that passing manoeuvre, that I need to do it now. I've got to do it now. It's so important, and that's where little mistakes can come in. But here we go. Walker and Watts, Higgins and Harrison, Moody and Spindlow, Lynn and Taylor, Barrett and Stewart. Lights are out. We're off and racing in Junior X30. Through the Fullerton S's and over the grass goes Oliver Stewart. He comes back on and keeps it pointing in a straight line, but drops quite a way down the pack. They're all safely through with Aaron Walker in the race lead.
Yep, nice start there from the Junior X30s. They will exit the bridge, down the hill, in towards hairpin number 1. A couple of the karts going defensive there, and you can see squirreling under braking, keeping those karts straight, and still hitting the apexes there. And excellent running there. You can see the number 77 of Bart Harrison trying to get down the inside, and successfully does so.
Yep, and of course he leads the championship by 2 points. And he knows that Josh Rowledge had a problem in qualifying, so Rowledge starting in the back. So Harrison, again, all these moves that we saw, Harrison is making them because he thinks, I've got to gain as many points as possible on Rowledge. You know, my teammate is having a bad day. Let's get to capitalise. Let's rub his nose in it, so to speak. You know, so there's no point in my teammate having a bad day if I'm pootling around in 9th.
Yeah.
You know, so he had to make that move early. He made it. It's cost him a bit of time, though. You know, at the end of lap number 1, there are some gaps appearing. It's Walker by only a 10th over Watts, and Watts getting that's Alex Moody in the other KTM Motorsport car. Good qualifying performance from Alex Moody, but he is struggling in the race a little bit at the start. Higgins is 3rd, and look at that, 4th place, over a second behind Higgins is Harrison. So apart from the top 2, big gaps appearing.
Indeed they are. So, I mean, the championship standings, championship not over.
Oh, not by a lot.
Not by a lot.
2 points.
Two points.
I think it's pretty much a head-to-head. I think that Luke Watts and Aaron Walker, and maybe even Oliver Greenhall, it would need Harrison and Rowledge to have some serious problems to bring them fully into contention. But, hey, judging on what has happened in the last couple of races, anything is possible. Yeah. And in fact, anything is probable as well.
It's just, when's it going to happen?
When, not if when. And looking there now, Rowledge already up to 16th place. From 24th to 16th as we complete lap number 2. Bart Harrison sets a new fastest lap. In 4th place, he's pushing as hard as he can to get up to the front.
Yep, he's working incredibly hard there, and of course the race time is now, you've been used to 12-minute heats.
Oh, dude, stop it!
Who's got an issue there?
It's an MLC car. It's an MLC. Oh, dear me. Darrell Taylor. And now they're the Kim Bolton winner for MLC Motorsport. Darrell Taylor from 6th place out of the race, and he had an outside shot at the title. He was 6th overall. That title shot has now pretty much gone up in smoke like his engine.
Yes, indeed. But of course, it's still a bit of shining light for Rowledge. He's now up into P13 after that as well. So even though it's a disaster for some, it's good stuff for others.
Yep. You know, one man's pleasure is another man's loss.
Yep.
And Rowledge in car number 10, you know, he's Rowledge. It's a really tough thing. So he would have psyched himself up for the first couple of laps. He's got to get past, and this is not being. I'm using the driver's terminology here because all these young men and women are exceptionally talented. But in Josh's mind, he's got right. I've got a couple of laps. I've got to get past the hackers.
Yeah.
You know, I got to get past the hackers, the wild drivers that are unpredictable. And once I've got through them, and once I've passed them, and I'm into the midfield, then obviously the drivers get better. So each position gets harder to make because the gaps keep growing. But I mean, he's done half the job. But as you can see now, he is 30th place. But the leading group, by and large, are quite spaced out.
Yeah, they are stretching away, aren't they? But Bart Harrison is leading the next biggest pack. Of course, at the moment, Aaron Walker and Luke Watts, they're leading the way. They're kind of breaking away as well from the second big pack. There's 1.3 seconds behind, as you can see there, the gap. But Bart Harrison's kind of on his own. He's in a bit of a no man's land, which is good. It's a good and a bad thing, you know, because it's good of the fact that he's calm at the moment, he can just crack on. But it's bad of the fact that he's got 4 wheels working against 8 that are just behind him, slowly catching up, or potentially pass him in the next couple of corners. But again, then Rowledge, who's up into P12 now, he's still working about how to get past at the moment.
I think Bart Harrison has just managed. He's got past Matt Higgins and Freddie Spinlow. Now, Higgins, this is the thing. Higgins and Spinlow. So Harrison 3rd. Yeah, but again, he's got the 2 leaders in front of him who are working together. Sorry, right, Higgins and Spinlow. Cast your mind back to Lid in the Rotax round. Both Higgins and Spinlow, both the Rotax classes as well. They had a couple of issues, should we say? You know, but they would, shall we say, not the best of friends at the end of that weekend. But now, on track, differences aside, they're working together. They're working together for the greater good of each other. So, and they're pushing along with it. So that's how dynamics in karting change all the time. You know, Watts and Walker, they may have been at each other's throats yesterday, but now, first and second, hey, we'll work together, we'll go away because we each want to win this race or come second. We don't want to be dragged into a pack battle that could knock us out of the top 10 completely. So these drivers, they're frenemies, like you said. That's
frenemies. That's the word of the year.
Yeah, the word of the year.
Frenemies.
Enemy today, friend tomorrow.
Yes. That's how I'd call this year as well. End of
what? Just work with me. I'm taking great offence to that. No, I'm joking. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the race. Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. And I've got to say, really, Harrison back to fourth now. Spinlow retakes third place. Aaron Walker leads from Watts, Harrison, Spinlow, Higgins, Brandon Carr from McBarrett Racing. Great drive for him so far in kart number 25. He's sixth. Alicia Barrett is seventh. Connor Clifford is eighth. Aidan Lynn ninth. Mitchell Gibbons, last year's Cadet Honda champion for Dan Holland Racing. Now he's taking him a little while to get used to this class, going from the 4-stroke of the Honda straight into Junior X30, and now he's getting to grips with it. He runs in 10th. He's just been pushed back to 13th actually by Oscar Joyce and Josh Rowledge. Sam Shaw is 12th. So Rowledge up into 11th. Gibbons is down to 13th. Then Archie Walker, Oliver Stewart, Jessica Edgar, Alex Moody, Harvey Ryby, Mikai Singh, Adam Hayes rounds out the top 20 ahead of Reese Newburn, Hayden Chance, Finley McKee, and sadly Darrell Taylor out of the race. Gaps. Harrison, fourth, 1.5 seconds behind the race leader, Aaron Walker.
Yeah, so big gap still forming out on the circuit. You can see the two race leaders are clear at the moment. Now, they cross the line with 1 minute remaining. Last lap board will be coming out in just a moment. The sort of lap times they're doing, 59 seconds. So if they have a slow lap, it's going to be to the wire here, the 1 second wire of are they going to see the last lap board this time, or are they going to get another lap?
I think it depends on if Luke Watts starts making his move this lap on Aaron Walker, then they'll slow down. If he doesn't, then there'll be a quick lap. And so does Watts want to prolong the race, or does he want to get to that last lap and just try and do it all in one foul swoop? Oh, he's side by side though, coming out of the first hairpin. Nope, he slots back into second place. Walker continues to lead. Again, he got a better run out of the corner, but then didn't force the issue.
No.
So it was a practice manoeuvre.
It was, yeah. Eyeing up, ready for the next lap, because he's anticipating the next lap could be the last lap.
Exactly. Quite right, so. Fifth place, Matthew Higgins is 3 seconds in front of sixth place Brandon Carr. So the top five have got a real breakaway on. The clock strikes 0.
Yep.
Last lap board does go out, and now Watts makes his move. Oh, he timed it, and that was a dynamite move from Luke Watts.
Where did that come from?
Well, I mean, he simply took Aaron Walker by surprise and sent one at the inside. That was that's got a James Bean move written all over it.
Yep, that was well timed.
Really well timed, decisive, forceful. Get in there, get her done, boy.
There we go. Goes defensive into hairpin 1. Not needed because Walker's not close enough. After now going defensive, now Walker's close enough. Goes to the outside, trying to take the long way round. No, switches back. Ooh. Tries to get it down the inside, but Watts closes the door.
And here come the cavalry.
Yep.
Here come the cavalry, led by Freddie Spindle, Bart Harrison, with Matthew Higgins tagging along as well. Harrison's up to third. Championship leader moving into P3. His title rival Josh Rowledge is still down in 11th place. But as they come through the front, Luke Watts is going to take another win.
Yep, that's excellent, decisive move there into turn number 1. Out of the final corner, though, and Watts takes the checker flag from Walker, from Bart Harrison. Great result for Harrison. Freddie Spindlow crosses in 4th place. Then it's Higgins, Brandon Carr, Alicia Barrett. Then it's Aidan Lynn, Connor Clifford, Sam Shaw, Josh Rowledge up into P11, up 13th position, so good results. Oscar Joyce, Archie Walker, Jessica Edgar, then Oliver Stewart, Mackay Singh, and then it's Alex Moody, Harvey Ryby, Mitchell Gibbons, Reese Newburn, and Adam Haynes. Hayden Chance crossing in 22nd place as well. Finley McKee just crossing. And of course, Darrell Taylor not finishing the race due to mechanical issues.
I have to say, look at that, Ryan. The checkered flag waving is a thing of beauty. Such style, such panache. There he goes.
There's another look at the provisional race results, of course, because pending
Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen. Of course.
So yeah, Luke Watts. But we've seen it again. That first win, bang.
Yep.
6 months ago, I'll guarantee you, and Beanie will tell you, his mechanic, Luke Watts wouldn't have made that move into the front run. He would have been a bit more tentative.
Yeah.
He's won a final now, the British Championship.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just boom, right hand down, get to the apex. if you want to pull in on me, then you're going over the grass, son. So he didn't, and he got the win. Next race coming up very shortly. So the fourth and final heat race for Senior X30. Katie McQueen and Lewis Gilbert share the front row of the grid. Thomas Turner and the 2020 Motorsport UK British Senior X30 champion Danny Curl on row number 2. Harry Platten and Gus Lawrence make up the third row.
Row number 4, Eduardo Costeng, and then it's Connor Jupp joining alongside. Then it's Archie Tillett and Caleb Marshall on row 5, Joseph Taylor and Nelson King on row 6.
Row 7 is Alex Pendlebury and Oliver Gray. Row 8, Blake Anglis and Thomas Fleming. Row 9, it's Clayton Ravenscroft and Matt Armstrong.
Rory Hudson and Matthew Owen Rees round out row number 10. Then it's Morgan Porter and Jamie Rogers on row 11, Oliver Greetham and Tyler Reid on row number 12.
Caspar Scusa and Ewan Wilson, row 13. Dan McEwen and Ben Hodge, row 14. Thomas Wood and Rory Cuff, row 15.
Rounding out the grid then, row 16, Brad Pennell, then Tom Nippers, and on the final row in 33rd and 34th, full grid, Christopher Bingham and Benedict David.
No, oh, come on, I thought it was Cumberbatch.
No, Davis.
Davis, sorry.
Yes.
There we go. Can we just call him Benedict Cumberbatch?
We can do.
Okay.
I mean, we could, yeah, there's many other things we could potentially call. Because obviously he plays many characters.
Eggs Benedict?
Eggs Benedict?
No, Benedict Davis. Oh, anyway, there's Connor Jupp. We'll call him Juppy because he's standing there, and you can see now, there's Connor Jupp. Last year, I have to say that Connor Jupp, there was twice as much of him. He had spent 6 years mechanicking and had enjoyed life. He'd wintered well, and to come back to karting, he lost 15 kilos. You know, which is an incredible amount to get back into race shape, and he took the win in the opening heat race of the day. You know, that's the kind of commitment that you do need if you're going to do this well. There's Gus Lawrence in kart number 4. So this class, I mean, yesterday was all about Danny Curl. This weekend, it's also all about the curse of second place. Gus Lawrence started the weekend second in the championship, and he had a shocker yesterday. He's dropped to third. Harry Platten taken over second place in the championship, but both Harry Platten and Rory Hudson, who were third, and Gus Lawrence, they were fading now. They were fading. There's Thomas Turner, and it was Thomas Turner and Caden McQueen, who were 5th and 6th in points, who are now having a really strong race as well. So every time a driver gets a second in the points, it seems that their form disappears.
Yeah.
But it does mean that we've still got, I would say, anyone of 6 drivers can take second in the point. No, anyone of 5 drivers, because Morgan Porter, Thomas Fleming, and Tyler Reid really haven't been a factor. There's Ryan. Ryan the T-shirt. He's there. Now look at this. Look, he commands that green flag. There. Oh, go on, Ryan. Look at that. There he is. Brilliant. Oh, good waving. Good waving. Get him a cheerleading job. Dallas Cowboys are looking.
Are they?
Well, I mean, they're looking for a cheerleader with a beard and a beer gut. Yeah. So I'd say that he'd be. No,
it does make me wonder why you know things like that.
Man of many talents, you know, man of many talents.
Cheerleader in your past?
Well, I mean, funnily enough, there's a funny story about a fancy dress party that I went to. I shared a taxi home with a cheerleader, a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader. His name was Andrew.
Oh, dear.
But we're not talking about a crying game situation. We're just saying that there was a... No, I usually... Oh, dear. Henry, be quiet. I got a taxi home with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, and her name was Andrew, and she had a beard.
Oh dear, you do get up to some wild things, don't you?
Yeah, well, there's not a lot else to do in Wales, is there? No, here we go. Look at that. Sunshine dappling down over the circuit there. I may have misquoted myself ever so slightly. I meant to say sunshine dappling over the circuit. Another word slipped out. Apologies to Mary Whitehouse and anyone who may be easily offended. Here we go! Lights are out, we're off and racing. Katie McQueen has the race lead. And that's a Charles Leclerc kart. That's Tyler Reid on the grass. He saved it though. Oh, he's saying, oh, we got a crash under the bridge. We've got 2 carts off under the bridge. And
three carts.
Oh, 3 carts, yeah. The rest of them were scattering like cockroaches when you turn the light on. But they all managed to get around those. The 3 carts will get a number check on them. I think it was Alex Pendlebury, Oliver Gray, and possibly Tom Nippers. Oh, Tom Nippers didn't come out. There's a couple of drivers that are missing. Where's Danny Curl? Where it is Art Jamie? We've got a pace kart situation. I think Danny Curl may have not gone out for this one. I'm looking at Curl, Pendlebury and Nippers are all not showing up as having come out on the screen. Now there's Thomas Fleming. He is under the bridge in some sort of difficulty. There is Fleming. And who is that coming out? Oh, it's the curse of second place strikes again, because Harry Platten is coming around the second hairpin now with a badly damaged kart. So Platten, there he is.
Oh wow, yeah, look at the side pod on that. That chassis is completely bent, isn't it?
Well, yeah, the side pod rails are, that has taken a hefty knock. So, the curse of second place.
Yep.
You know, it strikes again. Now, so we've not got a full view of the karts by a long shot. Curl is not out there. Platten is touring in. Pendlebury is not out there. Fleming has crashed, and Nippers is not out there. I'm wondering if Danny Curl has got some points, and now he can drop this round. He scored points in the heats, and now that's enough. Maybe he won't come out for this one. Maybe he won't come out again at all. We'll have to see. We're not told, but certainly on the track, we'll forget about who's not there. Who is there? Caden McQueen, Thomas Turner. Then it is Lewis Gilbert, Gus Lawrence, Connor Jupp, Eduardo Costing, and Archie Tillett, with Caleb Marshall 8th, Nelson King and Oliver Gray rounding out the top 10. And this race, the time it is continuing, Caden McQueen gets them slowed down to a crawl, and he comes onto the back straight. Turner in second. I think now the key is going to be whether they have cleared Thomas Fleming's kart. So Fleming was out of his kart. There is a paramedic station right over there. The Battenberg flag is being waved. They come on to the start finish. They're not going to get the green flag this time around. So it's Caden McQueen becomes the de facto pace kart, and they're all bunching up. We've got 29 of the 34 starters. So Curl, Platten, Fleming, Nippers, and Pendlebury. So Curl took the I do not know, but maybe Fleming is still sat in his kart.
Well, I've got some information.
Because I saw Les Latham in the back of the contract, and that man knows a thing or two about kart racing, and particularly about.
So red flag has come out. So the information that Danny Curl has actually withdrawn from the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
Because he's got world finals. He doesn't want to potentially risk an injury, which.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay.
So he's withdrawn from the weekend.
Oh, maybe I'll sack myself and get Danny Curl to commentate on the race with you then. Maybe I'll sack you. No. Actually, we need one good voice here. So in the contract, I'll sack myself, and there. So we got a red flag. Thomas Fleming is still in his kart. We're talking about. So Danny Curl's withdrawn. Well, that's sort of what I thought might happen. But obviously you'll still be in the paddock, and Danny Curl can breathe and watch the rest of the racing. And of course, it opens the door for everybody else. But I mean, there's still at least a dozen potential winners there. Now the drivers are out of their karts. We haven't got action replays today, so we couldn't see what happened there, but there were 3 karts off the inside going under the bridge in the first lap, and yes, you can now see the ambulance going onto the circuit. So Fleming in some discomfort, but he is sitting in now. Again, he's sat in the kart, he is chatting away, but he's obviously in some discomfort. The driver's now looking over there. There's a couple of drivers shaking their heads. Couldn't see who got involved. Obviously, who was starting where? Platten was starting in 5th position. Thomas Fleming was starting in 16th. Now, Platten has got heavy damage on the outside of on the side part of his kart, so I think he probably spun, and Fleming went side, T-boned him. There's Caden McQueen.
Question from Jan there.
Will there be a complete restart?
How far into the race are we? We're more than halfway, aren't we?
Yes, we are. The answer to your question, Jan Echterman, who is watching from Germany, is I haven't got a Scooby-Doo. which
Excellent, cool. Very informative.
I don't know is the answer.
Right.
We will wait. I will maybe go and. Ian Rogers has taken the starting order down to but the red flag was called. We weren't at 75% of race distance. Now the drivers are wondering what's happening. So there we go. On the left-hand side of your screen, oh no, the driver with the pink crash helmet. That's Lewis Gilbert, the darling of Dalray. You've got the driver, the Caden McQueen. He's practicing the dance moves there. I suppose animated as you'll see him. And you've got then Thomas Turner in the green and white race suit to the left of your picture. That's being obscured by the timing thing. So they're having a chat. Connor Jupp is just, and Lewis Gilbert are sort of seeing what's happening. And of course, they'll all just be thinking, you know, did you see what happened? You know, nothing serious and what have you. At the back of the grid. Now there's number 69, that tall driver there standing at the side of the number 69 car. That's Jamie Rogers, who is now with Cato Motorsport. We've got a couple of officials coming on to the screen there just to see Kev Robinson. There's big Kev right at the front of the grid with his clipboard. Now he is the grid marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, and I suppose you think about, you know, he'll be re-gridding them. So by the fact that he is out there, that tells me that there will be a restart. And I can see that we've got some more Motorsport UK officials just checking. That's Ben Moore, one of our scrutineering team. Now he is checking. He's checking nose cone.
He is,
brackets.
yes. Now we saw this at Clay.
Because if your nose cone is down, right, you cannot put it back up. If you try and put it back up now, you're out of the meeting. Yeah. Goodbye, go home.
Yeah.
If you have a nose cone down, you can. I believe you can come into Parc Fermé when the race restarts, put it back on, but obviously you lose a lot of time.
Yeah.
You know, it's a 5-second penalty.
Oh, he
for
spotted
nose
another
cones.
one.
Oh dear, he's right. Well, they're going to take a shot of that. Now that driver, he sat in his car looking up. He knows he's got a nose cone penalty. And this is why they do it, because if that kart comes into the pits at the end of the race and the nose cone is up, then now what is that S8 racing driver doing?
I know, you just said there, if he adjusts
well, maybe
it.
the regulation may have changed this year, I don't know, but I mean, obviously now they know that driver has got a nose cone penalty. He puts it back up. He puts it back up. He's got a penalty anyway. He puts it back up. If he comes in and his nose cone dropped again, he gets another 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
Like a double bubble it is. 2-for-1 offer. Super duper deal.
Excellent. I'll take 3.
Yeah. So there we go. Looks like we're going to have a complete restart.
So you can see there, they're walking back through the grid. Now, the 75, you can see there in shot. That is Dan McEwen.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying that?
Yes, you are.
I am right in saying that.
Yeah, he's sat on the rear bumper of his cart there, so...
yeah. Doesn't look like the most comfortable seating position, but he's making it work for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. Maybe, you know, just, you know, better for his back. I'm not quite sure. There's a reason why he does it.
The 89 has just left the pit lane.
Tom Nippers.
Tom Nippers. He's just nipping out for a pint of milk, he is.
Well, he wouldn't speak like that because he's from Newport. So I'm going down Pound Hill for a pint of milk. I am Newport. It's cost £1. Everything's £1. I'm going to go down John Frost Square in Newport and I'm going to buy a house for £1. There he is. So he will join the back of the grid for this. There's Eduardo Cosateng, the KR Sport driver, chatting with Clayton Ravenscroft. I think it's time for a word from our sponsors.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
And right on cue, as the advert break finishes, welcome back to Paul Fletcher International. Karts are restarting for what should be a full restart. Tom Nippers getting his number 89 machine restarted, or is it? Yes, he goes. There we are. Nice pair of Adidas Sambas his dad's wearing there. That's they're tidy darts. There they are. Here we go. It's a rolling start. Off we go. Kate McQueen takes the race lead. Oh, and a spin! There's another big spin. And that's Archie Tillett. He doesn't need another big crash. He's had one already this season. And
he's fine. He's out the barrier and gets off the line as well. So all the other karts avoid him. So spooky, scary.
Oof.
Brown trouser moment.
Yes,
but
that was awful. But
cleaned up quickly.
Now we haven't had a full restart. We're half this. We've got 4.5 minutes to go. So, a couple of questions coming on the live chat. Where's Curl? Danny Curl's withdrawn from the event.
Yes.
He's sealed the championship. He's got the IAME International Finals coming up in Portimao in a few weeks' time, or in December, so he doesn't want to get hurt. And when you look at the incident that happened around about where he started on the grid at this last race, I think that's a smart move. The nose cones are checked, like Sue Griffin says on there, so anyone who had a nose cone drop at that first start, they've been recorded. They've got a 5-second penalty. The officials make sure they put the nose cone back up, so if they do it again, they get another 5-second penalty.
Yes, there we go.
So
clarified. Thank you very much, Sue.
Any other business? No, let's talk about the racing. Here we go. There's Oliver Gray trying to make a move on the number 97 kart of Nelson King. And there's Gus Lawrence side by side with Lewis Gilbert. But up at the front, Caden McQueen leads from Thomas Turner. Then it's Gilbert in third, Lawrence in fourth, Connor Jupp in fifth. The curse of second place, the point standings are struck again because Harry Platten, who came into this race second, the points, is out. He was involved in that collision with Thomas Fleming. The next driver in line, Rory Hudson, well, he now would assume second place, but he's only 13th.
Yep, so...
Caden McQueen's looking good for a top 5 in the point standings if he keeps this up.
Well, yeah, definitely so. Well, there you go. See, Caden McQueen at the front of the grid. The top two pulling away. McQueen and Turner opening that gap up. It's about nearly a second that they've got between themselves and the next group of karts, which starts with, I believe, the third plate of Lewis Gilbert. Am I right in saying?
Yeah, that is correct. The Potenza Racing's engines. Here he comes, the Darling of Dalray at the inside of number 23, Costain takes over. Fifth position, Eduardo Costain. This is by far and away his best performance. I've seen Eduardo race the last couple of years in Europe, have you? But this is there's Nelson King now. Nelson is normally in the Rotax arm of the championship. He's moved over to IAME for this round. I'm sure we'll see him back here in the Rotax round in a couple of weeks' time for their final round. And Nelson is he's getting shown the X30 way, and he's sticking at the inside there of Joseph Taylor in the number 21 Argenti Motorsport kart. Breathes, and he just about gets round, but he's lost a lot of place there.
Yeah, that was not ideal then through the final corner. Only 2 minutes remaining then of the Senior X30 race. Race 27 of the day, heat number 4 for the class. We are 5 laps completed on lap 6 and about to complete that one as well. Out of the final corner comes the train of karts, and it's still McQueen from Turner, Jupp, Lawrence, Gilbert, Ravenscroft, Marshall, Gray, Costain, Armstrong round out the top 10. Into the banking they go.
There's a move. That looked like an Argenti Motorsport kart having a dive at the inside. There's Oliver Gray a little bit in front of that. Oliver Gray picks up 7th place, passing Caleb Marshall there. Caden McQueen still up front. Thomas Turner within spitting distance in second position, and they've got a 1 second advantage over Jupp in third, Lawrence 4th, then Gilbert, Ravenscroft up into 6th position. Then it's Gray, Marshall, Costain, Armstrong, Ewan Wilson. Well, he qualified badly, but now the double egg roll that he had for breakfast is obviously, digested itself a little bit, and he is motoring on toward the front, up into 11th place for the S8 racing team. King, Taylor, Hudson, Porter, Greetham, Anglis, Reed, Hodge, and Rory Cuff are the rest of your top 20.
Yeah, the number 11 there, you could just see it at the corner of your screen, ran a little bit wide there. That was Casper Skuza getting scoozed out of the way, and there's,
well
there, 59 plate of
Oliver
Greetham. Yeah, was not happy with what happened there.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. I was saying well done because Casper Skuza was scoozed into 9th place. Or you're trying to say squeezed. I thought it was a very good pun. I was applauding you.
Yeah, well, it was a good pun.
It was intentional, was it? Oh, good.
It was intentional. It was very intentional.
Excellent. Good. Glad to see that I'm rubbing off on you.
Yes. Oh, please don't say that again. 20 seconds ago.
Up the front, yes. 20 seconds ago, I said that to you. Caden McQueen, Thomas Turner, 1-2. Then it is Jupp in 3rd, so Jupp in the number 35 Kart. There he is. Now he's looking good for a pole position for the final, possibly. He won his earlier race. He's going to come 3rd here, at least, because he's not got any challenges from behind. The last lap board is out now, and they come across the line. Caden McQueen has got to hold off Thomas Turner. Jupp is within 0.8 of a second. New fastest lap for Clayton Ravenscroft, 58.30. There's a move for the lead. Turner takes the lead going on to the banking, and Ravenscroft picks up a place as well. He passes Gilbert for 5th. I don't know what happened to Clayton Ravenscroft's qualifying performance this weekend. He qualified badly on both days, but as you would expect from the driver that won the Mansell Raceway final, his race pace is on point.
Yes, it definitely is indeed, and the fastest lap as well for him as well, 58.30. But final lap time, and the top 3 are nose to tail. Caden McQueen, Thomas Turner, and Juppy right there behind in 3rd place is caught right up to the back of them. 2/10 separate the top 3 as they exit the Fullerton S's into the final part of the track.
Yep, so McQueen lost the lead, regained the lead. Nice and calm, just good, clean racing. Jupp is right there in 3rd. So, at the end of the season, the croc shows its teeth. McQueen takes the victory, Turner 2nd, and again, the 2 drivers that started this race, 5th and 6th in points, finish 1st and 2nd. Now, Connor Jupp missed a round. He had a bad round. He's out of contention really for a good seed. But so, the battle, we can focus the battle for 2nd place in this class because it's going to be absolutely superb. The order at the end of that 2-part, rather truncated Senior X30 race: McQueen, Turner, Jupp, Lawrence, and Ravenscroft your top 5. Gilbert in 6th, Gray 7th, Marshall 8th, Cosseteng 9th, and Armstrong rounds out the top 10. Rory Hudson finishes 13th, not great news for him. And further back, Archie Tillett crossed the line in 26th place, but he's just happy to cross the line at all. We had Alex Pendlebury didn't go out. Tom Nippers wasn't allowed to take the restart. I did wonder, he didn't take the initial start, but because it wasn't a complete re-grid, he wasn't allowed to just join in, so he went back to the pits. And sadly, obviously Danny Kilber drew, and sadly both Platten and Fleming failed to finish. Hopefully Thomas Fleming is okay, and we may see him out for the final, but he is now down to 7th in the championship standings.
7th in the standings. Well, I had to tape you to the seat last time. I'm going to have to tape you to the seat again. IAME Cadet is up next.
Already on the rolling lap because we are behind schedule on the timetable. Zach Drummond and Macaulay Bishop on row 1. Lewis Werrell and Hardy Mamasi on row 2. Zach Knight and Nathan Tye on row number 3.
Row 4, Ethan Jeff Hall. Then it's Archie Clark, Roman Kamyab, Sebastian Mins, and Jorge Edgar. Ben Smith rounding out row number 6.
Row 7 sees Will Murtagh joined by William Knight. Row 8, Noah Wolf and Sky Parker. Row 9, Daniel Sofronea and Jesse Phillips.
Mason Rudman, then William Antrobus, Eden Spanswick, Alfie Slater, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, and Michael Walker rounding out the 24th place on the grid.
Row 13 sees Kip Bilofsky joined by Joey Brown. Row 14 has Morgan Moore and Kanishki Rao on it. And row 15 is Aston Sharp and Eli Baden.
Last on the order then, Connor Duncan rounding out the 31-strong grid.
But Connor Duncan started 31st and finished inside the top 10 in the last race like an absolute Exocet missile. He was coming through. So, after the first heat, This is the final Cadet IAME heat of the year. At the end of this race, the intermediate classification will be given and points will be awarded.
Yes.
Nathan Tye won the opening heat. Macaulay Bishop finished 7th, and Nathan Tye at the moment has the upper hand to gain ground on Bishop in the championship standings. 4 points out.
Oh no, and they
There's a spin
out
on
the
the
first
start,
corner.
and reversing across the track is the number 47 kart of Ben Smith. Now it's a false start.
Yep.
That's a false start. Anthony, I've got to say, I don't know what to do with myself here. I don't know if I should sit down. My palms got all sweaty. I'm getting palpitations. No, I mean, in all seriousness, the tension level went. They did a spinal tap and turned it up to 11 earlier on.
I mean, the championship standings on this are.
Oh, well, I mean, in the way things are at the moment, I think, and I mean, we've still got this race. A lot can happen in this race, an awful lot.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that we're going to go into the final, whichever Bishop or Tye, whoever finishes in front of the other could be the champion. It's going to be that close.
Yeah, it will be, and there's no pre-final for these guys either. It's the points, and then we find out the final. Yeah.
And so yes, it's they've got 2 races to go this season of the Cadets. This is the first of them. Now Bishop has just, I mean, it's an 8-minute race. This is going to be the longest 8 minutes.
Plus the one additional lap.
Plus the one additional lap. You know, this is so. You know, first things first. You know, get through the first couple of corners. Nathan Tye made it. Nathan Tye finished the first lap of the first heat in 2nd place. He starts 6th. What can he do here? Lights are out. This time we're off and racing. It's a good start from Drummond. Bishop side by side. They go into Bruno Ferrari S's under the tunnel. They all come out. There is one driver off just at the start of the bridge, but he comes at the tunnel, but he comes back on the track. No harm done. Into turn number 3. Drummond still had the lead. Yes, he does. Into 2nd place has gone Lewis Werrell, the number 10 Fusion kart, and then it is Bishop in 3rd. Is that? Or make that? No, it's not. It's number 36, Zach Knight 3rd. Tye up to 4th.
Spinner off in the background there, the 36. Spinning around, no, 38, sorry, it's 38, sorry, William Antrobus.
William Antrobus. Now, there is Bishop. Bishop has lost ground again. It is Drummond leading, Knight 2nd. Yellow flag waving at the, that was for the William Antrobus kart. But as they come into Bobby Game corner, 2, 4, 6, we got an 8 kart breakaway at the front. Bishop is 6th. Tye is 4th. Between them is the leading privateer driver in the championship, the Anglo-Canadian driver, Hardy Mamasi, who is having the weekend of his season so far, the best weekend of his season so far. So Drummond from Zach Knight, as they go under the bridge onto the banking at the start of lap 2. Knight takes the lead. Lewis Werrell tries to pass his teammate, and he goes through as well. And Nathan Tye capitalises and passes them both. Great use of the banking, the momentum there from Nathan Tye, and he has 2nd place. Will Knight notice that his teammate is there? He's not making the move yet, but at some point, if Nathan Tye gets a chance, Zach Knight is not going to fight him. Bishop in 5th place, make that 4th. Yes, he goes into 4th place. Werrell tucks in behind him. Mamasi is 6th. 7th for Sebastian Mins, and 8th is William Knight. That is your lead pack breakaway.
Yeah, that's very interesting then in these top 4. You can see that the whole pack is kind of closing away with them. There's top 8 you can see in this entire pack. Less than 6 minutes left on the timer then for this group. You can see there Tye in 2nd place. Bishop still holding on to 4th place at the moment. He needs to get in front of Tye this time around. You know, he lost by quite a few places in the last race, and that's obviously going to hinder it in terms of how much points they get at the end of this race. Of course, they put the 2 races together, and then that puts them together. And
the other thing, Anthony, is that of the drivers that are up there, you know, you've got 8 drivers. I think 6 of those drivers were in the top 6, 7 positions. So I mean, you all like Zach Knight and Zach Drummond, they all scored well. Here's a change for the lead. Zach Knight does not fight his teammate, and Nathan Tye has the race lead. So at the moment, Nathan Tye is on for a 65-point result in the heats. That is going to add 5 points possibly to his points tally. He'll be dropping a 60 points. Yep, so he's going to add 5 points to his tally. He's 4 points behind Bishop at the moment. Bishop looks like he unless something Bishop has got to try and finish at the end of the intermediate classification. He's got a 7th place at the moment. He needs to try and make sure that he is at least 3rd in the intermediate standings. If he's 3rd in the intermediate standings, he scores 60 points and he drops his 5th place finish from the final at Kimbolton, which is 58 points, so he would gain 2 championship points. That would put him on 629. If Nathan Tighe wins this heat, he wins the intermediate classification, he gains 5 points, that would put him on 628.
Right.
So, but that all depends on Bishop finishing 3rd in the intermediate classification. Not in this race, but in the overall combined scores of the 2 heats. If Bishop finishes 3rd and Tighe wins, which is looking likely, Bishop will have a 1-point championship lead going into the final. If Bishop finishes anywhere lower than 3rd in the intermediate standings, he uses this today so far as a dropped score, and he goes into the final 1 point behind Nathan Tighe.
Well, hopefully you kept up with that, because I surely didn't.
It's
quite complex, isn't it?
It looks like there's going to be a 1 point difference between Tighe and Bishop going into the final. It's the question of who is 1 point to the good and who is 1 point to the bad.
Well,
at the moment, it looks like Tighe could be 1 point to the good.
Yep.
All depends on what Macaulay Bishop can do now. This is pressure.
The top pressure on these drivers.
3 minutes to go.
I mean, he's there in 4th place. Well, I say he's there in 4th place. He's there in 3rd now, so he's managed to get down the inside of Drummond. Drummond now behind, but now he's got the same issue as what he had earlier on today. He's got the two Oliver Rowland Motorsport carts in front, Nathan Tighe leading, Zachary Knight there as the rear gunner. What can he do? To be fair, I'd prefer it if Drummond was in front, because that way Drummond could try and shake them up, and that way he could sneak past.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, remember yesterday when Nathan Tighe needed to get carts between himself and Macaulay Bishop. Nathan Tighe had the lead, Bishop was second, and instantly Tighe slowed down, backed Bishop into the pack.
Yep.
Now Bishop needs to do that to Nathan Tighe.
Yeah.
Bishop needs to get into the lead and then he needs to back Nathan Tighe up, and hopefully Nathan Tighe gets past and put Kart between himself and Nathan. So it's a complete switch of mentality, the way they got to approach this race. And they know that. They know that. And of course, all these other drivers around them, you know, the Fusion drivers, there's the Hardy Massey is a privateer, you've got a couple of Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammates. They've all got to play their part somehow. But look at Bishop pushing them away. Bishop wants to try and he's got to get in front to start with. Nathan Tighe is leading this race and he's doing a superb job. Here comes Bishop, though. He splits the Oliver Rowland carts. So Tighe loses his rear gunner. Bishop from 4th to 3rd, now to 2nd. And instantly Tighe starts to defend. Instantly he knows that Bishop is there, so he starts to defend. He's going to go round the outside as Macaulay Bishop. No, he's not.
Oh, round the outside.
Zach Knight goes round the outside. Now Zach Knight's on the grass.
Oh, that was excellent.
Here
overtake.
comes Bishop round the outside. He's careful. You're going to get squeezed. 3 wide. Bishop's on the grass blocks. Get back on. He's losing a place. No, he holds on to 2nd place.
Just about holds on to 2nd place. The 36 gets down the inside. Oh no, he's lost about 4 positions there. Yeah, absolutely freight train through the Fullerton S's. He's dropped back now quite a few positions now. 5th place for Bishop. He's got to do all that work again, but there's only 1 minute to go.
William Knight's doing some of the. William Knight just passes Hardy Mamassi. Mamassi having a great. So Hardy Mamassi, his mechanic Chris Lamar must be doing cartwheels in the paddock. He's doing such a good job, is Hardy. Question there: why do they put their heads down? Well, it's quite simple.
It's the airflow.
To improve the airflow, create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. But at the front, it is maximum positional efficiency for the GP plate holder, Nathan Tighe. Just to remind you, in 2019, Nathan Tighe won the PF plate, which is at the club championship here in August. Oh, that's Bishop up the banking. Bishop going high, wide and handsome. He's down to 5th place. He's got the 3 Fusion carts right behind him. And, I think I've got to say, the 3 Fusion carts did Macaulay Bishop a huge favour there.
Yep.
They didn't swamp him. They let him come back on and sat behind him. They could have dived inside and Bishop would have lost more places. But is this now a sign of Bishop? I mean, Tighe has looked unflappable.
Yeah.
Tighe, and Bishop is there's an air of desperation. He's got to be aggressive now, Bishop has. So he's the aggressor. Tighe, even though Bishop leads the championship, Tighe is in control.
Yeah, he's got this, I think. He's leading this race. He's done an absolutely excellent job so far. 6 laps in, 7 to go. Last lap board's going to come out now. He's in a perfect position. He's got his rear gunner there helping him out. This is looking very good for Tighe's championship.
And just look at Hardy Mamassi. Hardy Mamassi in third place. He's still in third, and there goes Bishop again up into fourth place. I have to say, you know, Hardy Massey having the race of his life so far. This is great stuff. But Nathan Tye, again, he the PF plate holder. He got the GP plate. He won the Kart Masters Grand Prix here in August. So this Nathan Tye is superb around this circuit. Bishop is fighting tooth and nail. He is just like we'd expect, you know, tenacious. There he goes, up to third place. He's been up and down like a yo-yo in this race. Third place, I mean, Zach Knight is not going to do anything silly. Zach Knight is going to just, again, follow his teammate home. And again, Knight checks over his shoulder. And who is behind him? Well, he's got Bishop is third, and then it's Mamasi still in fourth place. Into things. So Bishop's going to salvage third. Now, is that enough to give him third in the intermediate classification? I don't know.
We'll have to find out.
But Nathan Tye, well, how do you deal with pressure? You win both your heat races. Simple. Well done, Nathan Tye. Bishop is third after a heck of a scrap. And the rest of the drivers come across the line. In this class, the final, well, what time on the timetable, Anthony, is the final?
The final for IAME Cadet is
3:45 local time.
3:45, you're going to have some heart palpitations.
3:45 local time. I will say this to anybody watching the Alpha live stream, whether you're watching it on Facebook or YouTube, if you want to see some of the finest kart racing, and I'm not saying, so they're 1/4 of the current Formula 1 grid have finished first, second or third in this championship, the Cadet IAME Championship of Great Britain. Hamilton, Norris, Albon and Russell. Sorry, 1/5. That is 1/5. That is a bigger percentage than those who have finished in the top 3 in the World Karting Championship. If anybody wants to, any motorsport fan out there wants to say, why does Britain have so many talented drivers? This is why. This class here. It's just, it's the best in the world, and they've got one race to go to decide the British champion. About 1 point separates the top 2, so 3:45 local time. Now, I'm not trying to create any disparaging marks with the other classes, but this class, the cadet class, it is the birthplace of champions. Watch it. Next up, Mini X30.
Mini X30 then taking to the track in just a moment. Starting on pole position, Cathal Clark alongside is Charlie Webb on the front row. Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips starting on row number 2. Ella Stevens, I should say, and Wesley Swain rounding out row number 3.
Row 4, Gabriel Stilp and Joseph Rippin. Row 5, Lewis Bird and Jack Hobson. Row 6, Thomas Behrman and Ryan Eschberg. Row 7, Ethan Simmons. 13 drivers. 8 minutes plus a lap. This is the last Mini X30 heat race of the year.
It is indeed, and then they will have their second final of the weekend a little bit later on. That'll be at around 3:20 for the final for Mini X30, and as you can see, vigorously checking their steering.
Yes. Do you know what? I'm so glad that we've established that
checking steering. Yeah.
All the officials have always been wrong, Anthony.
Yeah.
You know, they have thought for years and years and years that it's the drivers trying to warm their tyres, and it's not. We've solved the problem for all the officials. I think Queen's Honours List is in order.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, we've solved the problem, Anthony. I can't believe it. You know, congratulations, well done.
Definitely so. Definitely so.
You know, it's a service we provide.
Yeah,
it's a service we provide.
You're welcome. We're here all weekend, or we have been here all weekend. We're at the end of the weekend nearly. Well, nearly at the end of the weekend. There's still a little bit of the weekend to go. But Mini X30, race 29, heat 4 of the day, the final heat for Mini X30 before their final is about to get underway. Starting at the front, the number 24 on the outside, Charlie Webb, Precision Racing, starting this race. Are we going round again? We are going round again because
Joe Rippin's cart has said
no, not today.
No, thank you. Wagon not rolling. Wagon not rolling. Now, has he got back up to speed there? Yeah, he's finally got back up to speed.
Just wanted an extra lap to check that steering.
Well, yes, yes. you know. And it's funny enough, you know the steering's right because the tyres reach a certain temperature.
Yeah, the tyres get warm when the steering's
when
right.
the tyres reach a certain temperature, you know the steering's right.
Yeah.
And if the tyres aren't quite right, you just need to do a little bit more steering checks.
Yes. There you go, some more steering checks.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. You know, it's the drivers are thinking, well, you know, we want to provide a good race for the audience.
Yeah.
You know. Alpha Live are doing a great job, and you know, there's lots of people watching. We want to provide a good race. We want to give ourselves the best chance to show off our abilities. So we must check the steering a little bit more.
Yes. How long until they catch on?
Catch on to what?
Exactly.
Now, we've been talking a lot about Vinnie Phillips and how Vinnie Phillips has been the star, and we've been talking a lot about Leo Robinson. This weekend, however, so far, the man of this class is undoubtedly Charlie Webb. You know, the lone precision racing bullet in the gun, so to speak. And he's not only qualified well, he's raced well as well. Yeah. Well. Here we come to the start. Cathal Clark on his debut. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and Charlie Webb, he's getting his elbows out early doors, but Cathal Clark holds on. Phillips, there goes, well, Joe Rippin, he makes sure the kart is running, he's decided to drive over the, he didn't have a steering check, he drove over the grass there at the start, but up the front, it is Webb in second place, Cathal Clark, who's moved out of Cadet into Mini X30 this weekend. He didn't have a chance of getting a good finish in the Cadet Championship, so he thought, well, get testing for next season started early. He leads, and round the outside goes Phillips from fourth. Is he going to get from third to second? He gets it, and here comes Leo Robinson now up into P3. We've got a Fusion 1, 2, 3. Webb gets shown the outside door, and Webb decides to wipe his feet as he comes back onto the track, back in fourth position.
It was almost a Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 then, but Webb holding off the charging Fusion karts as we exit the turn 8 corner of Bobby Game Corner. Mike Wilson Complex going through now, and we're going to finish the first lap of the race. Under 7 minutes to go across the line. The timing tower will appear. Phillips leading the way from Cathal Clark, Robinson, then it's Webb, Swain, Stevens, Stilp, Hobson, Etchberg, then it's Rippin, Simmons, Behrman and Bird rounding out the grid. And Vinnie Phillips takes the fastest lap of the race on that first lap as well, so good progress.
Yeah, there's Hobson making a move. Now, we'll get to yes, we've had a product placement come into the commentary box there. Then Cathal Clark getting it sideways into braking. He holds on to it though. He stays in third, and he comes straight back in on Leo Robinson. And I say Vinnie Phillips there. So what is motivating Vinnie Phillips? He's won the championship. You know, he doesn't want to get excluded or anything like that. You know, but he wants that 6 out of 6. Every driver, you know, they want perfection. They want perfection. He wants to say, the year I won the British Championship, I won every single final. That's what he wants to do. At the moment, things are going very well for him. Leo Robinson in second place. Third is Cathal Clark. Then it's Charlie Webb, Wesley Swain and Ella Stevens. Fourth and fifth, Gabriel Stilp, Jack Hobson, Rylan Ashberg, Joe Rippin, Ethan Simmons, Thomas Behrman and Lewis Bird. And see, there's Webb right on the rear bumper of Swain. He dives to the inside, going onto the banking. Now Swain on the outside will keep the momentum. No, he has to fall back in line. And Hobson comes through as well. I've got to say, I didn't expect to say that Jack Hobson was leading the Mad Croc charge. It's been Gabriel Stilp all year, and you know, Gabriel Stilp has not been well with that number 10 kart this weekend. There's obviously something that is not quite right there, because Gabriel has been mired back in the pack, where all season he has been literally, you know, side by side with Robinson and Phillips. There goes Phillips, there's Robinson. Right behind Robinson is Cathal Clark. Hobson in fourth place. Now Hobson is going to make 0.4 of a second, but he's almost caught the leaders. So the Fusion drivers will turn around and they'll see a Mad Croc and think, oh, Stilpy's up here again. No, it's Hobson.
Yep, so that's a completely different Croc that we can see at the front. 4.5 minutes to go then on the timer. But Stilp is still there, you know. Stilp has just dived down the inside of Swain, actually, through turn number 2, the banking. So he's now moved up a position as well there. So not all is still well, I think, with young Stilp. He's closing out their order, but there's now a big gap between himself and the 4 karts who are now leading the way. Ooh. And then this big gaggle of karts that come through hairpin number 1.
Now, interesting to see, how does Charlie Webb cope? He's been sort of, you know, spat back into this swarm of karts battling over 5th position. You know, he's very, very quick, and now can he race his way back up to the leaders? He's got Stilp directly in front of him, so the second group of karts led by number 10, Gabriel Stilp. This is for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Lewis Bird, the ST Racing team, at the back of this pack in kart number 44. Again, Lewis Bird, strangely, he started the season so well, and has sort of faded as the season progresses right at the back of this pack. Now here comes Webb. Well, he's answered my question. He is racing his way back to the front, so he's fast on his own in qualifying mode. He's also fast chasing people in the race. When he gets pushed back, he's also good at coming back through the pack. Now, there goes Ethan Simmons for the Mark Litchfield Racing team. Top 4. Robinson, Clark, Phillips to the inside of Clark for second. Hobson trying to squeeze Cathal Clark wide. No. Backs out of it. Now, will he dive at the inside, go into the second hairpin? No. It's 3 minutes to go. Cooper Snedden's sister, Lexi, has given us a gift.
Oh.
It's 2 cans of Iron Brew.
Oh, excellent.
Because obviously they know that I drink a lot of Iron Brew.
Yeah.
Well, it's commentator's fuel. It is commentary fuel. Yeah. Iron Brew. Thank you very much. Also, I may as well mention that Cooper Snedden is the current Lark Hall lap record holder. He beat Jessie Phillips's lap from last year. I was going to say that anyway, but seeing as she was kind enough to write it down on a piece of paper for me, I thought I might mention it. But thanks for the Iron Brew, and thanks to Les Latham for bringing it up, our COVID officer.
Yes, well, there we go.
There we go. Right, here we go. Hobson to the inside for third. No. Cathal Clark. I mean, I've got to say, Jack Hobson has had a couple of looks, and every time he stuck his nose up the inside, Clark has wiped it.
Oh, there goes Crocs. Number 14.
Yes.
Hobson down the inside, moves up into third. Now, vigorous handshaking there, saying, come on, let's go catch them. I mean, it's a fusion cut that's behind you, Hobson. Don't remember that. Try and remember that. Maybe may help, may not help. Who knows?
Yes.
But 2 minutes to go. There is now a slight gap between them, about 0.4 of a second between the top 2 and 3rd and 4th place now, but Hobson up into P3. We look back at the next group just behind. Yeah, Etienne Simmons is now up into 5th place.
From the back of the grid.
Good drive. Yeah, very good drive. So up 8 positions is Etienne Simmons. Charlie Webb now 6th place, but still behind, wanting to latch onto the back. Now, going into turn 1, that looked like a defensive lunge there from Vinnie Phillips.
There we are. Yep, the D-line has come out to play, and so Phillips has defending this. 90 seconds to go off the bridge and down towards there. I just would say, hopefully we'll get a camera shot as they come out of the Mike Wilson complex. I think that might be Jason, our cameraman, underneath on the W grid area.
Yep.
It's a great example of just how physically violent this circuit is. Oh, there goes Hobson. Swing out wide. Now is he going to get a good run? Yes, he's going to get past Clark. Or is he? Yes.
He is, yeah, down the inside there, the Fullerton S's. Nice overtake with all these squabbling as well. It's allowing the GP plate of Simmons and Webb to slowly reel them in. Less than a minute to go on the timer. We're still very far from the end of this race.
Long way to go and a short time to get there.
Yes.
Eastbound, so watch your bandit run.
Right, that's strike 4.
Smokey and the Bandit, that is.
That's strike 4.
Well, I mean, you're gonna lay him down for me like that. I'm gonna just absolutely, spoon. Here we go. On to the banking once again. Hobson looking good at the moment. Phillips is defending now. Robinson is going to attack Phillips, and they're going to slow each other down. And Hobson's got second.
Yep.
So great move there from Hobson. Into second place. I was thinking Hobson's looking good to repeat that move he did a lap ago at the short shoots, but Robinson has a little nibble up his inside. And Hobson, yeah, come on, think yourself, man. And now Cathal Clark going behind Leo Robinson off the second hairpin. Etienne Simmons and Charlie Webb side by side. Now Clark defends from Simmons. Charlie Webb's going to get a good run to the back straight. Look at the number 24 kart now. Watch the 24 to get to the inside, coming to the back straight. No. Cathal Clark defends. Simmons around the outside. He's going to run out of track.
Oh, that was a bold move. A bit of contact, gets nerfed out wide by the 24 of Webb. And I think, there's an opportunity for a move there, and Webb took it.
Yep, there was an opportunity, and Simmons trying to get back. Oh, they're still running wide. You can see the inside curve there. The drivers used the start of that curve, but not much of it else. Now, final lap. Vinnie Phillips has the race lead. He leads by 0.2 of a second from Jack Hobson. Best effort so far of the year from Hobson. Robinson in third place. Now, they say never smile at a crocodile. Certainly Phillips and Robinson are not smiling now. They have got their teeth gritted in a steely defence. Hobson to the inside. Phillips stands on the brakes. He parks it on the apex once again. That's going to affect Hobson's run. So Hobson hasn't quite got the momentum. The next thing he's going to do, he's going to wait. He's not going to dive at the inside going to Bobby Game corner. He hasn't got the momentum. He's going to wait.
Yeah,
he's
going to wait.
He's going to wait. Drag race to the line. Who gets the best run off this next double apex left-hander? Phillips or Hobson? It looks like Vinnie Phillips has done enough.
Yep, Phillips out of the final corner then. He's going to take the checkered flag for the final heat of the day. The final is coming up next, but Phillips takes the checkered flag from Hobson. A great result. 8 positions gained. Leo Robertson crosses the line in 3rd. Cathal Clark in 4th. Then it's Webb, Stephen, Simmons, Swain, Rippin, Stilp, Etchberg, Bird and Behrman round out the 13-strong grid. Well, all the karts finished.
Yes, and in good working order.
In good working order, so ready for the final later on today.
So even though the championship has been decided, Leo Robinson has got 2nd. I mean, Gabriel Stilp's 3rd place isn't looking too clever at the moment. So Anna Stevens, Ethan Simmons, and maybe outside chance for Jack Hobson. He's having the best weekend of his season so far. He started the day in 6th, potentially a top 5, maybe even a 3rd place in the championship with 1 race to go. Ryan's got his hands in his pockets on the start-finish gantry. I think he's wondering, well, maybe I should have brought my jacket. I don't know about that. So there's no championship decided in Mini X30, but there is still an awful lot of intrigue.
There is indeed. Well,
next up
is
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're into the finals.
It's Bambino time.
So, for the final time this year, the youngest drivers in the British Karting Championship take to the grid are Bambinos. Edward Haynes and Luca Ballack are on row 1, Liam Welsh and Cooper Snedden, the Scottish GP plate champion and former owner of 2 cans of Iron Brew, which now sit in the commentary box, he starts 4th. Finlay Hinds and Blair Smith are on row 6.
Oliver Sibbald and then Ryan White round out row number 6 out there, and it's Harley Musk and Henry Clark on 9th and 10th place. Jensen Ackerman and another kart, which I couldn't see at the corner of my eye. It disappeared.
It was Max Gilman.
Thank you.
And he would have been, because he's only really small. Harry Neeson, Ethan Lucas and Kennedy Rudman are the remaining starters. Now, I'm flicking through bits of paper here. So
yeah,
this is the last time we're going to see our Bambinos on track this year. What a great show that they have put on these young boys and girls. Let's hope. I'll give you the championship positions now. So this is race 31, race 32. Oh, dear me. I'm just counting in my head. We've got... Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing UK is doing a sterling job. You call the start while I look at the paperwork.
Yeah, you look at the paperwork with the races underway for the final for Bambinos. The 46 gets a great start off the line. So Haynes leads the group as they go through turns 1 in towards the tunnel and the banking. Luca Ballack holding on to 2nd place as they head through. And the 43, I think it's the 88, Liam Welsh, who wasn't Welsh, just heads that field in 3rd place. Yes, you can see them going through. So a good clean start then from the Bambinos as they head round over the bridge through turns number 4 now, avoiding that massive inside curve that is apparently tiny to Vinnie Phillips as they head down the hill now and in towards hairpin number 1, and it's 3 wide for the lead. Down the inside goes the 88 of Liam Welsh, takes the lead through hairpin number 1. A good start there.
Well, all year, Liam Welsh isn't, but he is now in the lead.
Yes.
And it's the Bambino's last chance to try and win my bet for me against you.
Yes.
We need to get a 5-wide situation, lads and lasses.
Don't do it. 4 wide will do, and I win some Haribo.
Yes, I've saved you a couple.
Oh, excellent. Over the curb there. The 28, I think that was.
In the point standings at the moment, Edward Haynes comes into this race with an 8-point championship lead over Finlay Hinds. Luca Holmes Ballack is 3rd, so it is Haynes' to lose, really. Haynes has finished 1st or 2nd in every point scoring event so far this season. So there's 3 events, the Bambinos, heats and finals. You score a maximum of 65 points in the heat, 65 points in the final. You can score your best 5 out of 6 scores to count.
Well, the folks at home, if they want to know, they can now see
On the screen for
Yes.
themselves. Don't take my word for it when we can summon them to your visual eyes now.
There we go. So, Edward Haynes at the front. 336 points from Finley Hins, who's 328. And a warning flag going out to the 28, Luca Ballack.
Now, see, Cooper Snedden is up into 7th in the championship, so obviously, you know, going well. He's had engine problems the last go round. Oh dear, there was Liam Welsh going the inside of Edward Haynes for the lead, and now he didn't quite happen for him. He made a little bit of contact, backed out of it. Haynes leads. Finley Hins in kart number 57 is second in the point standings, but is not featuring. There he is coming in the back of your screen behind the S plate, which is the Scottish GP plate of Blair Smith rather. Cooper Snedden is the Scottish GP plate. Blair Smith is the S plate, the Scottish champion. There's Jensen Ackerman in front of him. There's number 44 going through your screen. That is Ryan White. Out of the Mike Wilson complex. The 18 kart of Snedden holding off. Well, Cooper's sister, Lexi, said that you know, she was looking for a top 6. That's all he wants was a top 6. The moment he's on course that, but there's had a change of lead because Liam Welsh, he isn't anymore. He was in the lead, now he isn't.
Yep.
Edward Haynes fights back. Luca Holmes-Ballack is there as well. Everybody else in third.
Yes, yeah, everyone else in third. So, yeah, the whole rest of the field come squabbling through. As you can see there, the top 3 breaking away from the main pack, and then it's 4th all the way to 12th that you can see in that big group just behind. 8.5 minutes to go. These finals for the Bambinos are, how long are they? They are 12 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So it's the longest race that they've got.
Yep.
And for a young driver like this to do 12 minutes plus 1 additional lap under pressure.
Yeah, and I have to say that the Mansell Raceway, the final got better and better and better the longer it went on.
It did, didn't it?
It was so good. So as you can see already, the 3 leaders, they're being sort of clawed back by this chasing pack. Now at the back of the field, Kennedy Rudman has dropped off the pace a little bit. She's had a spin, but it's very, very daunting, this circuit. The first time you come to it, can't quite see where Kennedy is.
She's going into hairpin 1.
Yeah, I think she had a little bit of spin, and she's, you know, it's a little bit daunting. But yeah, oh, here's not daunting at all. There's Edward Haynes. Oh, and he's got Luke Holmes-Ballack hooked on his rear bumper, and Leo Welsh retakes the lead in kart number 88.
That was nice for Welsh, wasn't it?
Liam Welsh is seventh in the points, is Liam, and is, you know, going to gain good ground if he can win this. Nope, Edward Haynes is back in front, and the number 44, Ryan White, joins the party.
Yep. Edward Haynes warning flag as well for that one on the start-finish line, so I don't think Stu was overly happy with how harsh the defensive was, but yeah, it's only a black and white flag.
There is that school of thought that, see, you know, you're permitted to defend. He's in weave and make 2 movements. He defended the inside. However, Holmes-Ballack was there.
Yes.
And once he's there, the idea is you don't keep moving.
No.
You've given him a kart length. If that driver at the inside doesn't want to give, you know, you don't force him off the track. That's the idea.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and look at this rattle. There's Snedden in the number 18 kart. Smith, the S plate holder, going around the outside of, I think that was Henry Clark in the number 82. Finley Hins is only 8th at the moment. And Harley Musk, who was fastest in qualifying, I can't remember, did qualifying take place on a damp track? I think it may have.
I think it was damp track, yes.
But he hasn't had the pace in the dry, has Harley Musk, I have to say. He's down in 11th, just in front of Max Gilman. Jensen Ackerman and Oliver Sibold, they are the first drivers not in this league group of 4. Now, Holmes-Ballack tries again. Will he dive to the inside going onto the banking? Well, Haynes gives him racing room, and that's going to be Welsh coming up the inside, but I don't think he made the move stick. No, he didn't.
Well, it was the 44, actually, we saw there. Oh, that was Ryan White who tried to go down the inside at turn number 2. Couldn't get it done, though, stays behind. And the 88 of Welsh is still there, 4th place. But eyes at the moment on the 46 and the 28. 46 going back onto the racing line. No lunges here. everyone on their best behaviour through hairpin number 1. Are we going to see the same through hairpin number 2? Yet to be seen. We'll wait until they get there. They're now there. And again,
we do.
Nice and behaved.
Yes.
Excellent.
But apart from
the number 12.
The drivers behind. No,
Yeah.
they're a rowdy rabble. That was Jensen Ackerman passing Cooper Snedden and Oliver Sibbald for 5th position. Here we go. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 3.5. No, not 5. Oh.
No. Keep it 4 wide. No more than 4 wide, please.
Yes, yeah, no more than 4 wide.
No more than 4 wide.
So Haynes, well, at the championship standings, Haynes still, what? Let's show you the championship standings again as we've gone past half distance now. You can see that on screen, that Edward Haynes still leads the championship by, well, he made it the championship. He no longer leads this race. 3 wide across the start finish line, Ryan White. Brilliant slipstream, and look at Liam Welsh pushing him through. That is classic slipstream.
Yeah.
You know, that's the feel the Bambino draft.
Yeah, that is like product 1 of what happens here when you work together with that slipstream. You could see that Haynes and the 28 of Ballock were side by side.
They're lapping Kennedy Rudman, sorry. They caught Kennedy Rudman coming off turn 4, and Ryan White had to just literally dive off the racing line. It did tell them a little bit, sorry, Anthony.
No, you're absolutely fine.
You were giving a fantastic analogy of slipstreaming.
Well, yes.
I was enjoying it.
Well, yeah, no, well, they slight, go behind each other, of course, with that one. And, of course, you saw Ballock and Haynes side by side. You know, they get a bit of a draft in between the two of them. It's only a small bit, but, yeah, they get a bit of a draft between them. But, of course, the other two, the 44 and the 88 of White and Welsh, right nose to tail, tucked into each other, pushing, pulling, absolutely flying
Mirror
through.
signal manoeuvre.
Mirror signal manoeuvre. Thank you. We'll pass. Cheerio.
Yeah,
Off
cheerio.
we go.
And the top 4, so 3.5 minutes ago, the top 4 have got a 3.5 second lead over Oliver Sibbald in 5th, Jensen Ackerman in 6th, Cooper Snedden in 7th, Finley Hinds in 8th, Henry Clark is 9th, then Blair Smith, Max Gilman, Harley Musk, Harry Neeson, Ethan Lucas and Kennedy Rudman, who's been lapped. They're 3 wide, and look at now. Now, again, this is Haynes and Ballock's turn to slipstream, but no, on his own, Ryan White is able to hold on for the time being, but he's going to get something. Here comes Edward Haynes to the inside, going on to the banking, and Ryan White's going to lose another place because Luca Holmes Ballock gets to the inside as well. 3 minutes to go, but Ryan White comes back at them and retakes second. Well, in what other form of racing, you can say that in one corner a driver went from 1st to 3rd and back to 2nd in the space of 1 corner.
Yep, that's some crazy overtaking there from these drivers, and just shows the skill that's going to be coming up through this paddock in the years to come, and that is the most exciting thing to come from this Bambino class, is the future of these young drivers. So 2.5 minutes to go. Haynes leads from White, and just behind the 28 of Ballock and Welsh. These 4 have been inseparable all the way round this track, all race. And with 2 minutes to go, there's still a very long way to go. Now, 3 wide, but not 4.
Ackerman.
Or not 5.
In the 12, Sibbald in the 40, Snedden in the 18. Now, Cooper Snedden is down to 7th place. He wants a top 6, so he's going to try and get past one of these 2 karts in front of him at the moment. Easier said than done, however.
Yes, I would say so. Less than 2 minutes on the clock then. The front 4 battling away, but back here, the number 40 of Oliver Sibbald and Jensen Ackerman. I say we lost them. Straight back with them again, because it's getting a little bit feisty again. So the 44 still leading. Ryan White, Luca Ballock back up into 2nd place now as they go through. I say he's back into 2nd place. He's now back into 3rd place. So there we go. They're just swapping positions left, right and centre. It's a bit difficult to keep up.
Well, I've got to say that, you know, your Haribo is safe with this group because there's only 4 of them in it.
Yes, yeah.
It's the second group that I'm pinning my hopes on now as we move into the final 90 seconds of the Bambino season. Ryan White. Ryan is 4th in the championship, and he is, well, I mean, Liam Welsh is moving into 5th in the championship as things stand. Side by side, Haynes is 1 minute and 5 seconds away from taking the 2020 Motorsport UK British Bambino Karting Championship. Up the short chute, we'll have one last look at the point standings. It hasn't changed because Haynes still on 336, 8 points in front of Finley Hinds, who is just 1 point in front of Luca Holmes Ballock. So Ballock, if he's got dreams of taking 2nd in the championship, Luca Holmes Ballock needs to make a move from 3rd up until at least 2nd place, possibly the win. Edward Haynes comes into the Mike Wilson complex, comes around the Mike Wilson complex. 30 seconds to go. This will be the start of the penultimate lap of the race. Liam Welsh in 5th position, in 4th place, starting to fade a little bit. We're down to 3 at the front. Haynes, White and Holmes Ballock.
Yep, these 3 absolutely nose to tail all the way round this track, all race. The timer is about to click over to 0, so last lap board will be out this time. Up the hill they go through the banking, staying in formation, no overtakes as they go over the bridge in towards turn number 4, avoiding that inside curb and staying clear of that exit curb as well, because I suspect for a Bambino that could be quite harsh as well. But down the inside looking is the 44 of White. He's alongside. Can he get the job done before the corner even comes? Yes, he can. Moves up into 1st place. And the 28 as well of Ballock tries to get that move done, but has to concede. Slots back in behind Haynes. So Haynes now switching to the outside, tries to get the cut back here through hairpin number 2. Can he get the job done? No, again. Looking to the inside, but defensive goes White. Again, looking a bit racy now, isn't it?
So Scotsman Ryan White leads Englishman Edward Haynes and the Anglo-Serbian driver Luca Holmes Ballock. As we approach about a lap and a quarter to go. The 46 Kart of Edward Haynes, who went for a move there. He is the driver that is set to become the provisional 2020 Motorsport UK British Bambino Kart champion. He's in 2nd place, but he's going to be going for the win, I'm sure. There goes the 12 of Ackerman and the 40 of Sybil, and number 57, Finley Hinds, just hasn't quite had it.
No, struggled on the pace in this one, has Hinds, but down the inside goes the 46 of Haynes through the banking of turn 2. Can he hold it as they go over the bridge? Yes, he can. That's allowed Luca Ballock to move up into 2nd place as well. So now Ryan White now down into 3rd place as we exit turn 4, down the hill in towards hairpin 1. Frantically hitting the steering wheel is Ballock. Really wants to get past as they go into hairpin 1. Doesn't make a move here, stays behind. So it's still your 1, 2, 3 is Haynes, Ballock and White as they go through. And looks like White's dropped back a little bit now.
Yep, and looks like it's going to be a head-to-head fight between the drivers that have won both finals this year. The opener at Rowra went the way of Luca Holmes Ballock. Then at Mansell Raceway, it was Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes comes on to the back straight. Whether he wins this race or comes 2nd, the 2020 title is heading his way into the Mike Wilson complex. What can Ryan White do? Are we going to have a 3-wide finish to the flag? We've got time for a drag race. Here comes Luca Holmes Ballock to the inside of Haynes. Haynes fighting on the outside. Here comes Ryan White. It is going to be a drag race. It is going to be 3 wide. What a way to finish the season. Well done to the Bambinos and Edward Haynes. Does he?
Absolutely nothing.
It's a dead heat.
It's a dead heat. There's nothing between them.
Well done, those Bambino drivers. It's changing. I'm going to wait on the timing monitor on the live stream. It says Ryan White has it. He does. By 1/100th of a second, Ryan White takes the win. Edward Haynes takes the 2020 British title. Luca Holmes Ballock finishes 3rd, followed by Liam Welsh in 4th, Jensen Ackerman in 5th, Oliver Sibold in 6th, Max Gilman is 7th, Finley Hinds is 8th, 9th for Cooper Snedden. Sadly, Cooper couldn't get the top 6 finish that he wanted today. Henry Clark in 10th, Harley Musk in 11th, Blair Smith is 12th, the Scottish champion, then Harry Neeson, Ethan Lucas and Kennedy Rudman. 15 drivers start, 15 drivers finish. Have to say, well done to the Bambinos this year. You have been brilliant. So the drivers come back to the pit lane area as waiting, I think, for Kennedy Rudman to cross the line. Here comes Kennedy Rudman. She joined us at Mansell Raceway, the 2nd round of the season. I think she's the youngest of our, Edward Haynes, I think, is only 6 years old. Kennedy is just turned 6, I believe. So that is a good way to finish her season off, and she'll be back stronger next year. But we've now got 1 heat race to go, and that's the last heat race for Junior X30.
Well, here's a look then at the grid for Junior X30, their final heat of the day. Matthew Higgins will be starting on pole position with Oliver Greenhall alongside Alex Moody and Lewis Mackey on row 2, Aidan Lynn and Marcus Lucio on row number 3. Row 4, Alicia Barrett, then it's Kanato Lee on row 5, Brendan Carr and Lewis Johnson Cool. Row number 6, Jessica Edgar and Charlie Rippin. Row 7, Archie Walker and Harry Cottrell. On row 8, Adam Haynes and Brandon Templeton, 15th and 16th. Then you've got Sam Shaw and Jack Sherwood in 17th, 18th. Rounding out the field of 22 drivers, Reece Newburn, Sam Heading, Finley McKee and Michael Rapsey round out 22 karts. Green flag comes out on the circuit here. The final heat of the day for the Junior X30. They make their way onto the circuit now, and a hive of activity approaches. Now, these drivers, they've been battling all the way through today for the Junior X30. I'm scrambling to find any points in front of me. Now, Henry did have them at some point, but I'm going to blame Henry because he's lost them now. So, oh, there we go, the bottom of the pile, there we go. So, of course, it was very close between Bart Harrison and Joshua Rowledge, of course, in this one, and that's going to be kind of like a crucial one to see kind of where they finish a little bit later on in this one. So, I don't think they're actually out in this race, but it's still very, very close in terms of the championship points in Junior X30, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Some of the drivers that we've got in this one that are fighting away. Of course, Harry Burgoyne Jr. is down in 10th place at the moment, 515 points before we finish this race. And of course, they'll earn their points in this one, and then that will be determining the final a bit later on. But as this is just the heat, we won't see any points standing in this one, but we will see who is starting at the front. So you can see them there just lining up at the start. The 18, the GP plate, the 68, Aaron Walker and Harry Burgoyne Jr. Side by side into the tram lines. Are we going to get going first time around? We are. Green flag is out. 8 minutes of racing underway as they go side by side in towards turn 1 under the tunnel. And we're going to start this race off. A little bit of squabbling in the mid-pack there. Marshall's getting out of the way, but everyone through the tunnel there, nice and clean. Up the hill we go, and the GP plate of Aaron Walker holding off at the lead and slightly pulling an advantage as they head down the hill there. You can see the 75 there, I believe that is. Matthew Higgins, yes, second place there, down into hairpin number 1. Good orbit, jostling under braking there. I think that was the 88 of Alex Moody getting pushed out of the way through hairpin number 1. 7.5 minutes left on this one. We're nearing the end of lap number 1 already, halfway around the lap. But the GP plate leading at the moment as they go in through the short chute in towards the Fullerton S's. Out they go. Rest of the field slotting through. Side by side, the 2 Litchfield Motorsport karts there going all the way over to the right-hand side of the track. Defensive driving, and down the inside there goes the 44, I believe, Marcus Lucio. Down the inside on somewhat off the track as well. It looked like a MLR. It's the 78. And that is a disaster there for the 78 of, that's Jack Sherwood there. So a huge disaster there for Jack. And that's a massive disaster there. 6.5 minutes left to go on the timer. But Walker leading from Higgins. Then it's Burgoyne Jr., Moody, Greenall, Barrett, Lynn. Then it's Lucio, Mackey, Carr, Johnson Cool, Rippin, Lee, Shaw, Walker, Cottrell, Edgar, Heading, Templeton. Then it's Rapsey, Newburn, Haynes, McKee and Sherwood, who has not come across the line after coming off at the final corner. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Hopefully we've got some support. We do indeed. Laura Mackey, go Lewis Mackey there on the stream. I hope we've got Nana Mackey there and Nana June joining us as well. It wouldn't be a Junior X30 race without her. There we go. So 6 minutes left on the clock. You can see the cars there over the curbs. There is third place of Harry Burgoyne Jr. for the Overown Motorsports. They're getting very, very comfy with the curbs as they exit onto the start-finish straight. We're ending lap number 2 now. We're on lap number 3 as they go through. Down the inside there goes the 51. Or the 57, I think that was. That's on the screen. I can't quite see who that was. The glare on the screen is quite high, so I couldn't quite see. There was the 21 that I can see there. That's Charlie Rippin. Under pressure from Lewis Johnson Cool, so I think premium karting, that was what we could see there. Down the inside though, the 14 looking was there, the 14 of Who is the 14? I can't quite see a 14 on my screen, but there's the 75 Charlie Rippin, the 21 with a warning flag. You can see there is the 64 Oliver Greenall fighting away there just in the background. Who's he got for company just in front? Looks like the 68 of Harry Burgoyne Jr. Yes, it is indeed. So those two scrapping away at the moment at the front. 5 minutes left then on the timer as they head round the last couple of corners onto the start-finish straight once again across the line. GP plate leading the way. Nana June says go, Lewis Mackey. There we go. Nana June has joined us. Fastest lap of the race, though. 4th place. Oliver Greenall with 1:02.3 out on the circuit at the moment. So looking comfortable there in 4th place is Oliver Greenall. There it is popping up on your screen as well. So 4.5 minutes left on this. Down the hill into hairpin 1. The front 2 looking nice and cool at the moment. No lunges as of yet as they head down now. Hairpin number 2 down the inside there goes the 64 of Oliver Greenall, moving now up into 3rd place. The rest of the reel they're sliding through. Oh, action in the background. That's the 57 getting a bit comfy. That's Sam Heading and Archie Walker, I think it was. Archie Walker going very defensive down the short chute in towards the Fullerton S's. Manages to get past and stays there. So under 4 minutes to go then in this Senior X30 Race 31. Heat 6, the final heat of the day, and then it's finals for the rest of the day. Under the tunnel they go, up the banking, and it's still Walker leading from Higgins, then Greenall, then it's Burgoyne Jr., Barrett, Moody, Carr, Mackey, Luzio, then Lynn, then Shaw. That's the top 11 out on circuit. Then it's Lee, Rippin, Walker, Heading, Edgar, Cottrell, Templeton, Johnson, Cool, then Newburn, then Hayes, Rapsey, McKee, and Sherwood, who's come now into the pit lane, not finished the next lap. But 3.5 minutes to go of this Junior X30 race, and still leading the way, the GP plate of Walker. But under pressure, though, from Matthew Higgins, who's right on his tail.
Well, once again, Nanny June is tuning in to say hello. Lewis Mackey drops 9th place, however. Aaron Walker trying to control this one now. He had a good race, good result last time out. Finished 2nd to Luke Watts. Higgins, a bit between his teeth as we complete. So at the end of this race, it'll be that's it for the heats in Junior X30 under the bridge in sort of late afternoon. I mean, it's 2:15 local time, but the sun is quite low in the sun is quite low in the sky. So again, some of the camera shots you can see there, it's great that you can see the sun glistening off the top of the drivers' crash helmets. It's going to make identifying numbers a little bit difficult later on. Kanato Lee sets a new fastest lap. Matthew Higgins has the race leader in his sights. Out of hairpin number 2, up the short chute, Greenall in 3rd. Points-wise, still that start of the day, 2 points between Rowledge and Harrison. But Rowledge, not in this one. We saw Jack Sherwood go out earlier. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be 2 drivers in Junior X that don't qualify for the final. Yesterday, it was Michael Rapsey and Jack Sherwood who were the 2 ones to miss out. With Sherwood not finishing this one and Rapsey down in 22nd, he didn't finish his first heat either, I don't think. It's going to be possibly those 2 drivers again. Finley McKee is in danger as well because he is down in 23rd place. And he had a spin in his first race as well. We'll have to see. But up at the front, Marcus Luzio sets a new fastest lap. That is him in 8th position. But Matthew Higgins closing on race leader Aaron Walker with 1 minute 18 seconds to go, plus a lap. Greenall 3rd. Harry Burgoyne Jr. racing well in 4th place. Alicia Barrett, this is the best race we've seen from her this weekend. She is 5th. Then it's Alex Moody again. Moody qualified really well this morning in the number 88 Cato Motorsport kart, but then faded in the first heat. In this race, he is keeping his position a bit better at the front of the field. So that's good. And there's a move for the lead. Matthew Higgins takes the lead, but look at that, the switchback on the banking. See that quite a lot. Aaron Walker retakes top spot. Oliver Greenall closes in. That's the one opportunity that Oliver Greenall needed. Harry Burgoyne is there as well. That's the only invite he needed. to join the party up the front. Brandon Carr from the McBarrett Racing team gets a warning flag, and now Walker defends. 20 seconds to go. Here comes Burgoyne Jr. We've got Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing, Fusion Motorsport, then Oliver Rowland Motorsport. 4 teams, 4 drivers, 4 places. The top 4 places in the final Junior X30 heat race of the 2020 season. Into the Mike Wilson complex. And behind them, there is a 3-second gap back to Alex Moody in 5th position. But there he is. You saw him flash onto the screen. Oh dear. My who's caught that jacket is at the moment hanging up on the floor.
Well, no, it was more the mess that you've left behind. You've left a trail of results and iron brew.
It's my paperwork. It's my filing system. Until I file it all in the bin at the end of the day, it stays there. Half a lap to go. Oliver Greenall leads. Burgoyne second, so Walker down third. Here comes Walker, swinging out wide. Oh, he's going to go try around. He's going to get one. Oh, Burgoyne up over Walker. And that is it for the pair of them. And that's going to leave Oliver Greenall and Matthew Higgins first and second. Burgoyne out of the cart. Back in, you can see there the pint-sized Harry Burgoyne Jr. The 1 year out of cadets. Now, Greenall has got to just fend off Matthew Higgins. I mean, Walker was trying to go around the outside. Burgoyne just was taking his normal racing line. There was a cart on his outside, however, but Oliver Greenall, wow, outside of the championship still. He takes the win from Matthew Higgins. Who's going to take third? It's going to be best result of the year by a mile for Alex Moody and the Cato Motorsport team. Well, Cato Motorsport have got Luke Watts with them, and he's winning races, but Moody takes his best result of the season in third. Brandon Carr on his opening weekend with Mick Barrett Racing, he takes 4th. Marcus Nuzio is 5th. Lewis Mackey, well, if there was an award for the best supported driver on our live stream, Lewis Mackey would win it all day. But he's finishes 6th on the road in this one. Sam Shaw 7th, Kanato Lee 8th, Aidan Lynn 9th, and Alicia Barrett rounds out the top 10 ahead of Edgar, Heading, Archie Walker, Templeton, Charlie Rippin, Cottrell, Johnson Cool, Hayes, Newburn. I'm looking further down there behind Michael Rapsey in 20th. Well, has that incident between Aaron Walker and Harry Burgoyne Jr., who finished 21st and 22nd, has that allowed Michael Rapsey enough points to qualify for the final? Rapsey, the BMR team restart driver, went out of his opening heat, but finishes 20th in that race. Jack Sherwood retired. Finney McKee down in 23rd. I wonder if we see Michael Rapsey at the back end of the Junior X30 final grid, that incident between Walker and Burgoyne lifted him 2 positions and gave him just enough points. Karting News Daily asking on the live stream, when's the final?
The final is at 4:35.
Precisely, thank you.
It's the last race of the day.
Oh, well, it's best keep the live stream going all day, watch all the races, and then that comes on. Okay, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to start the finals. First up, it'll be Junior TKM. Well, this is the race that started off my palpitations this morning. Louis Harvey and Alistair Cresswell on the front row of the grid. Jack Saunders and James Barty on row 2. Dominic Roberts and Rhys Lomax on row 3.
Row number 4, Ben Higgins and Alfie Garford alongside Carl Casabanti. Then it's Jake Almoassi there in 10th place. Then Leon Frost.
Harvey Roth and Ben Cox are next. Then it is Oliver Jackins and Harvey Cole. Tyler Harris and Aidan Mitchell. Rounding out the field, Freya Woodall and Charlie King. I think Freddie Hull there is in 12th place in the grid before Harvey Roth and thing. Championship picture. Louis Harvey leads by 2 points over Alistair Cresswell. So the 2 drivers that start first and second in the final are first and second in the championship, separated by just 2 points. If they finish, well, Harvey Cole is 434 points. He's a little bit further back. Jack Saunders on 434, so it's a tie for 3rd place. 13 points behind Saunders and Cole. Well, a lot can happen. I am going to stick my neck out and say it's going to be between Louis Harvey and Cresswell. Let's just get them all home. This race is 15 minutes plus a lap.
There is 15 minutes plus a lap. They've got some extra work to do then for the junior TKM and TKM Extreme as well. There's also 15 minutes. The X30 cadets and later on they're only 12 minutes.
Oh, well, they had 12 minutes of finals yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's
TKM are another breeze there.
They got one final, so make it a long one. Here we go. Blue smoke in the air, and we're off and racing for the final time in junior TKM this year. The two championship leaders side by side through turn number 1, and they're still side by side as they get to the banking. Louis Harvey just ducks into the lead.
He does indeed. Alistair Cresswell then in second place, tucked in just behind as they head down the hill now in towards hairpin number 1. Now you can see Cresswell already looking and saying, let's go for a lunch, but no.
Reece Lomax just says, no, you're all right, mate, I'm going to go second place.
Yeah.
So Cresswell has to fall back in third place. So at the moment, Harvey, 2 points to the good. Louis Harvey will have to drop 54 points. Alistair Cresswell will have to drop 56. So trying to figure out what that does to the point situation. Basically, it doesn't matter. Louis Harvey's dropping less points than Alistair Cresswell, so it's even more of an advantage to him at the moment.
Well, you have to remember, when we get the points appear on the screen, you have to remember that will be including drop scores.
Yes, it'll tell us all we need to know.
Yes.
It'll tell us all we need to know. And if you have a little look now, for the first time in this final, we got the early stages, the points come up on the screen. There we are. Harvey has actually increased his lead exponentially over Alistair Cresswell by virtue of the fact that Alistair Cresswell has to drop more points than Louis Harvey. So Louis Harvey, at the moment, is on 65 points for having the lead, so he's going to be dropping 54, earning 65. That's an 11-point gain. Cresswell, at the moment, is third, so he is scoring 60 points and dropping 56, so that's a gain of 4. So you can see how the championship works out. So at the moment, it's Louis Harvey's to lead, the driver from Malmesbury, who started off as a cadet down at, where else? Landau International Raceway, birthplace of champions, global home of world motorsport, in the number 74 cadet Honda Kart. I remembers it well because I was commentating at the time I was. Lead change, Reece Lomax takes the lead, and of course Louis Harvey only gains those points in the championship if he wins. Cresswell to the inside now. Cresswell takes second, side by side between the two championship contenders. Harvey comes back across the track, regains second place, and here comes James Barty to the inside of Harvey. Runs wide there, 3 wide, and Cresswell's in the middle of a 3-way sandwich. Higgins is there as well in the number 20 kart, and so is Jack Saunders. Well, Louis Harvey loses the lead to his teammate Reece Lomax, but hangs on to the championship lead. That is all important. What is more important is the gap that has developed between the top two and our new third place driver, number 32, Jack Saunders.
Indeed it has. Now they cross the line. Less than 12 minutes to go then. The championship standings aren't fluctuating at the top because, of course, the drop scores.
Yeah, but the difference is now 10 points.
Yes.
Because Louis Harvey is in second position, so he is going to be only scoring 60 points. Well, Alistair Cresswell has moved up. It's still... Cresswell can still win this. Don't get me wrong. Leon Frost sets a new fastest lap, 102.820. But Cresswell is getting mired back in the chasing pack at the moment. Cresswell has got to now make these moves. He's got 11 minutes to go, a long time to go. But, Jack Saunders getting a bit defensive there. And Saunders defending again as the number 88 of Alfie Garford comes up to him. The 36 of Harvey Roth. Well, his championship bid ended during the heats, sadly, at the pre-final. But they're coming into the Mike Wilson complex now. Barty, the number 9 kart, running in, I think that is 5th position behind Ben Higgins, who won the heat races. Higgins is having a good, strong run. But it's Reece Lomax who leads, from Louis Harvey in second place.
Yeah, Good start from the entire grid then as they go through. 10.5 minutes to go. So the 52, Lomax leads the way. Klassen Motorsport 1-2 at the moment. Louis Harvey holding off in second place, and it's all about what the 33 can do. Alistair Cresswell, he's down 4 positions from his original starting point. He's trying to get back up this field, but he's in 6th place at the moment. He's now in 5th, so he's managed to get past Harvey Cole. So that's going to be a good effort there. 10 minutes to go. You can see there as they go through the rest of the field. There is now Cresswell in front of Cole as they head out of hairpin number 2. A little bit of fighting going up on ahead. So that's the 9 and the 32 that are getting a little bit scrappy. That is James Barty and Jake Saunders who are getting a little bit feisty. So if they keep scrapping the way they are, that's going to allow everyone else to close up that battle and close up the order, and that's exactly what Cresswell wants. Now, in terms of these points, Harvey's still leading by some 10 points.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's actually now 8 points.
Oh, okay, so it's 8 points. So
Cresswell is gaining.
What does Cresswell need to do then?
Well, Cresswell needs to finish. He needs to, obviously, he needs to finish ahead of Louis Harvey. Bottom line. Obviously, the higher up he finishes, the more points he gains. So Alistair Cresswell, at the moment, his worst score that he is counting towards a championship point is a 7th place finish. So Cresswell won't score any points toward the championship if he finishes 7th or lower. If he finishes 6th in this race, he's only going to gain 1 championship point. If he finishes 5th, he's going to gain 2 championship points, and so on. And he's also, so not only has he got to get ahead of Louis Harvey, he's got to hope that Louis Harvey drops back, because at the moment, Louis Harvey is counting his second worst point score at the moment is a 9th place finish. So Harvey, every time Harvey finishes in front of 9th, he actually adds 1 point to his championship tally. There's going to be, there has to be quite a lot of change here, but what Cresswell's got to do is just what he's doing now. He's got to start making moves. Cresswell's got to make things happen now. The Tim Wilson driver, he tried to get past Ben Higgins there, but didn't. I mean, in amongst of all this, Dominic Roberts in kart number 4 for Litchfield Motorsport is having a fine race, and again, Higgins just saying, come on, push me. Cresswell is thinking to himself, oh, I just, you know, Cresswell's thinking to himself, I can't, I've got to go. I'd love to stay and work with you, but I just can't. Now here's Jack Saunders. Oh dear.
His nose cone
has dropped. His nose cone is actually dragging on the floor, and he's being a little bit aggressive as well. Oh, and look at that, as he clouted the curb, his nose cone, so he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that nose cone's gone.
Well, yeah, not only the bracket's broken, it's actually come loose from the actual front bar of the cart by the looks of it. Now, it's not dragging on the floor, but it hits the curbs. I mean, obviously the officials are going to be looking at that. But I mean, Jack Saunders, 4th in the championship. Well, he was 3rd. He's now slipped back to 4th in the points table. But he was joint 3rd, sorry, with Harvey Cole. Harvey Cole, meanwhile, is having a quiet run in 6th position. I mean, it's quite spread out. It's not as frantic as the pre-final was, this race. Reese Lomax and Louis Harvey 1-2. I mean, it's like they were in cadets where, you know, Reese Lomax knows that Louis Harvey's not going to challenge him for the race lead yet. Louis Harvey doesn't need to. The gap is 7 points as Cresswell moves into 4th place. So it was 8th, now it's 7. The difference, the difference between a 4th place finish and a win is 6 points.
Well, Cresswell's now down into 5th.
Oh.
So the 62 of Cole actually managed to get past out of hairpin number 2, or out of hairpin number 1, I should say, and is going ahead. Now, both of them are saying, right, let's work together now. These two, I think, are going to work together to try and close up to the back, to the rest of the pack, because, you know, Cole wants this as well.
Yeah, exactly.
As much as what Cresswell does. So
yep.
They'll work together. There's 6.5 minutes left to go. There is still plenty of time to get this done. What are the gaps that they've got? So Harvey Cole back to Dominic Roberts. They've got, it's a second. 1.5 seconds that they've got to close up.
Roberts is having a fine race. Now, the worrying thing is that Jack Saunders has been getting his elbows sharpened out quite regularly in this race. Here he goes up the inside of Ben Higgins. Now, I would, you know, that looks like a nose cone penalty all day long for me. And there's James Barty and the number 36 of Harvey Roth, you know, exchanging pleasantries there as they head into When they come into the Terry Fullerton S's there. So yeah, look at that. Alistair Cresswell. Well, second place at the moment is enough for Louis Harvey to win the title, no matter what Alistair Cresswell does. Cresswell and the field haven't organised himself very well here. First thing that Alistair Cresswell's got to do, he's got to push or pass the 62 car. By I mean push Harvey Cole up to the 44 in third place, or pass the 62 cart and close in by himself. Now with 5 minutes to go, that's possible, but it's unlikely. What would really help is that if Dominic Roberts could get amongst the two Classen Motorsport cars at the front, start battling, they all slow each other down, and they do the hard work for Alistair Cresswell.
Yeah.
They come back to him. He doesn't go to them, they come to him.
Yes, indeed. So, 4.5 minutes. Nick Page on the stream says re-32. That's what bumpers look like when they are not, and it isn't a black flag.
Well, yeah, Alex Page's dad. I think is Alex Page's dad. He's a karting dad. He knows.
Yeah.
So it's not a black flag. It's not going to be a technical flag.
No.
But I mean, it's obviously the bracket has dropped.
Yes. So at the end of the race, it'll be a.
Oh, it's bouncing around. You know, I just wondered if it's actually not quite fitted on the actual metal bar itself. But you know,
we'll see.
We'll see. At the moment, it's still there. You know, it's not a technical flag. But I mean, I think that nose cone is saying farewell to this world at the end of this race.
Yes.
And look at Dominic Roberts closing in. Well, I mean, he's showing that pole position in qualifying yesterday was no fluke. The 44 Litchfield Motorsport car of Dominic Roberts closing in on Louis Harvey, who checks over his shoulder just to make sure he knows what's going on. Roberts is closing in. The gap still 8 points. Louis Harvey against Alistair Cresswell. Harvey Cole is third in the championship by 1 point over Jack Saunders. So Saunders fighting for third place, penalty or not, he's fighting for third place in the championship, and he's just got to get past the driver that is battling for the overall championship to get to his personal championship rival.
Now,
easier said than done.
Yeah, looking at the gaps, it doesn't look like it's closing, but yeah, it is one of those. So 3 minutes to go, and still Lomax leading from Harvey. Now, with Roberts right there behind, is this going to open up potentially to, you know, if Harvey can't get past Lomax, Harvey's in a difficult situation to potentially lose some points here. It's going to get a bit frisky, you know, and if they start scrapping away, this is going to allow Cole and Cresswell and everyone like that to then start catching up to the back of this pack. 2.5 minutes left to go. The gap is still roughly the same as what it was. It has come less now than 2 seconds. They crossed the line. What is it this time? 2.81 to 26.
26 is out of the race. That would be,
that's Charlie King.
Charlie King. Oh, it's a shame for Charlie. He was having a strong day. Well, Roberts into P2. Roberts takes second place from Louis Harvey. Harvey checking over his shoulder. 2 minutes to go, and this is where, no matter who you are, the nerves set in. You know, the nerves are starting to think, the cart's over together. You've just got to focus. Louis, again, he's looking over his shoulder. You can't look over your shoulder, Louis. Just focus on the track in front of you. You've done it all year, and it's worked. So don't change what you're doing now. Don't take any risks. Don't take any unnecessary curves, but just don't worry. If you start worrying about what's going to behind you, you're not focusing just on what is in front of you. You've got to focus on your line. That's right, Louis. Get your head down, son, and push on.
Yeah, perfect. Through the turn number 1, then under the bridge. We start the banking again. Down the inside goes the 44. Roberts tries to get the move done. Can't quite do it. Almost loses no cone in the process. Stays behind then. So Lomax still leading as they exit the bridge onto the straight now down the hill.
Now, let's here we go. Now, Louis Harvey, stay out of it, stay out of it. You know, don't try. He's going to try and not there. But where is Alistair Cresswell? Well, Cresswell's 4th. So Even if they think stairs, they are Harvey. Oh, and Rhys Lomax runs wide. Dominic Roberts, no, it's wheel to wheel. Wheel to wheel, Louis Harvey, and he backs out of it. Louis Harvey backs out of it, and Roberts knows that. Roberts is like, come on then, Louis, you're bound for a championship. You back out. Now, with Harvey in third place, that gives him 453 points. Cresswell, at the moment, is in fourth place. He's got 448 points. There still needs to be... Let's have a look. Let's put the points up on screen with 30 seconds to go. Cresswell's dropped to 7th. Oh, Cresswell's dropped to 7th on this lap.
Yep, it's been a disaster for Cresswell. I'm not sure what's happened, but second place in the championship, Cresswell has had a disaster now. The points update. Cresswell is quite a few points behind now. It's Harvey with 453 points. Cresswell with 445.
Yes, I mean, it's, and I've got to say, you know, the two of the nicest teams in this paddock, Klassen Motorsport and Tim Wilson Motorsport, their drivers are battling for this championship. They do it right. They do it right. I've got to say that both teams do it right. And one of their drivers is going to be British champion, and one of them is going to be the runner-up. And we're going to know the next 2 minutes. At the moment, it looks like Louis Harvey. Alistair Cresswell came into this, and he would, you know, he's fighting. He's dropped back a little bit now. 8 points the difference. All Louis Harvey's got to do. He's got Dominic Roberts right behind him. He's got Jack Saunders closing in. He can't relax. He's got his teammate in front of him. Last lap board goes out. Junior TKM, we're going to decide in 50 seconds time who's the British champion. Lomax defends on the banking. Roberts going to the outside. What Louis Harvey going to do? Saunders is right with him. He's sandwiched. He's just got to keep his nerve now as they come off the bridge down the hill. Lomax has got the lead.
Crikey, yeah, Harvey's still there. Oh, it's just massive developments here around the outside again. The 44 of Roberts tries to get the move done. He has. He's on the outside. Oh no, he's on the grass. He can't quite do it. Now Harrison on the outside. He's lost loads of places. Harvey's lost loads of places.
I think he knows he's in front of Cresswell. He's in front of Cresswell. He's just got to stay out of it. Jack Saunders. Oh, and Harvey up on the curb there as he was trying to get out of Roberts' way. He's got Ben Higgins right behind him. It's going to be Rhys Lomax from Saunders and Roberts. But Louis Harvey, I think he's got a 10-point lead. 1 corner to go. Malmesbury's Louis Harvey is your British champion.
Oh, dear me. What an end to that race. It's still going on in the background as well. Huge congratulations to Rhys Lomax, Jack Saunders and Dominic Roberts. But Louis Harvey, 4th place. 2020 British kart champion for TKM.
Well, Alistair Cresswell gave it everything there, but Klassen Motorsports takes the race win with Rhys Lomax. They take the championship with Louis Harvey. I'm looking down, I can see Louis' dad, Chris, walking through the paddock now. You know, started at Landau, him and his wife Charlene, and Louis' sister are always here. They have got sponsors, external sponsors, and do you know what? I know what that family are going to do. Chris, the next fireman, and he lost a colleague, and I know that they're going to go and have a Costa for Kev on the way home to celebrate that championship. Well done to Dave and Ash Klassen for, like I said, doing it right. Tim Wilson Motorsport, Alistair Cresswell, they have put up a heck of a fight. It's been a fantastic season. It's such a shame that it's 2020 and we only had 3 of these fantastic TKM rounds. The race results. Rhys Lomax is your race winner, followed by Jack Saunders, Dominic Roberts, Louis Harvey in 4th, Ben Higgins is 5th, Harvey Cole 6th, Alistair Cresswell 7th, then James Barty in 8th, Kyle Casabante in 9th, Harvey Roth rounds out your top 10, Leon Frost is 11th, Jake Almasawi is 12th, Ben Cox 13th, Alfie Garford is 14th, then Aidan Mitchell, Tyler Harris, Freddie Hull, Olivia Jackins and Freya Woodall. And there's the scenes in the paddock now, there's going to be heartbreak and scenes of joy at the end of a season. These young men and women put everything, and their teams and their families, they put everything into this. It boiled down to the last race of the season. There he is, Louis Harvey, just to the left of your screen. There's Carl Casabante in the middle. And, well, what can we say? Anthony is going to get a word there with him, but what can we say about Louis Harvey? He started off coming to Landau when he was 8 years old with the number 74 Cadet Honda Kart. And all he was just long blonde hair and teeth. That's all he was. And then his family obviously had to learn the kart as well because, you know, his parents, they're not kart racers. They had to start mechanicking themselves. And he graduated towards TKM, started racing around the country, and has been with the Klassen Motorsport team now for a couple of years, I think. And that shows that loyalty, you need to stay with the same team, develop that relationship. Third in 2019, his junior karting career, I believe, comes to an end with British Championship result. And again, a big, you know, his sister is here, and his mum and dad are here. His mum and interesting enough, his mum and dad are both, we're both sort of professional bodybuilders. You know, they did a lot of bodybuilding competitions around the world, did Chris and Charlene. But they've got a new sports star in the family now. And that sports star's name is Louis Harvey, and he's about to speak to Anthony Jordan.
Oh, down in the paddock area with our junior TKM race winner for the final, Reece Lomax. An end to the season, but finally a race win for you. Fantastic.
Thanks, yeah. First win, just got in the lead straight away, and then me and Louis got a gap, and then eventually they caught up, but I just defended the whole time, and then first win ever. Yeah.
Well, fantastic on this one. PFI, it's a fantastic circuit and a great one to take a first win at. Definitely, that looks good on the resume, I think.
Yeah, I just want to thank Klassen Motorsport, Sheesh Chigwell, and all my sponsors.
Well, spot on. Congratulations on a race win.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Now that was our race winner, Reece Lomax, and of course it is hard. Of course, Reece deserves his props. He's just won a race, so he deserves an interview. But while we've got a couple of minutes, if the British champion is down there, it's the best interviews when the emotions are running highest. Let's have a look, see if Anthony has found. All you got to do is look for the happiest person in the holding area. Anthony Jordan now, I think, will be speaking to Louis Harvey.
Well, we had our first race man, but we got our championship winner here, Reece Lomax. You're not Reece Lomax, you're Louis Harvey. Louis, fantastic 2020 TKM Junior British Kart Champion, a fantastic title to have.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've been working hard for it. It's taken a long time, but we got there. Just that race, trying to keep out of trouble, keep my nose clean, and I managed it, and I beat my rivals who I needed to do.
Yeah, it looked like a tough race. You were up, down the positions there. You were with your teammate for most of it, but of course, just at that crucial bit, we could see you celebrating across the line. It must be a great feeling.
Oh yeah, it feels amazing. It's nothing I've ever felt before. So.
Well, of course, you've got all your team with you here as well, celebrating. It must, I think, it's going to be party on the way home, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to hope so.
Excellent stuff. Well, again, 2020 Junior TKM British Kart Championship, fantastic.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, excellent stuff there for the Junior TKM. Up next, though, is the couple more finals.
There you go. That's what they said. Oh, sorry, no, it's my fault. The absolute smoothest transition in the history of broadcasting. Sorry about that. I was getting carried away, but I want to say there's the main thing. To quote Louis Harvey, it's like nothing I've ever felt before in my life. You know, that's what winning a British title means. Now we're on to the extremes. Oh, another British champion to decide. Joe Reeves-Smith and Theo Hesketh will start on the front row of this one. Lee Whittingham and James Pashley on row 2. Jake Campbell-Mills and Matthew Taylor on row number 3. Then it's going to be Adam Sparrow. Oof, what a day he's had. Still leads the championship, but he only starts 7th. Joe Stockford is 8th. Megan Lawson is 9th. Matthew Allnut is 10th. Archie Strong and Harrison Williams are on row number 6. Chris Whitton and Michael Cornell are next. Jack Dan and Isaac March on row 8. Kai Springfield and Aaron Lask start on row number 9. The 10th and final row, what has happened here? Lewis Wadley, he starts 9th, but Joe Fowler, who dominated the pre-final, starts last. So obviously there was some form of... well, he won on the track, but he didn't win post-Paul Klassen. So there was obviously a technical issue at the end of that last race. So poor old Joe Fowler, he had thought he had played himself into a championship position, and he now finds himself down. Championship points look like this. Adam Sparrow, 446 points. Theo Hesketh has 437. James Pashley has 435. Matthew Taylor, 428. Joseph Reeve-Smith, 427. Well, Adam Sparrow, to add to his points tally, he needs to finish anywhere in the top 6. He's dropping at the moment. He's going to drop a 56-point finish from the heats today, this weekend. So anything above 7th place will add to his current 446 points. Theo Hesketh, he is... Well, it's a bit harder for him because his worst score that he's counting so far is an 8th place finish. So he's got to make up 9 points. He's got to win this race and hope Adam Sparrow, it's simple. So Theo Hesketh has got to win this race and hope that Adam Sparrow finishes lower than 7th. 7th or lower. So a top 6 finish for Adam Sparrow wins him this title, and that's with Theo Hesketh winning the race. James Pashley is 2 points further back. Well, he needs to gain 11 points. He's dropping, well, Pashley is going to be very difficult. He's dropping a 58 points. He's got to gain 11 points. He can't gain 11 points because you get 65 points for a win. And he's dropping 58 points. No, so it's a head-to-head. So Theo Hesketh, he's going to win this race with Adam Sparrow finishing 7th or lower. A top 6 finish for Adam Sparrow, regardless of what goes on around, I'm sure, wins him this title. So, there's a check. So Joe and Lewis were underweight. So Joe Fowler and Lewis Wadley were underweight. Thank you, Nick Page. Oh, my goodness me, you know. Well, Nick Page is part of the TKM firmament. He's getting all the information in the paddock, so thank you very much. There's a look down on the dummy grid. There he is, the O-plate, Adam Sparrow, sitting alone with his thoughts. The biggest 15 minutes of his career about to come up. There's Jack Dan, number 62. Again, I have to say, inspirational driver there, Jack Dan. Races for autism, or races with autism, and uses his platform as a driver to raise awareness for Asperger's and autism. It's a very difficult thing for him to do, to promote himself and talk about it, but he does, and he does a fantastic job of being an ambassador for, racing with autism and racing with Asperger's. And he's going to start this race from 15th. Isaac Marsh is there in kart number 40, I believe, after his massive accident in the pre-final. There is Joe Reeve-Smith. Absolutely spanking new Litchfield Motorsport Tony kart there for Joe. He's going to start this one from pole position. He's 5th in the championship at the moment. Once again, just to remind you, Adam Sparrow, a top 6 finish, wins it for the O-plate. But the 60 kart, well, Tim Wilson Motorsport have just narrowly lost the junior TKM title. And they've got another bullet in their gun going for TKM Extreme. All Theo can think about is winning. He's got to win. James Pashley, what to say about James Pashley? He has defended his British title. It's gone right down to the wire, but he can't quite do it. He will fall just a couple of points short because when it works out on drop scores, he's been very, very consistent. He has finished in the top 5 in nearly every single point scoring part of the season. That's why when drop scores come, he's dropping a lot more points than the other drivers around. So we go into the Bobby Game corner. There is the white racer, they're just going around there, the third to last kart. That's the number 40 kart of Isaac Marsh. after his incident early on. Right. Adam Sparrow has made one mistake all season. Well, he's not qualified very well this year. In a race, he's made one mistake. It came at the worst possible time this morning in the pre-final, and that's why he starts where he does. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Reeve Smith leads. Remember, a top 6 finish for Sparrow gives him the British title. Theo Hesketh has to win and hope Sparrow finishes lower than 7th. Down the hill, it's Reeve Smith from number 3, Lee Whittingham. Last year's 3rd place driver. Whittingham is not going to equal that this season, but he's trying to go out, finish the season on a high note. Hesketh with the blue race suit, the dark blue race suit. Oh, and this behind him is a problem. Oh, is that ice? Oh no, the 2 teammates have crashed. Oh dear, Tim Wilson, please look away now. The 56 of Harrison Williams and the number 40 of Isaac Marsh have gone off and into the barriers at the end. So that's the karts look like they're going to be okay. They're going to get back in the race. Well, Tim Williams, Motorsport, Theo Hesketh, you know, he has been flying the flag for them this year. Pashley moves into 4th place. There they go, the 2 teammates underway, but Reeve Smith still leads. There's Pashley in 4th. He just wants to go out with a win. And Sparrow, the O plate, is 6th. A quick glance at the point standings on your screen now. We will refer back to them as they go. It's Sparrow 5 points clear of Hesketh. He is doing just enough at the moment. At the moment, Joe Hesketh is on 60 points, 65 for a win, but Sparrow will still be okay. Pashley down to 4th, Taylor 5th. Reeve Smith is doing well. He's going to be up in 3rd place. So that's the moment. At the moment, the gap is 5 championship points. But just because we will monitor it as the way there, but I mean, by my calculations, it's got to be a top six finish for Sparrow regardless, and that's with Hesketh winning. First thing Joe Hesketh's got to do, Theo Hesketh's got to do, is simply win. Where's Joe Fowler? Fowler already up to 15th place, and Wadley in 16th place after being underweight in the pre-final. And of course that would have helped, because that would have given Adam Sparrow 2 more championship points. But Reeve Smith, thumbs up to Lee Whittingham for pushing him along. Hesketh is going with as well. So at the moment, and there's change of 4th place, Sparrow into 4th place, and as soon as Hesketh responds, goes for a move straight away.
So,
hello, Anthony.
I'm back.
Good interviewing there. You know, I love that what Louis Harvey said. He said, I've never felt anything like this before in my life.
Yeah,
that's what it means. Great stuff.
It is good stuff to win a championship, isn't it? Especially at the end of the season. It's been a tough year for all these drivers, but we're nearly there for the TKM Extreme as well. As we enter the final couple of corners on this lap, less than 12 minutes to go on the timer over the start-finish line, and still Reeve Smith leads from Hesketh to them very close behind. Then the long train of karts then follows. Whittingham, Sparrow, Pashley, Campbell Mills, Taylor, Stockford, Witten. Then it's Strong all the way down to 10th there. You can see Pashley, the number 1, behind Sparrow. As they come down the hill now, Joe Fowler, the 31, with the fastest lap of the race. Defensive goes to number 3, and you can physically see the frustration on Sparrow's face, or not on his face, but in his hand movements, that he needs to get past. He wants to get past, and blocking is not going to help. He wants this championship as much as anyone. So out of the hairpin number 2 and scrabbling at the back as well, the number 9 under pressure, Wadley from Lask and Springfield as well. Absolutely no to tell for them at the back. Less than 11 minutes to go into the final couple of corners here at PF International. The 2 race leaders at the moment, Reeve Smith and Hesketh, leading the way. Sparrow still leading the championship, 449 points. Hesketh with the 444 points. And a change for the lead as well. So Hesketh moves up into the lead of this race. That is not what Sparrow wants to see, because that's going to be more points towards Hesketh's way. There's not many between them at the moment. And as they next cross the line, And Sparrow can see this as well, and the frustration that Sparrow's got, and the more frustration he's going to get with Pashley trying to go around the outside. Can't do anything there, stays behind, but Sparrow is in a big... Oh, no, he can get past. Pashley has got past there, side by side. Now, Sparrow's got the inside line here as they head into the exit. No, he hasn't got the inside. He has got to go behind. So, Pashley now moves up in front of Sparrow into 4th place. This is going to really shake the points up now for these two at the front. Whittingham with a warning flag, the number 3, as they go round. Now, let's see what happens to the points as they next cross the line, because Hesketh now leads this race. And Sparrow has lost another point, and there were no points between them at all. They crossed the line.
Oh, yes.
Points still say the same, but there is now only 1 point between the top two. Hesketh in the lead, Sparrow in 5th. If he loses another spot, there is nothing more Hesketh can do.
He goes in on Whittingham. He goes in on Whittingham there to gain a place, and Whittingham vaults that curb, and that's going to push him back. There's Taylor. And following him, it's all kicking off.
It is. Now, Hesketh can't do anything else. Hesketh has done as much as he can, and that is be in the lead. He has to stay there.
I calculated the top 6 finish does it for Sparrow.
Yes, yeah. So if Sparrow can't finish within the top 6...
But, but again, this is a product of bad qualifying.
Yeah.
And Adam said it himself when we interviewed him on Friday. He goes, he just hasn't got it together in qualifying. And as a result, you're in this pack, you're fighting your way through, you're taking more risks, all those things. And, this incident's going to happen. Or he's putting himself at risk. I mean, he's driven magnificently this year.
Yeah, yes.
But he's won both finals. He's beaten the quickest driver in the finals on track, but it hasn't been the complete thing. And let's have a look now. It's 2 points. Sparrow 449, Hesketh 447.
So Hesketh, again, who is at the front, can't do anything now. It's all going to be down to what happens in the midfield.
And I'm just looking there. We've got you've got Isaac Marsh and Harrison Williams, who had that crash on the first lap. The rest of the field in the one camera shot.
Yep.
5.9 seconds separates Theo Hesketh, our leader, from Jack Dan in 18th place. One camera shot. We're on lap 7 of a British Championship final. Theo Hesketh, and Joe Reeve-Smith, they've gone, but look at everyone else.
It's just absolutely nose to tail all the way through the pack. But it just falls down to if any slight mistake we see from any of these drivers, it's game over.
Yeah. Half distance. Let's have a look at the point standings in the top 10 on our screens.
There they are.
There they are, 2 points. Now, so we've got the situation in Cadet, where we've got a very similar situation between two drivers. In that class, you've got drivers slowing each other down, backing themselves up into the back to try and manufacture something. Hesketh, the senior drivers, that doesn't wash with them. Hesketh knows, I'll do what I'll do. If Adam is going to finish the top 6, he's going to. There's nothing I can do to affect that. I am just going to do my thing, which he is. And Sparrow is now closing up again. Reeve-Smith's having a storm. Now he's going to take 4th place in the championship by a point over Matthew Taylor. But of course, so Reeve-Smith as Taylor. Oh, there he goes. Lewis Wadley. But of course, if Taylor makes a place, then that's going to make Joe Reeve-Smith have to attack the race leader to try and get 4th in the championship.
Yep, definitely so. And as they go into the last 7 minutes of this race, again, there being plenty of time still left in this final, but it is slowly running out. And the time for these guys goes so quickly. They allow it dissipate. They do it, and it's gone. Before they realise it, they've lost all their time. They've got 1 lap to do it, and it's going to be a lunge in a final corner.
For Theo Hesketh, the time is going really slowly. For Adam Sparrow, every time he goes back, he goes, "Oh my God, the time's just going. It's going too quickly."
It's going up. So, but.
Like my ticker at the moment.
What does Sparrow do now? He's safe where he doesn't need to attack, but does he want to be on the podium?
No. He'll know. Him and his dad will have worked this out. He knows where he's got to be. So he'll be looking around and he'll think, right, I'm 5th, I'm okay. I'm 4th, sorry, I'm okay. Jake Campbell-Mills is up into 5th place in car number 56. So no, you won't see, well, you might see Adam Sparrow go for the podium, but then if it goes wrong, what you'll see later on is Sparrow flying over the hedge at the end of his father's boot.
Yes.
He's British champion. That's where he's going to stay. I mean, all he's going to do, Hesketh's not looking back. Hesketh's not looking over his shoulder. He's not trying to see. He's not worrying about it. He's got his head down. There, like that, just like that, to create maximum aerodynamic
efficiency.
Thank you.
But there you go. 5.5 minutes left on the clock then. And again, what must be going through Heske's head in this moment now. You know, he's just thinking, God, I'm in the lead as much as I can. I've got to stay here as much as possible.
Yep.
You can see the commitment there as he's going in. He's tucked in. He doesn't want to do anything. Pashley's doing the same because he wants to catch right onto the back of this group as well, because he wants to, he wants to go for the win as well.
It's like you say, like I say to the lads I coach, the 12 team I coach in football, leave it on the field, lads. Leave it on the field. All Theo Hesketh can do is leave it on the track. When he comes off the track, he won his final race, he said, there you go, I could do no more.
Yep.
It didn't happen, but hey, I did everything I could this occasion. It wasn't enough. And that's what happens. That's what drivers have to sort of accept, that sometimes, sometimes you do the best you can, and it isn't quite enough.
No.
But a lot of things can happen. The good news is for Adam Sparrow, as he chases James Pashley, is that the number 15 kart of Jake Campbell-Mills, the number 31 of Joe Fowler, and the number 13 of Archie Strong, 5th, 6th and 7th, they're about 1.4 seconds behind Sparrow. There's him now. Joe Fowler is the next, the danger man for Adam Sparrow now. Fowler has started stone last, and he's up into 5th place, and he is like a rocket. Underweight in the pre-final. Lost the win, had to start from the back, and now he's charging towards the front. He had a wee before he went out in the pre-finals.
You've got to hold it.
You know. But he's now head down. I mean, the red mist has descended. Even if he gets past Sparrow, that's still okay. Still 2 points in it at the moment. You know, Sparrow is going to count. Well, Sparrow would count this result. I don't know. He would drop it. There's 2 points in it. That's all. The virtual championship has 2 points in it.
Yep.
You know, Sparrow's okay.
Yep.
And if he loses another place, I think he is still okay.
I think if he loses another one, yeah, he's still fine. He's there by 1 point, and he's still comfortable. It's if he loses another one, it's joint points.
And then it comes down to how many finals they won, which Adam Sparrow is still okay on. Because
yes,
he's won 2 out of 3.
Yes.
But if you notice, he's not pushing Pashley. Pashley just sets a new fastest lap, 60.970. Sparrow has caught him out, so that's a good slipstream for Adam Sparrow, but he's not pushing him along, because if something happens with James Pashley, Sparrow's right there with him now, and but he's not making a move. They're closing in on the leaders, though. Theo Hesketh leads this race, the Tim Wilson Motorsport, and like I said, you know, I talked about earlier with Classic Motorsport and Tim Wilson Motorsport, 2 of the nicest teams in the paddock. And then you've got Adam Sparrow and his dad, they get help from Alan Turney from Talco, but they run as privateers again. When we went to interview them, you know, there was laughter, there was joking, there was all sorts going on there. It was the good, fun atmosphere in their little easy up awning in the back paddock. And there's Sparrow, he turns around, and James Pashley, we saw Lee Pashley, his dad, you know, in the grid yesterday when we did that feature. They just say they're so proud to be there. You know, everything's good. This is the atmosphere in TKM Extreme, and you know, if there are drivers out there that are thinking, I want to give this a crack, you know, it's a good, amazingly competitive but friendly championship to enter in the TKM class. Into the thing, and wildly competitive. And again, you meet these people, the personalities, and you know, they're all doing it the right way.
Yep. Everyone's super friendly, and it's just a great championship to be a part of. 2 minutes left on the clock, though, and you can see your top 4 there. Pashley and Sparrow have caught up to the back of Reeves-Smith. Now, this could still go south for Sparrow, because you've got to remember, if Pashley then starts to battle away with Reeves, and then they put them into each other, and that's going to allow the others to close up. So, you know...
90 seconds to go.
And they're still closing in.
Yep, there's 90 seconds to go, and, you know, Pashley checks over his shoulder. Pashley and Reeves-Smith, they're going to battle. They're going to battle. You know, they've got 3rd and 4th to discuss in the championship. There's 1 point separates number 1 James Pashley from number 90 Joe Reeves-Smith. When we get to the 1 minute, we'll put the championship aboard with 1 minute to go.
But James Pashley, again, another fastest lap of the race. So that just shows that Sparrow's pushing him along into the cuts. And here we go then. Pashley down the inside of Rees, gets it done. So moves up ahead into 2nd place. And there you go. You can see Sparrow just saying, don't worry about me. You just keep going. You just keep going. Keep pushing, because if I start to lose time, there you can see a big look over the shoulder there for Sparrow, who wants to know where that potential championship loss could be.
Here comes Fowler, like a bat out of hell, coming towards trying to join the party before it's too late. Well, they've called last orders at the bar in the 2020 TKM Extreme season. 40 seconds to go plus a lap. Theo Hesketh is doing everything he can, but Adam Sparrow at the moment has got the points championship by 2. They complete lap number 14. If Reeve Smith passes Pashley, then I think Reeve Smith grabs second in the points table. We shall see.
We shall see. 15 seconds left on the clock then. Last lap board is going to be coming out this time. And you can see now Pashley is wanting to get past Hesketh. Hesketh have led this race for the majority of it. He needs to keep this in the lead because he's got the best chance of potentially winning this championship. But Pashley's tried to go around the outside, can't do it. Oh, and it's getting a bit feisty now. They're catching up behind.
And look at Sparrow. Sparrow didn't put himself alongside Reeve Smith when they were defending. Sparrow eased off. It's great to ease off, and Fowler is on his way. Fowler, last golden ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, saying, wait for me, I'll get there.
Oh dear, here we go then, out of the final corner again, back on the start-finish straight. Last lap board out this time. Championship is on the line. Sparrow leads though as they exit, or as they start this first lap. Hesketh is in second.
He's got to defend.
He's got to defend.
Hesketh's got to defend now. You know, Pashley and Reeve Smith, they've been very sporting, but they're now going to go for the win. Their drivers after all, and Fowler has caught Sparrow. Oh, it's going to be nervous for Adam Sparrow now. Joe Fowler, like a rocket down the outside. He's going to get one.
He's gone around the outside.
He's got this 3 wide. Don't crash.
Oh, Sparrow, stay out of it. Stay out of it. You're still safe in the points at the moment.
Now he moves in up Pashley. Sorry, Andy.
No. So, yeah, he's got Pashley on the inside. No, he hasn't. He stayed behind. So now Sparrow is in 5th place. There's the points. There's still, it'll update when they next cross the line. That's not updated as of yet because there are still 2 points.
Checkered flag next time around. Theo Hesketh, you did everything you could for Tim Wilson Motorsport. You go out on top step of the podium. A win for Theo Hesketh, but a championship by 1 point to Adam Sparrow. He finishes 5th. He's taken the win. That is an O plate, a 1 plate, a 2, 3, and a 4 for Adam Sparrow. He has taken the top 4 national seedings in his career and the British Open. What a career. There we go. So Anthony Jordan's going to go down to speak to Theo Hesketh. Now, I can't wait. The camera, Jason is going to be down the camera in the Parc Fermé area to get the reactions when you come in. You know, I would say there's going to be lots of high-fiving. There's going to be emotion as always, but the sportingness of this. But Theo Hesketh, he could do no more. But Adam Sparrow is your 2020 TKM Extreme British Kart Champion by 1 solitary point at the end of a season of racing. Again, apologies if we don't have, you know, we're not featuring all the drivers there. I mean, big praise for Archie Strong in 6th, Jake Campbell-Mills 7th, Matthew Taylor in 8th, Lewis Wadley 9th, Carl Springfield in 10th, 11th for Joe Stockford, then Lee Whittingham in 12th, Aaron Lask, Chris Whitten, Megan Lawson, Michael Cornell, Jack Dan and Matthew Orne at the top 18. Pashley gets out, the defending champion instantly goes, and his first hug is to the new champion. The baton has been passed. And again, there's Joe Fowler. A big hug between Joe Fowler and Adam Sparrow. There we go. That is what you want to see. Pashley, well, he has worn that number 1 with pride. And he now hands it over to Adam Sparrow for the rest of 20 and the 2021 season. Joe Reeve Smith and James Pashley finish in a tie for 3rd place in the championship. There in the blue race suit, plain blue race suit, is Theo Hesketh. I think that's Matthew Allnut going over to him. They get a big hug there. Well done. Hesketh, you know, it's the worst feeling, it's, you know, worst feeling in the world there. He won a race, but there, you know, and let's have a look now. There goes Theo over where he's probably going over to see Adam Sparrow. There's Joe Reeve Smith in the green and white, and James Pashley with the that very distinctive crash helmet on the purple and silver stars. A big thank you to everyone on the live chat for helping us out through the thing. Good to see plenty of people contributing towards that race. Certainly, you know, a lot of contributions there. TKM getting an awful lot of love an awful lot of love there on the live chat, so thank you very much for all those comments as well. But, well, when you got racing in that, why wouldn't you give it a lot of love? That's the thing. So Theo Hesketh, Joe Reed-Smith and Joe Fowler, from 20th to 3rd for Joe Fowler. He certainly put his mind to that one and came away with a great drive, gaining 17 positions. In the foreground of the shot there, that's kartpicks.net's Chris Walker, the official British Kart Championship photographer. He's the driver that captures all the... I mean, a lot of these drivers know where Chris is going to be at the end of the race. They pose directly for him, which is great to see. Chris has been around a long time and is, the man when it comes to the man when it comes to karting photography. And I'll go back to the paddock at some point. The next race up will be Mini X30. That's going to start in about 8-9 minutes time. We've got to decide who comes second in that, who comes third in that championship, and can Vinnie Phillips make it a perfect season? So even in the classes where the championship is being decided, then there is still plenty of intrigue. And we wait there. So this is start line at PF International. You can see the Motorsport UK British Kart Champions branding, the Demon Tweeks sponsorship banners. Again, we're always grateful to Demon Squeaks. No, that's Demon Squeaks. No, that's a mouse catcher. Demon Tweeks, our sponsor. We're going to be speaking to Theo Hesketh very shortly. Anthony Jordan has made his way down there. So here we go. Theo Hesketh, our race winner.
Well, thank you very much, Henry. Down in the paddock area, we've got our race winner from the TKM Extreme final, Theo Hesketh. Wow, what a final. You did as much as you could there. You took the win. Just wasn't enough to just seal that championship, though.
No, it was very close. The team told me what I had to do at the start of the race, so I felt I had the pace to hit the front, so I hit the front as early as I could, and then, well, the rest was in Adam's hands then, so I just carried on consistent fast laps and kept my head down, and unfortunately we didn't come out with it, but really happy to get the win.
Oh, from what we could see, your drive was absolutely stellar. We were watching you all the way through. The last few laps, it got really tasty with everyone battling away behind you. You managed to just break away, but yeah, a fantastic win on that one for the final race of the season as well.
Yeah, I mean, can't really end the season on any more of a high, really, so a massive thanks to TWM Motorsport. My dad, who's been a faultless mechanic all season, all throughout my karting career. Litchfield Motorsport for my engines, and True Tension Karting for my chain lubes and cleaning products.
I know. Well, fantastic again. Huge congratulations on the race win.
Thank you.
Excellent. Right, stick with us because we've got our championship winner, Adam Sparrow. Come on, Adam. Join me on this side. Adam, absolutely amazing. We saw the emotion as you crossed the line. 2020 season champion winner. Well done.
Oh, I can't put it into words. It was a very difficult race, especially as Lee started defending with I don't know how long to go, and it just made things a lot more difficult. But with James going through, it opened up a door, and I just thought I've got to go for it now, or I'm just going to be stuck behind him for the whole race.
I mean, throughout the race we could see your frustration as well, where you're out there, you were wanting to get up the order because we did the maths. It was looking like 6th or more is what you needed for that one. And, you know, when you dropped down into 5th, it was like, oh, no, what's going to happen? But you held your nerve, you got to that checkered flag, and you come away as champion.
Yeah, well, I knew it was, I think my maths was 5th or higher is what I needed to be 1 point ahead. So I was just basically counting down the laps. And anyone who wanted to make their way by, I just didn't want to fight them too much because I just didn't want to be involved in any incident because Theo looked quite comfortable out front.
Well, it looked comfortable, but you made it look very difficult for him, I have to say. But you come away with this 2020 TKM Extreme British Kart Champion. Wear that title with pride.
Oh, jeez.
Spot on. Well done. An amazing end to the TKM Extreme finals. More finals coming up next. Back to you.
Well, good work there, Anthony, and great to see. And again, what a class act there from Theo Hesketh. An absolute class act from Theo Hesketh, but also from Adam Sparrow. You could hear the crackle in his voice as he just tried to sort of, keep hold of his emotions there. There's a lot of, ex-drivers, team managers, mechanics around the paddock that know what that feeling is. They know what, Adam's going through there, and they know what Theo's going through as well. And, just brilliant to see, the emotion coming out through there. And, of course, there is for every, I have to say, so Tim Wilson Motorsports, they've come just short now in 2 classes, and I can see Alistair Cresswell there watching. And, again, another classy drive from Alistair Cresswell. And, well done, even though that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But, to be part of a race that they can look back on the live stream years to come, just to see how special that all was, and how special the whole season has been, was very good indeed. And, well done to Tim Wilson Motorsport for getting 2 runner-up finishes in both the junior and the TKM Extreme classes. Good work there, team. It's Tim's dog that runs the team. The pooch runs the team, and again, interviewing Asa, there's a lot of laughter going on in that awning. So it's a good place to be. People want to come and enjoy their karting, and they do that with Tim and his band of merry men. And so a double British Championship runner-up effort there for TWM. So 2 more British champions have been decided, and that brings us, 3 more, sorry, the Bambino. We've got 2 more titles to be decided. We've got 4 races to go. The first one of those races is going to be Mini X30 in very short order, and 2 minutes before they go out. We already know that Vinnie Phillips is our 2020 Motorsport UK champion. We know that Leo Robinson is second. Who is going to be third, and can Vinnie Phillips put in the perfect season? So, Vinnie Phillips, the quest for 6 out of 6 starts from pole position. But as always, Vinnie's closest rival is Leo Robinson, his Fusion Motorsport teammate. Jack Hobson, best performance so far in the season. He'll start third alongside Cathal Clark. Charlie Webb and Ethan Simmons go from row 3.
Row number 4, Ella Stevens and Wesley Swain on that 4th row. Row 5, Joseph Rippin and Gabriel Stilp. Then you've got Rylan Eschberg and Lewis Bird on row number 6. Rounding out the grid of 13 karts, Thomas Behrman and 75 for Chaos Sports.
So there is the GP plate winner, Ethan Simmons, on that Mark Litchfield Racing Comp Kart chassis. I know it's a Comp Kart, it says so on the steering wheel.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I've learned to read.
Aren't you a clever boy?
I am, thank you very much. I got a gold star in my GCSE maths lesson last week.
Well, maths has nothing to do with reading. Well, there we go.
Really? Maybe that's where I went wrong in life.
I have to say, I failed all my language speaking lessons because I didn't speak the language, I just spoke English, but with the accent.
Oui. Hello, this is my French GCSE.
They soon very quickly kicked me out the class.
Right, okay, fair enough. Well, look at that, the GP plate holder, the eyes, the focus of Ethan Simmons there. The signal is given, karts on circuit, so for the last time in 2020, it's time Owen Ryan with his T-shirt, an epic, a majestic green flag waving. Oh my word, look at the attitude and angle on that green flag there. Oof, it's a thing of beauty.
Oh dear. I think you've had too much iron.
Have I? Really? There's 2 of everything. I'm shaking. I've got orange. And I'm speaking like a Scotsman. Hello, a wee dram. I'll have a wee dram.
Well, there you go. Frantic steering checks going on as they head down into hairpin 1. But, Henry's gone. He's had a bit too much of the old Iron Brew. He is now fallen on the floor. So we've lost Henry for the time being. It's just myself, but we're going to be starting this Mini X30 Final 2. It's race 34 of the weekend. And Vinnie Phillips and Leo Robinson, the 2 that have been chasing each other down throughout this entire 2020 season, again are going to be battling to the checker flag once more. Vinnie Phillips is looking for that flawless win of finals all the way through the season. He wants to get it this round. for a flawless season. Can he do it? Out of the final corners, onto the start-finish straight, into the tram lines. Are we going first time around for Mini X30? Hands going up at the back, and it's a false start, I think, is being declared. So, false start, yep, the flag is out. It was a very late call for the false start, but the false start call did come out. So, no start this time, and that's good, because that's going to allow Henry to get back to normality soonish. So, he's still collapsed on the floor in an iron brew shake. So, he'll be joining me back in a moment. So, like I say, everyone all jolly excited to get going. Now, I'm not sure what caused that to not go ahead. I think it was maybe the Lewis Bird, 44, in the back of the field, who didn't get a good start off the line. Like the cart had fallen down. Yeah, no, you can see him there in the background. He's pointing at the engine to say that he had an issue, but he is still going around the track at the moment. So, here we go again. Take two. The Mini X30s for their final of the day. Lots of support on the stream coming out for Leo. And of course, all eyes are going to be on that top two. And the rest of the field, of course, Jack Hobson starting on the second row with Castle Clark as well alongside. We saw great things from Hobson earlier on, the 14, the crop promotion driver, his best finish yet of the season. And into the tram lines again. Are we going this time around? It is. Green flag, and away we go for the final of the Mini X30 in towards turn one. And it looks like Leo Robinson managed to get the switch on Vinnie Phillips going into turn one as they come up the hill. Who's going to appear first? Yes, it's the 37 of Leo Robinson who leads the way over the bridge at the start of this Mini X30 final. Race 34 of the weekend. Down the hill we go. And you can see there Stilp in the background trying to get through. And there's also two of the Fusion cars forcing each other off the track. But everyone makes it to the first hairpin unscathed, albeit still going a little bit wide out of hairpin one.
Well, Gabriel Stilp, he's come, and Leo Robinson, they've both come so close to wins this year, and I did think that I thought that one of them would have a chance of taking a win this season, but so far, Vinnie Phillips has remained perfect. Cathal Clark in second place. Phillips down to third. He's got some work to do, as always, so Robinson leads the front. Now, forget that this is Robinson's first. Well, he's still only 11. He's still technically old enough to be a cadet, but he's moved up, and point standing. So the real battle is going to be. I'm trying to look see at the virtual standings. Well, at the moment, Ethan Simmons is 7 points behind Gabriel Stilp for third in the standings. Ella Stevens is 6 points behind Ethan Simmons for fourth. So third, fourth, and fifth is what really what we aiming to play for here, but of course the main focus is now 6 out of 6 potentially for Vinny. He's got his work cut out though, and I'll guarantee you he's going to get no favours from Cathal Clark or Leo Robinson. Leo Robinson there, absolutely keen to end his first season in Mini X30, sign off with a victory. There's Ethan Simmons in fourth place, under the watchful eye of his team boss Mark Litchfield, and that's the Litchfield that the Litchfield Bridge is named after. Mark, a four-time British karting champion who raced for the Paul Fletcher team for many years. And there they go, look at that, in tandem underneath the banking, and there's a move.
Yep, that's Phillips back up into second place there, nicely timed, not allowing Robinson to break away too much. I think he was just looking over the hood and said, he was getting away.
Yeah.
Can't allow that.
No, I can't allow that. I thought Vinny was from London myself, but he suddenly turned. He's from Yeovil, and he's but no. Oh, and that was a little tap on the rear bumper. There he goes, Vinny up into P1. Leo Robinson down to second, and look at that. The finger saying, "Come on now, let's think about it." 9 minutes to go. So these final 12 minutes plus a lap. Wesley Swain having a really good run this weekend. As I say, that he's dropped back to 10th at the moment, but he has been up there, and he's 8th in the point standings. He was just taken over 7th place briefly. I can see that the kids are out again on the live chat, so you can all go away. Something back to about the racing. There we are. Well, simple as that. We're talking about good things. The final round of the British Championship. People are enjoying the stream. The weather is good. The racing is spectacular. So let's leave it at that.
Yes. Gabriel Stilp
Fastest lap of the race. Look at
Fastest
that.
lap of the race. 1:01.180.
The Croc bearing its teeth one last time in 2020. And Phillips and Robinson tried to pull away. Simmons up into P3 now. Ethan Simmons. Now he won the GP plate when he was with Coles Racing at the start of the season. The start of the season was in August, such has been 2020. And then there's no other Coles Racing drivers in the championship, and it was so we moved over to Mark Litchfield Racing again, more established in X30 terms. I think it's safe to say, and certainly looking to try and sign off with the win, as are all these drivers. Great shot there down low. There's the grass blocks. You can see Jason in the orange thing.
Lying down.
Well done, Jason. That's right. That's right. Hey, get the shot. Worry about your health insurance later. Get the shot.
Yep.
And that's a good. But it's a great shot of showing how physical these karts are. You can see the drivers that the kart wants to go towards the wall. The drivers where they've got to be full on the accelerator and then keep it off the wall.
Yes, that's the general gist of racing.
Hey, that's racing 101.
Yeah.
Keep it out the wall.
Yes. Oh dear. 7 minutes then left on the timer. Phillips leading the way, 4 laps in. He's got Leo Robinson though right on his tail, who wants to maybe take away that chance of a 6.
Oh yeah, Vinnie Phillips has said, we've talked about drivers like Danny Curley's withdrawn from the event, but he doesn't want to injure himself, but also he doesn't want to risk an exclusion or anything like that. Same goes for Vinnie Phillips. But that lure of saying, and it would be a perfect season.
It would. Perfect season.
And I did ask earlier, anyone watching on the live stream, if they'd have thought that there's a change to lead. Leo Robinson goes back into first place. I can't remember in any of the British Championships, either the Formula Kart Stars, Super 1, all those, whatever iteration a national championship has had, I cannot remember ever in any class a driver winning every final. Can't remember it. I'm looking around and there's no one has said otherwise. No, so it would be a first. And it hasn't been as though there's been Vinny and a bunch of then, no-hopers. It's been a top grid of talent, and he has just managed to keep his nose in front at all times. However, Leo Robinson has got his nose in front at the moment. 6 minutes to go into the Mike Wilson complex we have, and these two Fusion drivers are putting some clean air between themselves, and there's that shot again. Look at that, there's again, over the grass block. So that curve, that sawtooth curve there. And again, these drivers age between 11 and 14. These mini X30 drivers. Down underneath the Litchfield Bridge, out onto the banking. And Phillips back in front.
He is indeed, yeah, the 87 back in front over the bridge. And you can just see that little tap. You know when a driver's had a little tap up the backside, because you just see the visor strip go up. You just see it go pop up a little bit. There you go. Stilp again with the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.76 is the time now for Stilp. He's up 4 positions. So all of a sudden the Croc has now started to attack.
Yes, and on cue, Alan Dove from karting1.co.uk. Yes, Tom Joyner did win the British Championship final in 2011. That was in November. It was here. It was the first. I think it was the first event on this new track, and it was the only event. So he won every final, but there was only one final.
Yeah, that's not the same. It's still the same.
Tom Joyner has. He's still the fastest postman in British karting history. Oh, on the banking side by side. And nope, Ella Stevens holds off Charlie Webb. Now again, Charlie Webb, a great performance throughout the weekend so far. Final time, and he finds himself down in 8th place, and no one's got the pace to get to the front. 1.8 seconds between the top two. It would be quite fitting if the last race of the season came down to a head-to-head between the two teammates. I'm looking there. Robinson has finished second in... He's second at the first final at Rowrah, second at the second final at Rowrah, second at Kimbolton, and second at Mansell Raceway, second in the final yesterday.
Yeah.
It's been a 1-2 finish in every single final, Phillips and Robinson, in that order. So, if it comes down to a head-to-head, mano-a-mano, I said we'll get the Just for Men delivery to the Fusion owner for Dan Hazelwood afterwards. But I mean, if they went hammer and tongs for it, one-on-one, that would be a fitting end to the championship.
It definitely would be indeed. 3.5 minutes left on the timer, and that is getting ever more reality as we near the end of this Mini X30 race 34 of the weekend. But it's the second final for the X30s this weekend. They obviously had their previous round yesterday, and it was a double header for the X30s as they exit through the Fullerton S's onto backstroke. We're watching the GP plate of Eaton and Simmons in 4th place, currently under pressure from Jack Hobson. Has gone down the order slightly in this race, but still piling on the pressure. Again, that low shot, the kart's going through. All it takes is one to just go slightly wide, and then you just see that steering correction, and then that cameraman will need a new cameraman. If you are a budding cameraman and want a job with Alphaline,
please contact James Fitzhugh and Lucas at Alphaline.
Oh dear.
Well, as we all know, cameras are indispensable. Cameramen aren't. Here we go. 2 minutes to go. Phillips leads by 1300ths of a second. No change in anything. Oh no, Robinson now leads. So Robinson leads, and now Robinson defends. It's game on early. Oh, that's good. They were snaking up and down the straight.
Oh dear.
Yep. Remember that classic line? You don't remember that classic line from Wayne's World because you're too young to remember. Where they're in the street, they go, game on. It's game on at the front between Robinson and Phillips now.
It is indeed.
Out of the thing. Oh, where's Jason in the orange? There he is. Oh, he's actually the other side of the barrier as well. Someone, don't tell HR. Don't tell HR.
No, it's fine. They can't see him. He's tucked away.
Yes. Here we go, onto the banking. And then again, that's a great shot there, that camera, you're looking past the marshal. You see the gradient of the banking.
Yeah, you do. And it is steep. When we went for a walk out there the other day, we were getting some nice shots.
But
yeah, it was, I almost fell over. It was very steep. I wasn't expecting it, and I just realised how unfit I was.
Yeah, and there's Robinson again. There is Robinson again at the first hairpin. And now will Phillips get the undercut? No, they're bringing the... Simmons, look at Simmons.
You can
head
see
down.
him.
Yes, we're catching, they're battling a minute to go, and Simmons is bringing the rest of the class with him.
Oh dear me, this is going to end in absolute carnage. Less than a minute left on the timer. Phillips wants to get that 6 wins.
Yep.
He wants to get it.
Absolutely.
There is no other way of getting around that. And you can see now they are now in the pack. It's not 2 packs anymore. It's 1 pack for the lead. 30 seconds left on the timer, and there it is. There's the lunch. Phillips under pressure now. Simmons and Clark as well, who are right there as they go in. They still hold the lead. Now Clark down the inside of Simmons, side by side over the bridge. Simmons comes out on top as they exit.
Yep, and down, so you've got Hobson and Ella Stevens and Charlie Webb in this lead group. Round the outside!
Is he going to make it work?
He's going to run on the track. Oh,
he's on the grass! On the grass! Phillips has lost a position. He's now down into 3rd, 4th as well. 5th now for Phillips.
Has the dream gone?
The dream of 6 wins is slowly disappearing as the timer clicks now onto 0. Last lap boards out this time. The new position for Phillips is now 5th place. Robinson leads.
Well, Leo Robinson had the inside line. Phillips wasn't ahead, so Robinson gave Phillips 2 options, the grass or his brake pedal, and Phillips chose to keep it pinned on the grass, and it cost him a couple of places. We start the final lap of the season. Robinson, Simmons, Clark, Hobson, Phillips in 5th.
Here we go then, up the hill in towards the banking. No moves this time as they come around onto the bridge. You can see there Simmons in 2nd place as they go through the bridge onto the banking and down the hill now. Big look over the shoulder then for Robinson as they come down the hill. Simmons, no lunge here, but down the inside looks Clark. Can't quite do it this time, stays behind. Still very close though within these top group.
Well, and there's a move. Simmons on the inside. Robinson on the outside, it's 3 wide. Here comes Cathal Clark. Can Cathal?
Oh no!
Robinson defends, and Clark and Hobson on the grass. Phillips somehow snakes his way through. Vinnie Phillips is in 3rd place. Well, if Vinnie Phillips wins this, I'm gonna eat my wallet.
Oh, it's amazing stuff from these guys. They come into the final couple of corners now. Leo Robinson is going into the final couple of corners now. He's not won a final this season. He's about to now in the final round of the British Kart Championships for Mini X30. Leo Robinson wins from Ethan Simmons and Vinnie Phillips. He doesn't get the 6 out of 6. He crosses the line in third. What a final.
Wow. Well, there's no perfect season, but what a finish to the championship. Leo Robinson, the bridesmaid all the way through the season, and finally Vinnie Phillips and Ethan Simmons trying to shake hands there, and they all said, no, we're going to crash. They did great sportsmanship. Vinnie Phillips, what a worthy champion. Leo Robinson, what a worthy race winner. And I mean, there was no quarter asked there and none given. Robinson takes the win by 800 of a second from Ethan Simmons. That's Ethan's best finish of the year. Well, Vinnie Phillips on the podium, but it's only third place. In fourth was Ella Stevens. Good result for Ella. Fifth was Charlie Webb. Sixth, Cathal Clark. Jack Hobson was seventh. Gabriel Stilp, eighth. Ninth, to Rylan Ashberg. 10th, Joe Rippin. The top 10 separated by 2.9 seconds. 11th for Wesley Swain. 12th was Lewis Bird. Thomas Behrman on his seasonal debut. He finishes in 13th place. In the championship, Vinnie Phillips wins comfortably from Leo Robinson second. Gabriel Stilp does hold on to third by 4 points over Ethan Simmons. Ella Stevens fifth in the standings. Sixth for Jack Hobson. Rylan Ashberg seventh. Wes Swain eighth. Lewis Bird in ninth. And Joe Rippin misses out on a ninth place seeded number by 1 point. Great racing. Good to see, Chris McCarthy there. He's a fellow karting commentator, racing commentator. Watching, so is Alan Dove and plenty of others there saying, wow, what a race. Great stuff. Well done. Anthony Jordan is going to go down to try and speak to our winner. There he is. So let's have a... No, there's Vinnie Phillips. Hey, well, can't win them all. But he started the last lap in fifth, ended it on the podium. And there's Vinnie, still number one. That's right. Now, hang on. Anthony's going to do that. Right, folks. It's Cadet next. Where's my tablets? Because if you thought the Mini X30 race was good, if you thought the TKM races were good, then we're about, well, it's always a nerve-wracking time. Again, I've been fortunate enough to commentate on every year of the British Cadet Championship since 2005. And the last race, it's one of those where you're half nervous. If it goes well, it's the best advert for British karting. If it doesn't go well, then it is not the best advert. We'll see, but I'm sure it will be. But Leo Robinson is about to speak to Anthony Jordan in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the winner's paddock. Leo, end of the season, and you've finally come away with a win in the final. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really happy about the win in the final.
Now, it's been a tough season, of course. You're second in everything out there, but, you've come back at the final race of the day, pulled the pin, come out with a win on the final. But, yeah, second in the championship as well. But a fantastic season you've had. You head up high. It's been tough with your teammate, Vinnie. It's been a tough old season, but you've come out with a win eventually. It was amazing stuff.
Yeah, it was a tough race between Vinnie in the beginning of the season, but luckily we won this one.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff. I mean, you've got to look forward to next year, of course. What are you planning on doing into next year? Are you sticking with the Mini X30s, or are you moving to others?
Yeah, I have to stick with the Mini X30. I'll do Junior in Europe and maybe a bit of OKJ.
Well, excellent stuff. Again, a race win, finally in the final. You get to stand on that top spot on the podium a bit later on, but yeah, amazing stuff. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Spot on. Excellent stuff. Well, amazing stuff there. We'll have a chat with Vinnie as well. Cheers. Thank you very much, Leo. Vinnie, come over. Of course, you've won the championship already. You were wanting to go for that 6th win in a row for the finals. It was just Leo pipped you to it on that one, but you must be happy for your teammate on that one.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the result for the championship. Number 1 goes on the kart now. And yeah, I thought it was a good race until up on that point. I thought he just done me a little bit too much then, because yeah, I just lost like 6 places in one corner. Yeah, and yeah, it was a good result apart from that.
I mean, yeah, those last laps, it did look a bit hectic. We were watching it up there. We had no idea what was going on. It was something you'd see out of a world final that we saw, but we saw it in the British Champs as well. But can you talk us through what was going on through the Fullerton S's?
Yeah, I saw Leo squeezing my teammate Cahal on the grass, and then he's gone 4 wheels on the grass, and then I just, in the corner of my eye, when I was going to go through the corner, I thought he was going to hit me, because it was just like no grip on the grass. It's just so bumpy, you can't stop yourself. So I thought I was just going to get hit, but I luckily just got through it. But I feel bad for Cahal, because he was first weekend in the Mini. Yeah,
well, I mean, still fantastic end result. Everyone got home safe, and of course you come away still, you're still champion on that one.
Yeah, number 1 goes in the kart.
Spot on. Well done, Vinny. Excellent stuff. Well, again, great chat to Vinny, and of course, Leo Robinson and Vinny. They've been the talk of the town in Mini X30 the whole season. But now we head to the next couple of finals.
And you know what? And you know what? In the background of that shot there is Anthony who's saying goodbye. Danny and Joe Porter, who have mechanic Vinny Phillips the last 2 years. Big embrace there for the three of them. It all becomes like a family when you're working that closely with a driver. But up next, it's the final of the British IAME Cadet Championship. Zach Knight and Zach Drummond start from row 1. Hardy Mamasi and Lewis Werrell start from row 2. Roman Kamyab and Sebastian Mins go from row number 3. Archie Clark and William Knight are on row 4. Noah Wolf and championship leader Macaulay Bishop starts from row 5. Connor Duncan and Ethan Jeff Hall start from row 6. Nathan Ty, and I'll explain why now, starts from row 7 alongside William Murtaugh. Then it's Eden Spanswick, the Anglo-Moldovan driver from Moldova. Daniel Chauffrenet on row 8. Ben Smith and Jesse Phillips are on row 9. Sky Parker and Morgan Moore on row 10. William Antrobus and Alfie Slater, row 11. Joey Brown and Eli Baden are on row number 12. Row 13 is Jorge Edgar, and then it's Aston Sharp, 26 on the grid. Mason Rudman and Kit Bolowski are next. Kanishk Rao and Michael Walker round out the top 30. 31st is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So that is the grid order. Why, you may ask, is Nathan Ty only 13th when on our screens you saw him win, or win the previous heat this morning? Well, race 23, the opening heat race of this morning, Nathan Ty was given, he had a nose cone dropped, and then he also had 2 5-second penalties for gaining an unfair advantage according to the stewards. So he lost, that was classified 27th. Macaulay Bishop, he was demoted to 21st for the contravention of a flag signal during the race, and that gave him a 10-second time penalty to drop him to 21st on this grid. The net result of that is that Macaulay Bishop leads the championship with 1 race to go by 4 points over Nathan Ty. They both drop their scores this morning. Now, Macaulay Bishop, his worst score that he's counting towards his championship at the moment is 58 points, which is what you get for finishing 5th in a final. Nathan Ty, his next worst score is 60 points, which is what you get for finishing 3rd. Now, this is the ultimate tension, and I am going to say that Nathan Ty, if he wins this race, he gets 60 points, 65 points, but drops 60. That's a gain of 5 points. That would put him on 648. Nathan Ty can win this championship with a win, and as long as Macaulay doesn't improve on, if Macaulay finishes 4th, he gains a point, and that puts him on 648. I think Macaulay's going to finish in the top 3. Possibly 4th to tie the championship, providing Nathan Ty wins. Like I said earlier, 1/5 of the current Formula One grid has either come first, second or third in this class, in this championship, since 1996. It is the reason why British karters are the best in the world, why so many succeed in so many levels and then go on to succeed in world motorsport. Nathan Tye and Macaulay Bishop have been excellent role models for our sport this year. They have raced hammer and tongs. Yeah, it's got physical a couple of times, as it always does. Every lap they have been on it 100%, and whoever wins this is going to be the fantastic champion. It's a false start. That's a false start. There are going to be nerves. There are going to be, and look at the grandstand. I mean, everyone's got their masks on in the grandstand, but you know, they watch this race because what you could see, should see, is why we love this sport. These drivers, these young men and women between the ages of 8 and 12 years old, some of them still in primary school.
And they're better driving than me. And
yeah,
you.
And you know, they are, you know, and this is, and people in the live stream, saving the best class for now, saving the best class for now. You know, it's you know, it's tactical.
Yeah.
Bottom line, Nathan Tye has to win this race. He's the Grand Prix champion. He won it here. He won the PF plate here. He's got a great team behind him. Oliver Roller Motorsport, they won this class last year with Harley Keeble. Macaulay Bishop has spent his entire career, up until the start of this year, that driver there, number 9, Macaulay Bishop, had driven as a privateer with his family, never been part of a team. Paul Munn Racing picked him up and supported him this year. Last year, he went out and come second in the Rotax Grand Finals Micromax class for Team Great Britain on his first international event. These are two, and we've got 29 other incredibly talented racers as well. Oh my God, there's a crash, and that's Hardy Mamasi in the barrier, the privateer driver. He's okay. I can see his cousin from Canada is watching this, and he's okay. Everyone else gets through cleanly. Let's try and see where our two title protagonists are. Bishop is out in 4th place. Nathan Tye, look for the GP plate. Where is he? He's a little bit further back. We're going to see where they are. He's okay. He missed the crash.
He's 2 places behind him.
So he's 2 places behind him. Now, everyone just hopes that they're two ultra-talented class athletes, and they're now side by side. Bishop ahead of Tye. Nathan Tye has got to get past Macaulay Bishop and then win this race and hope Macaulay finishes lower than 3rd. Macaulay has got number 88, William Knight, Tye's teammate, directly in front of him. He's got to try and go for a move. 11 minutes to go. At the moment, up at the front, it is Zach Knight, Zach Drummond, and I think Lewis Werrell. Drummond leads. Zach Knight second, it's Sebastian Mins third, William Knight 4th, Macaulay Bishop 5th. No change in the standings. Nathan Tye's not going to earn any championship points for where he is, neither is Macaulay Bishop. It's still 4 points to Bishop's advantage. 10 minutes to go. And Mins runs a little bit wide. Tye is in front of Bishop now. Where's Macaulay Bishop? He's now behind Ethan Jeff Hall. So Ethan Jeff Hall, kart number 5 for Strawberry Racing. Moves between Tye and Ethan Jeff Hall moves into another position ahead of Tye, and now the championship contenders are wheel to wheel again, inch apart. They give each other plenty of room. Oh, and a spin behind. That is, and he just clipped the barrier. That's the fusion guy. That's Noah
43,
Wolf.
Yeah, Noah Wolf.
Noah Wolf. Well, he's okay. He's not very happy, but he's okay.
Yeah, it was very close to clipping that barrier near the lamppost there. Just kisses the rear wheel against it.
Gives it a slight peck.
Yeah, so there's a peck on the cheek for being so sweet.
Drummond, Knight, Mins. Let's have a quick look at the championship.
Right.
Points. Standings.
There it is.
Bishop, 647. Tye, 643. Zach Knight, Zach Drummond, Ethan Jeff Hall, Lewis Werrell, Connor Duncan, Archie Clark, Sebastian Mins and William Knight. There we are. No change at the moment. At the moment, Nathan Tye is 6th. And I feel, I feel sorry for Zach Drummond, Zach Knight, Sebastian Mins are running 1, 2, 3 at the moment. But you have to understand that we have to focus as much as we can on the overall championship as well. Ty 6th, Bishop 8th. That's enough for Macaulay Bishop at the moment. Nathan Ty, head down. He's got to work hard. He's got to get up there. He's got 2 teammates in front of him. Now, what will Zach Knight do? Will Zach Knight, I mean, they're just pushing away and racing. I mean, Zach Knight could, and I'm going to say could, get involved in a scrap with Zach Drummond, slow them all down, bring Nathan Ty into play, and then that would help Nathan Ty get into the lead. But I have to say that Zach Knight is just working well. He's running his own race, quite rightly so as well. He's running his own race. Onto the straight, another great thing. The shadows beginning to lengthen, Anthony, as we get into the early evening here at PF International, and we've got a change for the race lead. Now Zach Knight has the lead. Now we'll see, with 8 minutes to go, does the pace slow down?
Yeah, the sun shines on the IAME Cadets for their final race of the weekend. Race 35 of the weekend for these drivers. 8 minutes to go. As you say, a new change for the lead. Zach Knight leads the way from Zach Drummond in 2nd place. Then there's a little bit of a gap. Then we see Mins, William Knight, Ethan Jeff Hall, Nathan Ty, the GP plate, 2nd in the championship at the moment, but only by a few points. There he is on your screen. Bishop, though, right behind him, the championship leader at the moment. They are nose to tail with 7.5 minutes to go on the timer into the final couple of corners. You know, Ty is in a very tricky situation here because he needs to get up to the front of the grid, but Bishop is not going to allow him to do this with him right behind. Bishop's going to try and get past him as soon as possible, but it's going to be a race to the finish. 100% in this race. They scream under the tunnel in towards the banking of turn number 2. Up the hill now across the bridge, and no changes right there. But there, Macaulay Bishop, fastest lap of the race, 1:07.980, and there he is behind. He just having a little visor adjustment there, just saying, I'm coming for you. Like.
And I've got to say, there were a little bit on the yellow flags there, and that is somebody that looks like it's one of the Cato Motorsport drivers, possibly Eli Baden on the grass there. Well, the pace is not slowing down. Zach Knight is getting his head down, and he's just going. Drummond in 2nd. Ethan Jeff Hall runs in. Oh, and there's a couple of karts off there. That is the number 17 Fusion Motorsport kart.
Jorge Edgar.
He's had a rough day. There are the 2 championship contenders. Well, they're neck and neck on the track. The championship, it's still 4 points to Macaulay Bishop's advantage. Hardy Mamasi has recovered from his earlier incident. He is running in 21st place. The Anglo-Canadian driver from Toronto, now based in Chippenham. Noah Wolf is still running in 31st place after his spin as well. So we've got all 31 karts still running.
Now 6 minutes left on the timer then. Zachary Knight still leading from Zach Drummond, but all eyes on these 2 back here in 6th and 7th place. The GP plate of Nathan Ty, the 9 plate of Macaulay Bishop. 1st and 2nd in the championship. No points between them as they battle nose to tail out of hairpin 1 in towards hairpin 2.
And I've got to say, I can never remember a season where 2 drivers have been so competitive every single session. You know, Nathan Ty, you know, he is not, well, up until today, he had finished out of the top 3 once. All year. Up until today, when it's, you know, and again, it's the last round, you know, things happen on the final day of the season. He has finished out of the top 5 once in a season of this competitive. That is special, and he still might not win the championship because Bishop has had 1 or 2 more lower points finishes, but he won the heats at Rowra, he won the first final at Rowra, he won the heats at Kimbolton, he won the pre-final at Kimbolton, and he won the heats at Mansell Raceway in Dunk as well. That's 5 maximum scores for Bishop compared to 3 maximum scores for Ty. We say that points make prizes, winning makes prizes. That I think, but now Ty is closing in. Now Ethan Jeff Hall, the 5, the 77 of Mins, the 88 of William Knight. They're closing in on the 2 leaders. They're bringing Nathan Ty with him, and Macaulay Bishop is keeping 10 kart lengths between himself. At the moment, this is still enough. Nathan Ty now moves into 4th place. Well, if Nathan Ty's got to pass 4 drivers in 4.5 minutes, and if he does that, he wins the championship unless Bishop can start making some moves as well.
Well, this is great for Nathan Ty right now because he's got his teammate of who's he got behind him now? He's got Oliver Rowland Motorsport.
Yeah, that's Connor Duncan. That's a long way behind.
Oh, okay.
There's Duncan in kart number 30 leading this next straight.
Yeah, it's William Knight. Sorry, it's William Knight who's got behind him now. So he's got a good rear gunner now to keep Bishop at bay. Allow the GP plate of Ty to then get up that order. If the 88 can just hold it off there.
4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. Let's have a quick look at the point standings. Nothing's changed at the moment. There's a change for the race lead. That's Zach Drummond into top spot. Ethan Jeff Hall second. And that's going to be Sebastian Mins in third. And Nathan Ty is in a position. He's going to pass Zach Knight. Is he? Is he? Not quite. Bishop is closed right in. Oh, Bishop's got a wall of Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts in front of him. And he's gone for it. Well, that's the only way McCauley knows how to drive. The only way he knows how to drive is head down and go for it. That's what's got him to this point. And if he's going to win this championship, that is how he's going to win it. You can't change the way you drive for one race. He's done it his whole career. In, go, in, go. That's what McCauley's got to do now, but obviously tempering that with the fact that it's the British Champions Final. Nathan Ty has been magnificent all year. We saw at Rowra where he was literally saying to McCauley, okay, I'm not going to pass you, let's work together to push away, and he stayed true to his word. He didn't try and pass Macaulay Bishop at Rowra in one of the heats because he wanted that second place finish because he knew it meant something else. So that level of maturity, that intelligence that Nathan Ty has as a driver, you know, that is how he's driven all year. He's driven with blinding speed, but also a calm, calculating sort of way of going about his racing. So it's two very different drivers that have come together in a season that has been a classic. And let's hope now, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, just bring them all home, boys.
Oh dear, so the GP plates managed to get past. Now Bishop is 2 cars behind Nathan Ty. So Ty's managed to get a good advantage here. Let's see what happens when they next cross the line, because there is no points between them. There's still about 3 or 4 points that they've got between them in the championship standings. 2 minutes to go, and Nathan Ty's in 4th place now. Bishop is still in... Where is Bishop? Still in 6th place at the moment. Oh, but he nerves his way past the 77 of Mins.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to do that. That's how he's always driven, and that's what he's got to do. And he did it. It worked for him.
Yep, it definitely did. Now, back onto the start-finish straight. Here we go. What's going to happen with the points?
No change.
Still
no change. They're not going to change unless Nathan Ty gets into 1st or 2nd place.
Right.
And they're not going to change for Bishop unless he gets into 4th.
Right. Okay, so... 90 seconds left on the clock then. It's nearing the end of this 2020 championship for the IAME Cadets. Eyes on the GP plate then, under braking into hairpin 1, no positions gained. He needs to get those next couple of positions, but if these start scrapping, to which they are now scrapping at the front, the number 5 of Ethan Jeff Hall gets in front.
Strawberry Racing at the front of a cadet field for the first time in a long time. Ethan Jeff Hall doing great for the Tony Kart team. Then there's Zach Knight, and now Nathan Ty is up into P3. Nathan Ty 3rd, but Bishop's making a move as well. Bishop is almost copying, move for move. Nathan Ty, when Ty makes a move, he's up to 2nd. Now Nathan Ty can see the British Championship. 45 seconds to go. Bishop is down in 5th.
Let's see what happens now. Final corner on the standings. They'll cross the line. They'll re-update then. 30 seconds left on the clock. It's now Nathan Ty leading the championship by 1 point across the line. Bishop in this time now has dropped down. He needs to move up into 4th place or more.
Ty's got the lead. Here comes Bishop. Bishop
in 2nd.
Oh my word, in 1 corner. Ty moves to the 1st place. Bishop up to 2nd.
Oh,
it's going to be head-to-head. It's the only way to do it. Mano a mano. They've been tied together all year. Now let's sort it out amongst themselves. Bring them home, boys. The clock strikes 0 now.
Last lap board out then, this time sweeping to the outside if Jeff Hall nearly wipes the back of the S-plate out as they go through, but it's GP Nathan Ty leading the way. Bishop is now in 3rd place. He's still there in the chance of winning the championship, but he's got, this is so close, he goes defensive.
And he's got Ty's teammate right behind him.
Oh dear
He's got Ty's teammate, Nathan Ty. at the moment. 1 point to the good. Bishop in third place. Ty's going to get 65 points. Bishop is going to get 60. If things stay as they are, it's going to come down to the last lap of the season. Nathan Ty has the lead, and Bishop in third place. At the moment, Bishop is champion by a point, but he's got to stay in third, and he's got Nathan Ty's teammate breathing down his neck. Zach Knight could decide who wins the British Cadet Championship. 3/4 of a lap to go. Anthony Jordan, I think I'm going to blow a gasket.
Sit down, Henry. Here we go, down the hill. You can see there that Bishop's going very defensive now. The rest of the field's going to close up. But the 5 as well of Ethan Jeff Hall could change this championship as well. If he gets past the GP plate, that could also end it for Nathan Ty. Now, let's go into hairpin 2. The leader still in front. Bishop there under pressure in third place, still holding on to third place. There is not many more opportunities that the guys behind can get past.
Oh, here he goes. Bishop's holding it off. Bishop had to defend there. Bishop's going to have to make that PMR cart very, very wide. Ethan Jeff Hall goes to the race lead. Ethan Jeff Hall takes the race lead with 2 corners to go. The number 5 cart, and Bishop is dropped back. Bishop's been dropped back. Oh my word, Bishop's down to 6th. The checker flag is out. Who's going to be British champion? Who's going to be champion? Ethan Jeff Hall wins the race. Ty doesn't know if he's won. Bishop doesn't know if he's won. We wait for the calculator.
I think it's Bishop.
Well, wait. Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to wait for Ian Rogers to say if that is the final score, because I do not, absolutely do not want to call the wrong British Cadet champion. They're home. Ethan Jeff Hall has won this race. Nathan Ty is second. Third for Zach Knight. No one's celebrating because they don't know who the British champion is. Archie Clark is third. Lewis Werrell is fourth. Is fifth, sorry. Macaulay Bishop is sixth. Then it's Connor Duncan, William Knight, Zach Drummond, and Hardy Mimasi from last to 10th. Hang on a second.
Well, there's the results on the screen. We're just confirming if the championship points are correct on the screen. We get a thumbs up.
The championship points are correct on the screen, and it says Macaulay Bishop with 647 points, 2 points ahead of Nathan Ty, is your provisional 2020 British Cadet Karting Champion. Oh my word, what a classic we have seen, and Nathan Ty did everything. Nathan Ty did absolutely everything that was asked of him. What a season for Nathan Ty. And Macaulay Bishop, who spent his entire career running out of a ratty old motorhome with his family and getting abuse from lots of other people about he must be cheating. The kid's so good. The kid's so good. He's come with a team this year. Paul Munn has put his arms round Macaulay Bishop and given him the support that his talent deserves. And I think he is now the British champion. He follows in the footsteps of Alex Albon, of George Russell, of Dan Ticktum, of Lewis Hamilton. Who would have thought it? That is why we love this sport. That is proper kart racing. That is brilliant. Ethan Jeff Hall has won this race, and both those drivers would have been worthy British champions. And Nathan Ty has had one of the best seasons I have ever seen from a cadet. He has finished every single race, first or second or third, apart from today. And I don't think they know what I think. Macaulay there. There's his dad, Ian. They're still not sure. They're still not sure. My screen says Bishop and Ian Rogers from Motorsport timing his head. There's the reaction. There's the reaction. Bishop is British champion. And look at that. There are teammates. There are people from all the teams congratulated because, you know, it's so competitive. It is so much pressure on these young kids. And that's what they are. They're kids. We talk about them like they're professional grown-up athletes. We talk about them and we heap the pressure on them, you know, from my point of view, from the live stream, from the team's point of view. They're just kids. But my word, how talented are they? And I'll tell you a story right now. The first time that Macaulay Bishop ever went to a kart track was Landau in 2016 to watch a round of Super 1 that had a round of the Bambino Championship. And I remember his mum and his dad, they were there and they were chatting away to Dan Parker and said about getting into karting, and the kids were all over the place, and you look at them, you thought, well, you know, they're going to have fun, and they did. They've lived it and breathed it ever since. They've done it on their own. They got a 9th place finish last year as a privateer. And now, their first year with the team, and Bishop won the Micromax qualifier for the Rotax Grand Finals last year. And he got a ticket to Sarno. And he just had never been to an international race before. And I think Bradley Beavers from the Bambino Car Club to help out, because his mum Kitty and his dad Ian couldn't get there on time. They couldn't get they couldn't drive out there. They couldn't, you know, get there because it was such an alien concept for them that he's representing Team Great Britain in the biggest karting event in the world. I think, you know, he had Dan Holland taken from an airport to Italy. I think me and my fiance picked him up from the airport, and you know, he had to stay with us for a night because he's on his own. He's just this wide-eyed kid, you know, who's so talented. He loves his karting. And now he's British champion, and he finished second. He finished second in the world in that week in Sarno, in his first time out in a Micromax kart, and now he's British champion. He's going to speak to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Henry. A dramatic end to the IAME Cadet. I've got your championship winner here by 1 point, Macaulay Bishop. Well, and the emotion on your face just says.
Okay, we're going to come back to that. You know, there's a bit of a stream break up there, but we're going to come back to that. We are going to get a word from Macaulay Bishop. You know, and please don't think that I'm showing any bias towards Macaulay Bishop against Nathan Tye. It's just that when you're a commentator, you get to know these drivers, you get to know their families, and there are stories, and sometimes those stories never come out, and sometimes there's just the right moment to tell one or two little personal anecdotes that you pick up from years and years and years of in this paddock, like I've been lucky enough to be. And that was the right moment. But I'm absolutely convinced that Nathan Tye, class act, and that young man has a massive future ahead of him in this sport. Make no mistake about it. Of course, it's going to be crushing that he is vice British champion, not British champion, but what a career that man has had, that young man has got in front of him as well. He's a class act, and make no mistake. Here's Macaulay Bishop again.
Yes, back with Macaulay. Like we said, 2020 British Kart champion for IAME Cadet. A fantastic feeling. It was a tough last few laps of that race. It must have been really hard thinking of what was going on in terms of points. But you got there at the end. 1 point just clinched it.
Feels so amazing. When I did the interview a couple of days ago with Henry, seeing how it feels a lot different from that to now.
I bet it does, you know, because before it was like thinking about, is it going to happen? Now it's a reality. You can go home, you can enjoy the rest of your day, you can enjoy the rest of the year knowing that you're 2020 British Kart champion.
Oh, it's going to be so good. I'm going to tell all my friends that I've won, and all my family as well.
I'm sure they've been watching as well on the stream, so I'm sure they already know, and they're jumping up and down at home. So yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well done again. Huge congratulations. Anyone you want to say thank you to?
Synergy Karts, Jake, my dad, and Paul for the engines.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations, Macaulay Bishop, 2020 IAME Cadet British Kart champion. Well done.
Thank you.
Spot on.
Spot on. Wow. There we go. And I have to say, we're down to 2 races to go. The next race is going to be coming up very, very shortly, and that is going to be Senior X30. Normally we say that you save the best till last. Well, I've got to say one thing. These next 2 races have got to be something truly special to top that. So here we go then. Danny Curl, the 2020 British champion, is not going to race in this one. Connor Jupp and Thomas Turner will start from row 1. Caden McQueen and Lewis Gilbert on row 2. Clayton Ravenscroft and Oliver Gray will go from row 3. Caleb Marshall and Eduardo Cosseteng on row 4. Rory Hudson and Ewan Wilson on row 5. Gus Lawrence and Joseph Taylor on row 6. Row 7, it's not going to be Danny Curl out there. Archie Tillett will be on his own. Row 8 will be Thomas Fleming. I hope he's okay after his earlier incident, and Jamie Rogers. Casper Scusa and Rory Cuff go from row number 9. Bradley Pennell and Blake Anglis round out the top 20. Ahead of Harry Platten, Dan McEwen, Nelson King and Morgan Porter. Row number 13 is Matt Armstrong and Ben Hodge. Benedict Davis and Matthew Rees are on row 14. Thomas Wood and Oliver Greetham are on row number 15. The last 3 places on the grid go to Chris Bingham, Tyler Reid and Tom Nippers. Alex Pendlebury has withdrawn from the meeting as well. We have got 12 minutes of Senior X30 action to go. Danny Curl's your champion, who is going to be second in the championship at the moment, and I'm going to try and get the points up on my page shortly. I've got a piece of paper with the points on there. Oh, hang on a second. At the moment it's Rory Hudson by a couple of points over Harry Platten. They're coming to the line. And we are off and racing for the final time in 2020 in Senior X30. Harry Platten flat out over the grass. Keep it pinned and send it, boyo. Right, we are now into the banking there. And so the issue for second place in the championship, Rory Hudson currently has it by 4 points, with Thomas Turner just behind him in 5th. And let's have a look as they come round. The first so far been nice and clean. Or as I say that, I see someone spearing off behind the turn here. It's one of the S8 racing carts. But Anthony Jordan joining me back in the booth. Oh my word, Anthony, I'm just going to have to, you're going to... Let's go, and you take over a minute. I'm going to go and have a moment.
Do you need a breath, Henry? Crikey. 11 minutes left of the race then. We've not even completed lap 1 of the Senior X30, and it's already broken Henry. So there you go. That's what we're looking forward to then on this one. Well, points, yeah, as we say, Danny Curl, he's won the championship at the moment, but it's all about who can take second in the championship. Rory Hudson, 599 points now as they cross the line. Harry Platten there with 593 points as they cross the line. So where are they now out on track? So who is it that we're looking for? Rory Hudson. So Rory Hudson at the moment out on track is... Oh, my mass, where is he? Where is old Rory? I can't see him. I can't see him at the moment. He's there. He's in 7th place. 7th place in the number 5. So there he is. He's in 7th place at the moment. I think he's actually gone up. He's got up to 6th place now as well. So there we go. We can see there the number 2 and the 42 fighting away. The 4 and 42. Thomas Turner. Thomas Turner still out there on track at the moment. Of course, Kel, he's drawn from the weekend, and we won't see him again this one. And of course, rightly so. He's won the championship, and he wants to make sure the car himself and everything is fighting fit, ready to go for the World Finals later on this year. So he has withdrawn from the race. 10 minutes left on the timer then. Out of the final corner, onto the start-finish straight. 2 laps completed. Connor Juppy for Fusion Motorsport leading the way. Caden McQueen for Crop Promotion, the 42. 2nd place, Thomas Turner. Then it's Gray, Gilbert, Ravenscroft, Hudson, Cossington. Then it's Fleming, Wilson, Scusa, Lawrence, Pennell. Then it's Platten, Cuff, Anglis, Armstrong, Tillett, Taylor, Wood, McCowan, King, Porter, Hodge, Reed, Owen Rees. Then it's Nippers, Davis, Bingham, Marshall, Rogers, Greetham. And of course, Curl, who has not come out on track for this one. 9.5 minutes left on the race. Down the inside goes the 63 plate of Oliver Gray. And gets that move done. So down the inside, in towards the Fullerton S's. Track nice and clear in front. McQueen leading the way. Now the 42 getting past the 35 of Connor Jupp in 2nd place. The 63 there you can still see of Oliver Gray. Fusion Motorsport running that Charles Leclerc chassis. Out of the final corner, onto the start-finish straight, completing another lap. No one swapping positions as of yet, but there, Thomas Turner, the 2 plate, in 4th place, slowly reeling in the likes of Lewis Gilbert, who is there in front, but Lewis Gilbert there as well. Fastest lap of the race, 58.935, probably the fastest lap we've seen all weekend.
And the thing is, though, the tyres might be old, but the track temperature is cool. There's no wind anymore.
No.
It's just that great evening air which allows the engines to just breathe that little bit better.
Now, there was a risk of a shower in these last couple of moments because there was a humongous dark cloud behind the circuit.
Oh,
but it missed us. It missed us. It went past us. We didn't have it. It's gone away. The producer James is throwing profanity at me because he's upset that
he was saying that you were the number 1 commentator in the commentary booth, and then he changed his mind and he thought you were the number 2 commentator in the booth. But there we go. Let's have a look at Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen will bring the virtual championship up with 8 minutes to go.
Yep.
And that will show you that Caden McQueen is up at the 5th place in the standings. Harry Platten still holds on to 4th place. It's so close. 9 point. Rory Hudson is 1 point in front of Harry Platten at the moment. Hudson is there in 7th place. Then Platten, though we got Platten had that huge accident in the last heat race. He's 11th.
So Harry just needs one more position to gain, and he doesn't want Hudson to go anywhere.
Well, and to be fair, Harry Platten's looking good because Harry Platten's got some bad scores. He's going to drop a 47 points. That's about a 15th place finish. So anything above 47 points? I don't know, about 15 places, about 15th place. That is going to give Harry Platten bonus points. Rory Hudson, meanwhile, he is dropping 54 points, which is a 9th place finish. So Hudson's got to finish 8th or better to add to his championship tally. Platten can add to his championship tally by finishing, 50 is 13th, 49 is 14th, 48 is 15th, 47 is 16th. So if Harry Platten finishes in the top 15, he's going to add to his points score, I believe. But, I mean, let's just see. There's a long way to go.
Platten, though, fastest lap of the race there.
Jupp takes the lead, and Thomas Turner follows him through.
He does indeed. So shake-ups at the front of the field as well. Support on the stream for Caden.
Yeah, he does a lot of driver coaching, does Caden. He's a real character around the paddock as well.
Oh, very defensive there in the background. Sorry, Henry, forcing
Oliver Gray. Well, I mean, to be fair, at the start of the season, Oliver Gray was pulling some rare defensive moves on his rivals, and I think Clayton Ravenscroft just gave him a taste of his own medicine.
Yes, I think he did. He said, nope. You can have a kiss of the curb there on the inside of the Fullerton S's, but out of the final corner, onto the start-finish straight again. Still, Jupp that leads from Turner, then McQueen, 3rd place. Then it's Gilbert, Ravenscroft, Gray, Rory Hudson still in 7th place.
Oh, and there's Turner going for the race lead. Sorry, Anthony.
No.
Thomas Turner got a little bit lively there and took a little chunk out of the side of the Charles Leclerc Kart, and Connor Jupp was having none of it.
No, he definitely wasn't, was he? 5.5 minutes left then for them. We've got to see what those points are. They're level now. They're level on the points for 2nd in the championship. Harry Platten and Rory Hudson. Now, how does that work?
Harry's moved up into 10th place.
Right.
You're going to ask me what happens if there's a tie.
What happens if there's a tie? Who's had the most wins?
Can we ask Ian Rogers?
Can we ask Ian Rogers?
Yeah, he's not on the microphone, but I mean, it comes down to their best score they count, I think, I wouldn't want to say. All I'm going to say is that if it's a tie and Hudson's name is in front of Platten, then Platten's got it. If it's a tie and Platten's name is in front of Hudson, Hudson's got it.
Well,
that's what I'm going to say.
Let's see. Final 5 minutes of the race then. 7 laps completed. We're on lap 8 at the moment. Connor Jupp leading the way by half a second from Strawberry Racing's Thomas Turner, number 2.
Oliver Gray, I think, has either got a transponder issue or
he has had an issue,
or another issue. He's Matt Armstrong out the race. He's not come around this time.
No. He has. He's back up there.
Now he has a transponder issue. There we go. Jupp, Turner, Ravenscroft and McQueen. Well, Clayton Ravenscroft. So Clayton Ravenscroft, he missed the first 2 rounds of the season because at the end of last year, he was signed by the factory Birrell ART team to race out in Europe. He did 1 round, the first round of the WSK. I think he injured his ribs. And he was spending a lot of time away from home. And then, of course, the corona pandemic started. Things just, he said, no, I can't do it properly. I just can't do it. I mean, I was injured, didn't have a straight start of the season. It's all been messed up. Let's just go and let's get my mojo back. Let's get my mojo back on in the British Championship. And he turned up at Kimbolton and did well there. Then he won the next round at Mansell Raceway. And now, and his dad Steve's not here. It's one of the first times Steve Ravenscroft has not been here to mechanic him. And he's this tyre smoke as they lock wheels, and they're saying, oh, come on. But Ravenscroft, he didn't qualify very well, but he's racing as always.
Oh, McQueen tags the back of him there as they go into braking in the hairpin. That's allowing the 63 to come into play. Oliver Gray, who you thought had disappeared, oh no, he's still very much there.
And now, for those of you that know sign language, you might just explain. we won't talk about that, but so Clayton Ravenscroft was explained to Caden McQueen. What he disapproved of that, but McQueen's going to have a go. McQueen's fighting for his own place in the championship. Now McQueen has dropped back to 6th place. When he was leading, he was 5th in the championship. Now he's dropped back to 6th behind Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence, meanwhile, who came into this weekend 2nd in the championship, is running 9th, just in front of Harry Platten. He's had a terrible weekend, but I mean, McQueen, now he's back with him. He's got good slipstream there from Caden McQueen. He's going to have another go because he's got to get past Ravenscroft to get back into the top 5 in the title chase. As he's doing that, the two leaders, Jupp and Turner, are pulling away. I'm wondering, when was the last time Connor Jupp won a round of the British Championship? It's been a fair old few years, because he took about 6 years out of karting to be a mechanic. And, we'll see what happens. I mean, I haven't got the trivia. I haven't got the results or anything from him. It was just a thought, a rhetorical question. It's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah, it has. Well, 2.5 minutes to go. And a while could become very, very soon at this rate, because Connor Jupp leads the way only by 0.2 of a second from the number 2 plate of Thomas Turner. Strawberry Racing still holding fast in 2nd place. But Clayton Ravenscroft, the 17 for KR Sports, still there in 3rd place, but under immense pressure from Caden McQueen, the 42. We saw them squabbling for positions over the bridge a couple of laps ago. We saw them hand gestures galore earlier on.
Yes.
But out of that, McQueen ended up with the black and white warning flag. So whatever happened, race control wasn't happy with the 42. Well, there you could see a little bit of a lub tap again as they went into the corner. But again, what was that one?
That was Clayton Ravenscroft. That's the same thing. That's better.
Okay,
that
good.
was Clayton saying that's better. He goes, yeah, that's perfect. That little sort of like, keep it doing that, because they are closing in. They are closing on the leaders.
It was a second. Now it's 0.6. So 0.4 out of them in one lap.
So the dim and sort of dark world of karting signals, do learn what it is. But that signal was like, yes, that's good. Let's keep doing it. And to be fair, McQueen is still pushing Ravenscroft up to the two leaders. 1 minute 15 seconds to go. Behind them, Oliver Gray is 5th. Rory Hudson is up into 6th position. And now Rory Hudson, if we flash the points up on the screen, please, sir.
What's happening with it?
Hudson's got 2nd. No! As I said, Platten has just passed Gus Lawrence for 9th. Hudson at the last lap had a 1 point advantage over Platten for 2nd, and now Platten moves up a place. He goes past, he's into 9th place behind Thomas Fleming. Thomas Fleming, fair play. He didn't even get to go to the last race. He was injured. He's out there running, so we'll try and look. The camera will pan back a little bit. There, just flashing through your screen there, at the top, going through the first hairpin. That was Platten. Oh, and Ravenscroft around the outside of Turner. Here comes the Queen at the inside, 3 wide, not quite. So, Harry Platten has now got 1.3 seconds to make up on Thomas Fleming to give himself 8th place, and that would move him ahead of Rory Hudson. So he's going to do that. Or Hudson, who is 6th, has got to lose 0.6 of a second, get passed by Lewis Gilbert. If Gilbert passes Hudson, Platten takes 2nd in the championship. If Platten, in the number 14 kart, can close on Fleming and pass him, and Hudson stays where he is, Hudson has made his move. Hudson up into 5th place, and that gives him 2nd by a point. Here we go now, and here, that's the Charles Leclerc kart of Connor Jupp getting his elbows out. Of Oliver Gray getting his elbows out. It's Jupp, Ravenscroft, Gray as the clock strikes 0. McQueen 4th, Hudson 5th. 6th is Turner, and 7th is Lewis Gilbert. 7 into 1, just won't go. Who's going to come out on top?
Oh, that's going to be an excellent question to find out. We are about to find out as well. Like you say, the timer strikes 0. Last lap board's going to be out this time. Currently leading, though, into the final couple of corners. Oh, I was about to say a name, but a new leader is Ravenscroft with a fantastic lunge down the inside of the Bobby Gain corner. Holds it through the Mike Wilson complex as they exit out into the final corner. Last lap board out this time. Ring the bell. Here we go. Final time for the Senior X30 in 2020, and it's Ravenscroft who leads from Gray.
That was close as McQueen went for a move on Jupp for 3rd place. Side by side for the race lead of the banking. Oliver Gray round the outside. Can he keep it pinned? Ravenscroft is having none of it.
No, he stays there. I thought he was going to go into the barrier. You can see frantic hand signals. No, go, 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 you go, you go. Oh, no, what's going on?
Round the outside. Not quite from McQueen. He's going to get the undercut. That's going to give him third place. Jupp's on the inside. Oh, Jupp doesn't look happy. Juppy doesn't look very happy. Chappy Ravenscroft has the race lead from Gray. Then it's Jupp, McQueen. Hudson at the moment is still 1 point clear of Harry Platten, but Harry Platten is going Harry Flatters towards it. Platten has caught the lead group. Are they all going to bring him home?
Oh, there's
Ravenscroft leads. It's like a cadet race, only twice as quick.
Oh dear, out of the final couple of corners now. It's still Ravenscroft who's out of the final corner. He's going to take the checkered flag for the Senior X30, race 36, and you can see how much it means to him there. Crosses the line. Jupp finishes second, McQueen in third, but what does that mean for the points for Hudson?
Hudson gets it by 2 points.
Oh, there we go. Hudson finishes in fourth place. Thomas Turner in the end finishes fifth. Then it is, who is it? Lewis Gilbert, Thomas Fleming, Gus Lawrence, Harry Platten there crosses in ninth place.
Great drive. Blake Anglis in 10th from 20th of the grid for Mick Barrett Racing. Great drive. Ewan Wilson likewise 11th. Blake Anglis, in 11th place. Wilson 12th. Morgan Porter in 13th. Is that the last time we're going to see Morgan in a Senior X30 in the British Championship? Who knows? Bradley Pennell is next. Rory Cuff is 15th. Then Nelson King, Casper Scusa, Archie Tillett, Joseph Taylor, Tyler Reid is 20th. Matthew Rees 21st. Then it's Ben Hodge, Caleb Marshall, Dan McEwen, Jamie Rogers in 25th, Eduardo Cosateng, Tom Nippers, Chris Bingham, and Oliver Greetham and Benedict Davis. Of the 33 starters, 32 made it to the finish. The only retirement was Matt Armstrong. Alex Pendlebury and Danny Curl did not take the start. Oh, Anthony's going to go down there. I mean, you know, the championship was never down, but the battle of a second came down to the last lap of the season. Wow, again, a fantastic end to the Senior X30 British Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. I think, you know, if myself and Anthony Jordan were bouncing off the walls here in the commentary box at that move from Clayton Ravenscroft, I can only imagine what his parents, Steve and Vicky, were doing back at home watching that. There's Steve probably went through the window. There's Rory Hudson. So your new vice provision, and of course this is all provisional. This is provisional. So everything everything that we talk about here is provisional, subject of course to post-race scrutineering and to post-race penalties. We just call it as we see it on the screen because that's what you're watching, ladies and gentlemen back home. There goes Connor Jupp. There is Thomas Turner going through the weighbridge. And we've got one race to go, and the floodlights have come on. And the sun dips in the sky. The sun sets on the IAME. And right, Connor Jupp and Kate McQueen having a, you know, they just had a discussion. Well, you know, it's racing. You know, they're all right. They're no problems at all. Juppy probably thinking to himself, you know, it's one of those things. That's racing. Sometimes you go for it. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're right to go for it. Sometimes you're not. There's Oliver Gray. Really good performance. He's shaking his head there. But, I mean, to be fair, first-year senior driver, the difference between him at the start of the year and now is remarkable. At the start of the year, it was, you know, we'll start defending on lap 1 and then see how we do for the next 15 minutes. Now, it was, you know, a bit more racy, a bit more composed. And now, let's have a look. Here is, that's Rory Hudson. So Hudson explained a few things there and what happened, what's this, and, you know, Rory Hudson, 5th last year, 2nd this year, and it makes you feel so old because I remember Rory Hudson starting off in Cadet Honda. Fist pump there. Caden McQueen will finish 6th at the British Championship. There is Oliver, good sporting handshake, and there's Ravy, Ravenscroft. Just there waiting. Normally by now his dad standing at the fence there screaming, go on, Clayty, go on, Ravy. But you know, I'm sure you can almost hear him from his home back down in Hampshire as we wait for Anthony Jordan to speak with Clayton Ravenscroft. Danny Curl is here in the paddock, and again, we spoke to Danny yesterday. What a great champion once again. You know, all comers entered this class, and they had to give best to King Curl for the 3rd time in Senior X30 history. But Clayton Ravenscroft is about to speak to my colleague Anthony Jordan.
Again, thank you very much, Henry. Yes, back down in the winner's paddock. Clayton's Ravenscroft, you save it to the end of that race, really, didn't you? A nice lunge down the inside of the couple of penultimate corners, but a great little move there to take the win.
Yeah, it was just all down to confidence in the kart in the end. We were all weekend really happy with the kart, and yeah, I was just really shocked at the result, and just really happy, and with the hard work that Ash at KR has done, and all the boys back at base as well, with Dino in last night, and it just really has paid off. I'm so happy.
I can imagine. You know, it's been a tough old year for everyone in this one. The season's now over. You know, you've come out with a race win in the final at the last round at PF, and yeah, a huge congratulations to you, the team, and of course all your family at home, who I'm sure are jumping up and down at home, who I can't wait to say well done.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
Spot on. Anyone you want to say thanks to again?
Yeah, just thanks to Ash at KR and Louis and Tom at base on Saturday night. And my mechanic Joe really put in a stint this weekend, really. And yeah, just Lewis Brown and everyone at KR and my family just done a brilliant job this weekend. Like, outstanding work.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Is that Lewis, the upside down triangle, who can't touch his own back? Yeah, that's
that one would be Louis. That one.
Oh, that's Louis.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, perfect. Congratulations. A great win on that one.
All right, thank you so much.
Spot on. Well, excellent stuff there from the Senior X30. Up next, Junior X30 for their final.
And well, there you go. And before we go to the thing for the next race, the last race today, you know, we talk about, you know, I've given Steve Ravenscroft a bit of grief over the years, but there's a reason why. I've told a few little stories there. But back in about 2014, at Forest Edge Kart Club, there was a marshal who was sadly killed by a kart in a race. That marshal's name was Len Smart, and everyone seemed to forget about it really. But Steve Ravenscroft decided, no, I'm not having that, and he came to Kart Masters that year when Clayton was still a cadet, and he had an entire graphics kit just dedicated to Len Smart, and was raising money for the British Marshals Fund and things like that. It was really special. Didn't have to do it. No one asked him to do it. He just did it because it was the right thing to do, because the marshals, as always, the most important people of all. And you know, one day, 5 or 6 years ago, a marshal lost his life at a kart race, and Steve Ravenscroft was the only parent in the paddock that decided, no, I'm going to, you know, dedicate some of my lads racing to this boy, to this guy, Len Smart, so he can be remembered properly. And you know, he's a great character, and that's why, you know, he's a really good guy. And Clayton is an ultra talented driver, and just proved there. I mean, he thanked his parents there. He's probably the biggest thanks he gave was Steve for staying home this weekend so that Lewis Brown could mechanic him to victory. Here we go. Hey, got one in there for you, Steve. Wasn't going to let you get away with it too hard. Right, one race to go in the 2020 British Kart Championship for IAME. It's going to be Junior X30 up next. Right then, here is the grid. Bart Harrison, who leads the championship by not a lot, 2 points I believe it is. He starts from pole position. Alongside him, Matthew Higgins on the front row. Freddie Spindle and Marcus Lucio on row number 2. Brandon Carr and Aidan Lynn go from row number 3. Kanato Lee and Lewis Mackey are on row 4. And then Alex Moody and Sam Shaw round out the top 10. Row 6 rather, in 11th place is Oliver Stewart, and then it is Jessica Edgar. Next is Alicia Barrett and Archie Walker. Aaron Walker and Sam Heading go from row 8. Charlie Rippin and Josh Rowledge, who came in today second in the point standings, he starts 18th. Oscar Joyce and Connor Clifford round at the top 20 ahead of Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Darryl Taylor. Harry Cottrell and Mitchell Gibbons are on row number 12. Row 13 is Mikai Singh and Harvey Ryby. Row 17 is Brandon Templeton and Reese Newburn. Then rounding out the top 30 on the grid, Louis Johnson Cool and Adam Hayes. Michael Rapsey is 31st and Jack Sherwood is 32nd. I mentioned about the clash in the last race that gained Rapsey 2 positions. That was enough to give him and Sherwood, the 2 drivers that missed out yesterday, they're in the final here. Now, I'm not quite sure. We should have 34 drivers. Not quite sure we've got 32. There may have been 1 or 2 withdrawals. I am not 100% convinced. Now, I am going to flick through my small rainforest of paperwork, and it is a 4-point advantage for Bart Harrison, number 77. There is Luke Watts, yesterday's race winner. So, Harrison has 630 points. Rowledge has 626. It's down to these 2. Greenall is 3rd on 610. Well, Greenall's got up 44 points up. So Greenall can gain an extra. If Greenall wins, he can gain an extra 21 points, and that would put him on 631. Harrison, on your screens there, number 77, has 630 points. He has got to drop, his next worst score is a 58 points. So he can only, if he wins, he can only gain 7 points. I mean, so 58 points is what you get for finishing in, 58 points is what you get for finishing in 5th position. So to add to his championship score, Bart Harrison has to finish in the top 4. Josh Rowledge, he is dropping a 55 points. So Rowledge will only score points if he finishes 7th or better. So Rowledge is not out of this one yet. If, and I think this is right, unofficially, if Harrison and Rowledge don't score championship points in this race, if they finish lower than what is, if Harrison finishes lower than 5th, if Rowledge finishes lower than 8th, and if Oliver Greenall wins this race, Oliver Greenall wins the title by 1 point.
Well, there you go.
And there is the panorama of an October evening in Lincolnshire. Floodlights on.
Yep.
That nasty, horrible cloud is away from the circuit.
Yeah, it's stayed away from us, hasn't it? We were lucky with that one.
One race to go, Anthony. One race to go.
You turn into Jonathan Watt again.
If I was commentating on Womble racing, then I'd be great. But no.
Yeah.
Here we are then. One race to go.
I don't
Junior X30.
Why do all the races have to be so close?
Is it going to be? Is it going to be the Mick Barrett Racing number 77 of Bart Harrison, who has yet to win a final this year, but consistency is key? Is it going to be the Mick Barrett Racing number 10 Kart of Josh Rowledge? Or is it going to be the Fusion Motorsport number 64 of Oliver Greenall? Let's find out. 12 minutes ago, we're off and racing. Harrison starts 3rd. All the way back, Rowledge is back in the pack, and Greenall has had issues as well this weekend. But they're through safely onto the bridge, and it is Greenall leading. So Oliver Greenall leads the race. Oh, I think the live championship updates are going to be just as tense as they were in it at the moment. Bart Harrison is 4th, and that is where he needs to be to win the title. Wow. Greenall, Watts, and let's look back a little bit further. Where's the number 10 Mick Barrett Racing car? Oh, there's elbows out. That's Mikai Singh. Oh, that's Mitchell Gibbons in the number 81 kart. Sorry, getting roughed up a little bit into the Mike Wilson complex for the first time. It's Greenall, Watts, followed by Higgins and Harrison. At the end of lap number 1, we'll get the first glimpse of the standings. It is still, well, okay. At the moment, Greenall has the championship, equal on points with Harrison. So there we go, that's clear. Harrison's got to finish, if Greenall wins, Harrison has got to finish in the top 3. Rowledge is 5 points back at the moment, but he is down in 14th place, and he's only going one way, Anthony Jordan, and that is due north.
It is indeed. Wow. Haha. Greenall loses the lead at hairpin number 1. How does that fluctuate the points now? Because he was joint on points for the lead.
Well, Lewis Watts has just given the championship to Bart Harrison
as
they stand.
Yep. Yes, as they stand now, Bart Harrison is now leading the championship. So Greenall needs to finish first.
And Harrison's got 3rd place anyway. 3rd place is enough regardless for Bart Harrison. So Harrison's got past Higgins, and that gives Harrison the championship victory at the moment.
At the moment, though, there is still a long way to go in this race. The points will update. You'll see them as they cross the line.
Yes, you will. There goes Rowledge through your screens. Great shot there. At the moment, it's Harrison by 5 points, and he's going to go up the inside of Greenall there. Oh, that's close. Rowledge on just 2 points behind Greenall. Now, Rowledge started this race. It's been an awful weekend, an awful day. The day started when Josh Rowledge's kart broke at the start of time qualifying this morning before the stream even went live. Rowledge started this race 20th. He's already up 9 places to 11th. 9.5 minutes to go.
I could just about do the maths for 2 karts, not 3. Come on, guys.
You're asking a lot. I mean, come on. I mean, we're both completely addled in the commentary box after the day of drama like this. You know, I've got the Iron Brew shakes again.
I've still got my Iron Brew here. I've not opened it.
Haven't you? I thought they were both for me, but there we are.
Did you thought they were both for you? I thought.
No. There was one each. But as you always scoff at my iron brew consumption, I thought to myself, well, I'm not, No. Plus you've got healthy stuff like water there. I need sugar.
Who's that off of? That's a broken track rod. That's a broken track rod there on that kart, and I can't quite see that. It's a 0. It's a KR Sport kart, and who's for KR Sport? It's Connor Clifford.
Yep, that is the number 90 kart of Connor Clifford out of the race. So, Rowledge, fastest lap of the race. Bart Harrison leads his championship by 1 point now. Greenall leads. Watt second, Harrison third. Then it is Spindlow in fourth. Higgins, Luzio, Shaw, Carr, Mackey, and Josh Rowledge into 10th. And he's in this lead group. The number 10, that silver and orange kart, number 10, no, that's Brandon Carr. The third of the McMahon Racing kart, he's having a good run. He's in 8th place. Lewis Mackey is in 9th. In this group up at the front, Darrell Taylor's the back of this group. There's 14 karts in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 karts in a line. Aidan Line in that green, white, and orange Litchfield Motorsport kart at the back of the group. Yellow flags, and down at the entrance to Bobby Game Corner, 8 minutes to go.
Yep, plenty of action then all the way through. Like you say, 14 positions, and who's that climbing up the order there? I think it was 13th place. It was a Litchfield Motorsport, so the Aidan Lynn, the 48 who went through. Where is Rowledge? Rowledge still 10th place in this pack.
I think he's 9th now. I think he's just moved into 9th. I think he's passed Lewis Mackey into 9th place.
We'll wait for the next set.
There he goes.
Yeah, he has indeed. So it was Brandon Carr who dropped down the order.
Yep.
So now Brandon Carr down into 10th place. Yeah, you can see there the number 10 right behind the 75 of Matthew Higgins as they head down the short chute in towards the Fullerton S's. Still, again, all to play for as the darkness sets in here now, at PFI.
This is the area now where Rowledge is going to start earning championship points. Don't forget, he's dropping 55 points. That's his worst score so far. 55 points is what you get for finishing 8th. Rowledge at the moment is in 9th place. As he crosses the line, 9th place. So, no, he's in 8th place. Right, every position that Rowledge gains now earns him a championship point. At the moment, he is 6 points behind Bart Harrison.
Oh dear, no action at the front there. One of the karts almost going skywards off the track there. It was the second place kart, 37 of Luke Watts, who almost went askew there. 3 wide through hairpin number 1. There's a KR Sport on the grass on the outside. I'm trying to think who that could be.
Looks like Freddie Spindlow. Freddie Spindlow and Marcus Luzio right behind him. They've got well acquainted with one another at certain points this weekend. And there's another KR Sport kart getting all agricultural going over the grass. That's the number 91 of Archie Walker. So we'll bring it up. We've got 6 minutes to go. At the end of this lap, we'll bring up the point standings at the moment, because now Rowledge is going to start gaining points on Greenall and Harrison. Harrison has a 1 point advantage at the moment, but Rowledge can still win this because you've got, let's have a look, they come across line now. Yeah, he's got 627 points now. He is gained 1 position because he is in 7th place. He's passed Matthew Higgins. There is Rowledge now closing in on Marcus Luzio. That's going to give him another point. Rowledge is going to start, so he's now just 5 points behind Harrison and 4 behind Greenall. Greenall, again, like we saw Theo Hesketh in TKM Extreme, he just got to go out and win. What will be behind him. Now, can Rowledge get 2 positions? That's Sam Shaw on the grass, and that's Lewis Mackey going past him, and Darrell Taylor getting involved. So Rowledge moves up another place into 6th position, passes Luzio, and that's going to put him on 628 points, and that's going to put him within 4 points of his teammate Bart Harrison. The gap, and Harrison is not right with the 2 leaders. Harrison's not in trouble here, but he is. This is the danger zone for Bart Harrison. Look at Rowledge psyching himself up. Come on, he's thinking, come on. I've been in that position before when I had a championship on the line. It was a club championship, but you just think, come on, you're screaming in your crash helmet. Because he knows he had it all to do. The adrenaline must be absolutely coursing through Rowledge's veins at the moment. He's picking up, then he's signalling again to Lewis Mackey. Come on, push me, push me, push me. He's now got 629 points. He's 2 points behind Greenall and 3 behind his teammate Bart Harrison. Harrison is 1 second behind the top 2. Bart Harrison's got to get a move on. He's got to get up to the top 3, because if he finishes outside the top 3, he doesn't win the championship, I don't think. not with the way things are going.
Well, you're going to have to keep an eye on that on points. We'll get the points standing up for you as well at the end of this lap, just so you at home, again, can see, just to keep an eye on what's happening. 4 minutes remaining on the timer then. Greenall still leading the way. 7 laps are completed. They'll cross the line to complete 8 laps. Lap 9 now for the drivers, and there it is on the screen. Still, Bart Harrison leading, 632 points. 1 point separating them from Oliver Greenall, and then it's 2 points behind for Joshua Rowledge there. So it's still all to play for in these top 3. Still plenty of time to go. 3.5 minutes.
Well, if Rowledge gets 4th place, that is going to put him 1 point behind Greenall and 2 behind Harrison. There he goes. Thank you very much for demonstrating my my commentary there. He goes past Pindlow, and Lewis Mackey's going with him. Lewis Mackey is following Josh Rowledge, so Rowledge has got himself a co-pilot, and I think Lewis Mackey's probably sussed out what's going on. Rowledge is on an absolute mission.
Yep.
He is on a mission, and Mackey's thinking to himself, right, you know what, he's going to open doors for me here, and that's... Do you know what, I spoke to Lewis Mackey yesterday, and he said, I'm just missing something. We're just a 10th off. We're always a 10th off. And I said to him, it's your first proper year in the class.
Yep.
That 10th is you not quite having the race savvy yet. Well, do you know what? He's a fast learner, because this is a savvy drive from Lewis Mackey. Yeah, because, you know, Rowledge is absolutely going for it.
It really is. The points now again, just 1 point.
Let's have a look at the points on the screen.
1
look
point
at
now.
that. 2 points between the top 3. Harrison still has it. Harrison still has it. Well, Luke Watts has got a big role to play here as well. But now Rowledge can see his teammate. He's right. He's closing in on his teammate. And again, he'll need Lewis Mackey to go with him, because Lewis Mackey can take points off Greenall and Harrison as well. 2 minutes to go. Oh, I thought the cadet race took about 10 years off me. This is insane. I'm going to have a clutcher.
Oh dear. Henry now has his head in his arms. He can't do it anymore. He's fallen over. I gotta drive over. I'm gonna be parked in a hedge about 10 miles outside the circuit. The way things are going. Right, it's still Harrison's title, but it's now Harrison's title to lose, because he's still not close enough to Greenall or Watts. Rowledge now right behind as they go into the banking of turn number 2 now. You can see there as they go up the hill, Harrison for Mick Barrett Racing, the number 77.
I've just had a thought, Anthony.
What's your thought?
It's a very dangerous thing when I have a thought. If Rowledge passes Harrison for 3rd, Rowledge finishes 3rd, Harrison finishes 4th, and Greenall wins the race, I think Greenall wins the title. So Rowledge is now in a position... I'm glad Mick Barrett's already got silver here. He'll have no air at the end of this one.
Oh, dear me. Here we go then.
1 minute to go.
1 minute on this race, the final race of the 2020 season for Junior X30. And it's going to be a corker. 1 minute left. 10 laps completed. We're nearing the end of lap 10. Lap 11 coming just around the corner. Greenall leading still under massive pressure from Luke Watts in 2nd place. Bart Harrison and Joshua Rowledge under immense pressure. Rowledge, you've got to remember, he's up 16 positions.
What a drive.
I mean, it's an amazing drive in a final.
This is he's an absolute weapon in this race, is Josh Rowledge. He is having good stuff. And Lewis Mackey as well. And now Mackey's in the game. He's like, right, go. Mackey knows he's on for a best finish so far. And I'm looking down, he's not in the top 10 of the points standings, but again, for a first-year driver, in the class, this is a great result, top 5. And now Harrison's closing in. I think Harrison has got the message. Harrison has started to close in on Greenall and Watts. Any 3 out of these 5 drivers on your screen now can win the British title, and they've got 1 1/4 laps to go. Clock strikes 0. Last lap board goes out. Ryan, the T-shirt man, has got the last lap board out, and they're going to see it now. The skies are gloomy, but the action is red hot on track. Greenall leads into the final lap. Can Harrison hold on? What can Rowledge do? Greenall starts to defend. This is bringing Harrison right into it. Harrison's going to try and take 2nd to give himself a little bit of insurance. But Watts isn't going to have any of it. Watts is going for the weekend double.
Yeah, Watts tried to go around the outside there at turn 2, couldn't quite do it. Everyone going defensive now. Switches to the outside, goes Watts now. Under braking, goes the long way round, can't do it. Tries to get the switch back. Harrison then tried to go down the inside. Now he's under immense pressure from Rowledge behind. There's contact all in between. Oh no, Rowledge has got past Harrison. Rowledge has got past Harrison. What does that do for the points across the line?
Oh, we're not going to know because he's not going to update himself.
Across the crack goes Harrison. Harrison skips the corner. He defends furiously from Mackie. Mackie down the inside. Oh, scrutiny. Oh, Stewart's going to have a fucking... They're going to have a major discussion after this.
Oliver Greenall is going to come out. We won't know. We'll wait now. Greenall is going to take the race win.
Where's the points?
Greenall's going to win the race. What's second? Who's third?
They're tied.
It's a tie. Greenall and Rowledge beat Harrison by a point. It's a dead heat. Now, well, Greenall has won. I'm going to check the rules. I'm going to be... But, sorry, I mean, I apologize. If anyone is deafened by me and Anthony Jordan just waving down the microphone, oh my word. So hang on a minute. Well, Greenall, he won the second final at Rowrah. He won the final at Mansell. And I think that's his third final win. Rowledge won the opening race of the season at Rowrah. And he hasn't had another final win since. Oh, Bart Harrison. He was 3 corners away. 3 corners away from a British championship. The results are going through your screens now. Oliver Greenall by 700 of a second from Luke Watts. Rowledge is 3rd. Mackie is 4th. Harrison is 5th. Then it's Taylor, Spinlow, Aaron Walker, Luzio and Archie Walker. That's your top 10. Then in 11th it was Sam Shaw, 12th Alex Moody, 13th Matthew Higgins, then Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Alicia Barrett round at the top 15. 16th was Sam Heading, then it was Oliver Stewart, Charlie Rippin, Jessica Edgar, Kanato Lee, that's your top 20. Joyce Templeton, Singh, Ryby and Adam Hayes complete the top 25 ahead of Reese Newburn, Mitchell Gibbons, Louis Johnson Cool, Harry Cottrell, Michael Rapsey and Jack Sherwood. We lost Brandon Carr, we lost Aidan Lynn and we lost Connor Clifford during that one. The unofficial point standings have Oliver Greenall and Josh Rowledge tied on 631 points. But, and I don't know, I think, yeah, as the live timing says that Greenall is the champion. He's got 3 final wins this year. They're in Park Fermé. I don't think they still don't know. The live timing from Motorsport Timing UK has Greenall at the top. And there is, whoa, what a, you know, what a result.
So I've spoken and I've read the rules.
Yes.
And the results go, yes, whoever finishes higher in the final race of the season takes the win. Greenall is your 2020 British Kart champion.
There you go. Thank you very, very much. And that's from the horse's mouth, although it's a very small horse because he's quite short. But, thank you. There we go. So we've spoken. So Greenall, I mean, and this, the drama, the utter drama of karting. This is, Bart Harrison, and again, these drivers are now 13 to 16 years old. I think they're still kids. They're still children in the eyes of the law. They are conducting themselves so well. This is not just karting at its best, not just racing at its best. This is sport at its best. And it's an absolute honour and a privilege to be able to, with Anthony Jordan, to bring you this. We get excited because it is exciting. That's the reason why. There's the emotion. He knows now. He knows now. Big hug from Dad. British champion in Junior X30 on a tie break. And Oliver Greenall came in to this weekend 8th in the point standings, a real outsider. There are tears of joy there for Oliver Greenall. Let me just take you through a little bit. Greenall didn't finish in the top 20 at all in the heats or the pre-final or the final at Kimbolton. So he came into this weekend 8th in the standings. He was the rank outsider, and yet he wins it, and he gets the replays there from Aaron Walker. He wins it on a tiebreak. Josh Rowledge, from 20th to 3rd, that is a hack from Josh Rowledge. What a drive from Josh Rowledge, and he comes up short on a tiebreaker. And for Bart Harrison was British champion until they got to the Fullerton S's on the last lap of the last race of the last round of the season. The highs and the lows of karting, of racing, of sport in general. But I have to say that Josh Rowledge, Bart Harrison will be back. They will be back. But for the moment, that driver there on your screen is the 2020 Junior X30 British Kart Champion. Now, Anthony Jordan is going to speak to some of the winner and the champion, Oliver Greenall. I'm not sure if Anthony will come back into the commentary box. We're going to, so Anthony will say goodbye. You can see the marshals walking across the circuit. Let's just take a moment to pay tribute to the marshals here at Paul Fletcher International, and indeed the marshals who've made this season possible for the IAME and TKM drivers. Different marshals. Now, we're paying tribute to the marshals here. I think the plot may have just thickened ever so slightly. There are reports coming from Parc Fermé that Lewis Mackey, who finished 4th place, has a bumper penalty. That will give him a 5-second time penalty. That will drop him down. It will put Bart Harrison into 4th place, and that will put Bart Harrison in a tie, a 3-way tie for the championship. But Oliver Greenall still, the tiebreaker goes in the best place finisher in the last race of the season. So Greenall won. But here we go. I mean, if Alan Dove has been watching, I mean, can someone please tell me when the last time we had a 3-way tie for a British Championship? Anyone? I don't know. I mean, that's all provisional so far. Wait till Anthony Jordan gets down there. We're going to pay tribute to the marshals, the marshalling teams here at Trent Valley Kart Club and all the championship rounds here, the timekeepers, the medical staff, all these there. We're going to say thank you in a moment to our sponsors, but Anthony Jordan is with Oliver Greenall in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Now you've finished. Flapping away in the commentary box, you can't control yourself. Another man who's, I think you can scarcely believe it, joint on points, but because you've won the last race, you've become the 2020 British Kart Championship for Junior X30. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing to do it back-to-back as well. Last year, Mini X30. I wasn't expecting it coming to this round after yesterday as well. We struggled a little bit, but yeah, it's just amazing. Lost for words, yeah.
I mean, we were watching that race the whole way through. We had no idea who had it on the points. Last-ditch overtakes, the last couple of corners on that one, absolutely hectic. You know, it was just so frantic, but at the end, you came out on top.
Yeah, I had no idea because I didn't know what I had to do for the championship. All I wanted to do was go out and do my own race and win. But so I managed to do that. Waited till I come back and found out I won it. But I'd just like to say a massive well done to Bart and Josh and Aaron and everyone who's competed in it this year. They've been the best challengers all year, and it's been a pleasure to race against them all.
It's been a fantastic year, a tough year of course for everyone, but you know, to come out on top, a brilliant result. You say all you had to do was come out for a win is all it took, so it was a good strategy I think to go for at the end, but you must be thankful, a great team behind you here, and you know, amazing result.
Yeah, I'd love to say a massive thanks to my dad on the tools, my mum, everyone at Fusion Motorsport, especially Chris Rogers, Tom Arm, Martin Smithers, and Joe Bullen at Ventus Power for the amazing power all year. And yeah, it's been great.
Well, spot on, very well done. 2020 Junior X30 British Champion. Well done. Spot on. Again, amazing stuff there from the grid down here. A huge thank you to everyone, but Henry, back to you up in the commentary box.
Oh my goodness, Oliver, what are you doing to me, son? I thought Macaulay Bishop winning the cadet had me going here in the commentary box. The first thing that he did was thank his rivals and pay tribute to his rivals for being the best, in his own words, the best challengers all year. He congratulated Josh and he congratulated Bart and he congratulated Aaron Walker as well. Before he thanked his team, his family and all that, he thanked his rivals. Wow, that is a class act. congratulations, a fine drive, a fine talent, a fine young man, Oliver Greenhall. Wow, you know, brilliant stuff. I really hope that you all have enjoyed watching the Alpha Live coverage of the Motorsport UK 2020 British Kart Championships today, and indeed all season. What you have watched today is our sport at its finest. We have watched some of the greatest sportsmanship, the fiercest racing, no quarter-arsed, none given, inches apart, 100% adrenaline-pumping, action-packed motorsport there is to offer. And at the end of it all, they take their helmets off, and the vast majority of them are kids. And they've got the wherewithal to thank their rivals before they do anything else. Superb. Well done. So on behalf of Anthony Jordan, my name's Henry Beaudette. You have been watching an Alpha Live presentation of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships from PF International, sponsored by Demon Tweeks. Thank you very much. We will see you for the Rotax finale in a couple of weeks' time.